Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 70. We are 70 days into 2025. Come on. How many? Wait. Anyway, never mind. We're just chewing away at this. We're gnawing off either a limb or at the bear trap that is 2025. Just anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, well, Mayor Watt runs ohmtown.com. Sentient AI is largely there for the ride of that part of it, but the Sentient AI helps with selecting news, and you can too if you go over to ohmtown.com and subscribe or sign in if you're already a citizen. I'm about to extend it so that you can log in with any other platform. Well, 4 of 5. But anyway, we're going to talk about 10 articles today. And we're going to start with Interdimensional Meow Wolf Arcade. And then Imogen Dragons. Yeah, Steamboat v. Pooh horror movie. Vegas Spheroids. Man, if you have a case of Vegas Spheroids, you can take some penicillin. Scythe Studios Deep Cuts, BlizzCon to return in 2026, emergency trademark motion against Netflix. Hide your children. Southwest divests itself of all love. A little more on a Disney lawsuit results. A little more on. Anyway. Hilarious comedy movies from books, all of that, and maybe a little more. Who knows? On the other side of our intro. 3, 2, 1. I gotta get that updated with new color schema because we've changed it up. There's literally chaos of colors, and actually it's not really chaos, but anyway, things are getting color matched to our 7 colors around that. So there's 6 around the center, and that is the gateway to all of ohmTown. Dun dun dun. 6 main categories. Look, hexagons are the bestagons. 6 main categories. All of that different frequency gets merged together to make that center one right there. That's how a rainbow works. That's the spectrum of light. Wow. And we exist in an electromagnetic world here in ohmTown. Nobody's ever hungry. Nobody ever has to worry about safety. Nobody ever has to worry about anything. We're all news, no noise. Over at ohmtown.com. All the noise comes out of Mayor Watt's mouth and sometimes out of the Sentient AI's visualizer over there and the voice synthesizer. You ready to get into this? Oh, great AI from on high. I can't do that.
I am.
You have to
We
be
didn't do
audible.
introductions.
Yeah, I know. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
How for art thou? I've had a few, 2 of these. So, but we're not sponsored, but Coca-Cola, hey.
I'm fine.
All right. Oh, wait, we have to, there. Nobody knows that it's Coca-Cola.
Right, we couldn't tell from the script.
Look, nobody knows that it's Coca-Cola.
Doesn't it say it at the top?
Shh, shh, shh. You'll be fine. All right. Let's go. First article is over in Technology Today. I can't wait for New York's I've said it twice now and messed it up. I can't wait for New York's interdimensional Meow Wolf Arcade. Meow Wolf plans to push the boundaries of tech and mixed reality on the East Coast based on what they've seen up to now. They're ready. And this is over at CNET. Scott Stein over at cnet.com put this article together. There you go. Meow Wolf in New York as a permanent exhibit. Trippy installation of art experience is coming to New York City as a permanent exhibit. Might have to take a trip to New York. It's a weird way to deliver.
It's been in the West so far. It's in very select areas.
So what have you read about it? What do you know more? Do you know more about it, or?
I do, and that's actually why I submitted it. I was reading about Meow Wolf recently. They have installations in a certain city, and I think it becomes like a permanent or at least multi-year installation, and they've been slowly expanding. I think they have like artists collectives that build these and maybe maintain them.
In a little pixelated game that looks like the old arcade game Double Dragon, gangs and police come after you, but if you survive, you'll discover the actual message, Meow Wolf. A bizarre, immersive multimedia collective that makes real-world art playgrounds is expanding to New York City. It's a weird way to deliver the message, but the author says that they're thrilled. Again, the author is Scott Stein over at cnet.com. It looks like New York's South Street Seaport site will push the territories of things they're deeply into: video games, mixed reality, layers of tech that will blend the virtual and the physical in ways that AR inspirational tech companies have been dreaming of, but still haven't quite pulled off. It's kind of a bummer that AR is only really embraced in the realm of art. I would love to be able to demonstrate AR in real time. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll contact Xreal and go send me one of your things so that I can
There
wear
you go.
them.
Yeah, it does seem to be pretty well adapted in the arts, but not really outside of it. The name really throws me off because I keep wanting to say Meow Wolf.
Wolf.
It's in like the dog bark. Yeah.
Bark, yeah. Wolf. Meow Wolf. In case you've never been to one, is a series of massive art installations mixed with interactive games and secrets. Imagine if Sleep No More and an escape room had a supernova and turned into an interdimensional rave. If you've never been to a rave, I don't know. You get touched a lot. Anyway, every Meow Wolf location has a different theme, and the destinations have all been located in the West so far. Las Vegas, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, and Los Angeles one coming in a year or two. New York is the first Eastern Meow Wolf. So is that Eastern Meow Wolf and Western Meow Wolf?
Is it a different species?
I think each one is unique unto itself. I swear, what is it called? There's a gaming, furniture.
South by Southwest or something?
No.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a festival.
There's a gaming furniture company. What is it called? Weird? No. What is it? It's like a luxury, gaming company. I can't remember the name of it right now. Damn it, I hate that. Anyway, I think they went to one and actually showed it in one of their videos on YouTube. From Texas. I think they went to Texas and saw it. Anyway, major markets like LA and New York have always been on their radar, and they've been dreaming about it. And so Meow Wolf founder and chief vision officer Vince Kadlubeck told them in a phone call, the New York location is going to focus on video gaming and arcades, and it seems, among other things, involving the storyline of Plotzo, an interdimensional rat king that sprouts up in other Meow Wolf locations and is involved in strange arcade spaces. So, yeah, I swear this is... I've
Maybe we had a separate article about this, but I don't think we ever did.
I don't think so. I think it has to do with that gaming company, and I'm kind of trying to remember. It's something wood. They make that $10,000 gaming table and all this high-end stuff.
Do you mean Wormwood?
Wormwood. There it is. Yeah, Wormwood, I think, went to one of these Meow Wolf locations, I think, and did like a tour or something. Anyway, it'll be a big experience, they say, according to Kadlubeck. The relative square footage will be on the level of the Las Vegas Omega Mart and Denver Convergence Station experiences, which feel massive and maze-like. Convergence Station in Denver is 90,000 square feet. I think that's like a Walmart or something.
Yeah, that's not a small art exhibit.
Yeah, not at all. Look at that. So usually if I remember this right, each room has a theme and the overall experience has a theme, but it's mostly like siloed in each room.
Yeah, I think so. By the way, you're right. Like an average Walmart is 106,000 square feet. I have no idea how you knew that.
I know a little bit of everything. That's why I call these shows now news trivia without the game. So, Mixed Reality Playground, it says that it wants to tie in mixed reality. So Meow Wolf made its own VR mini golf course experience and has had augmented reality phone apps, but the different level of virtual to real interconnect looks like it's on tap for when the New York location finally opens, possibly late 2027 or 2028. So this is putting the cart before the horse.
So come back in
2 years.
2 or 3 years.
Maybe it's there.
And hopefully we'll have an episode about it.
Who knows? The cost could go through the roof. So they actually referred to Magic Leap's headquarters in 2018, a space that the author visited. It's an early sign of how promises of a blend of real and virtual could have been. Magic Leap's vision for AR ended up being flawed, but the Willy Wonka-like blend of ideas and interaction sounds like an area that inspires the team even now. Yeah, so Magic Leap, their technology just didn't rise to the level of accessibility for people. And by that, I mean the technology was really complex and thus expensive, and nobody would adopt it. And so it never really actually came to fruition.
Need lower prices for mass adoption, I think.
Yeah, otherwise it's too pricey. Or you have to command the market and be a vertical and own the supply chain from end to end, and then you're Apple, and that's not Magic Leap. So anyway, they're basically going to be merging VR, AR, so into this mixed reality kind of environment. So we'll come back, and you can go over to CNET and read the rest of this. It's an expansive article, but we'll end up talking about it as we get closer and see a little bit more of the manifestation of Meow Wolf in New York.
Maybe we'll even do an on location.
Yeah, maybe. That's exactly what I was about to say. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Non Sequitur News. Humankind has infected the moon with imagined dragons, so I refer to this as Imugin dragons.
I'm not sure it's infected the moon.
One of their best songs was actually created so that it could be an ad.
Oh, I thought that was another band, but okay.
So, in an effort to send Earth's best, the private space company Intuitive Machines succeeded in some ways and failed in others during its botched mission that saw an Athena lunar lander tip over and die in a crater. Twice. The Houston-based company did manage, as a Stereogum reports, so that's probably somebody that we should pay attention to if we're not, to deploy one of its payloads, an 8-terabyte data center that's home to a song by the exceedingly generic alt-rock outfit Imagine Dragons.
You called it.
Ouch. No, we're not talking about a smash hit like Radioactive. Among the material on Athena's storage center, which is operated by the company's Lone Star Data Holdings and acts as a backup for data on terra firma, it's the band's single. Wait for it. Well, the article is in a section they call Moon Rocks, because it's Imagine Dragons. And Noor Al-Sabai put the article together. It's over at Futurism. The deck statement says a song will now be on the moon forever. Was that too loud?
Which song is it? No.
Okay. They're talking about Children of the Sky, the band's 2023 single, recorded for the same year space-themed video game Starfield. The track sounds pretty much like everything else Imagine Dragons has put out. Not exactly bad, but definitely neither good nor memorable.
I don't even think I know what that song is.
Man, that is a kick right to the terabyte. So, despite the prog rock meets elevator music vibes the song gives off, people involved with the project are extremely stoked that it's part of the mission. Well, it's going to be there nearly forever. Although radiation really does eat away at the housing, it may not be there forever. The flags and stuff like that have been up there are bleached clear, I think. Anyway, as of now, the logistics of the venture seem kind of iffy, given that Athena is now kaput. All the same, the Imagine Dragons joint is indeed sitting in a data center on the moon, joining legendary singles from such heavyweights as Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix, and Bob Marley. All right. Come on, man. How do you put Imagine Dragons in the same nest as Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix, and Bob Marley?
I don't think you can. I think they were trying to capture maybe different eras, but I don't know what they were doing.
Anyway, the mission wasn't a total failure because Lone Star had successfully transmitted Children of the Sky's song and lyrics to their data center on the moon. So they say that a claim that they can't verify, but if they said it and it's found on the internet, it must be real.
Well, it'd be tough for futurism to go there and go check it out. I mean,
yeah, with that attitude, I mean, to me, it sounds like excuses. Get on your rocket ship and go. I've said that to other people and they still haven't done it. Let's move on. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. No one asked for it, but there's a Steamboat Willie versus Pooh horror movie. Public domain horror trend is now borrowing from another age-old trope, the crossover.
what's really weird is we were just discussing Steamboat Willie and Pooh like right before this article appeared.
Yeah, and so every day is the previous 24 hours segment of time. So we've always gone back into the time machine to make up for past days, but we never take old news and bring it forward unless there's something purpose built in there. Well, anyway, I'm waiting for the slash fiction. Anyway, so Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. No one asked for it, but there's now a Steamboat Willie versus Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
And we probably need a scary alert here, depending on who's watching.
The best I can do, we'll have to make a new one, but the best I can do is overshare. So if anybody is afraid of anything, particularly
That's pretty broad. That would be probably everybody.
grayscale clowns. Oh, that must be Steamboat Willie. I won't play any music or any of the audio, but anyway. So tired of gimmick. The tired gimmick is back in the dark domain, which is one production company's twist on getting their grubby hands on Disney or other cartoon IP. Popeye was another recent one to exploit stupidly and violently for the sake of getting it to do it first over any sort of sincere, genuine, or creative substance. So obviously Sabina Graves is like, has a particular tilt on it. What's really funny about this is something that I've talked about previously, and then we ended up talking about this on the show, and then we actually got another article talking about it. Before we were talking about it, it was just in this nebulous space of, for whatever reason, as soon as something Disney goes public domain, they rip off everything.
Right, people go all in after it.
They do everything they can to defile the holy ground that is Disney intellectual property or assets in any way. I mean, if Disney owned Santa Claus, well, there already is Santa Claus horror too. I mean,
right, but the point is, like, nothing. If it's done by Disney, somebody's going to do something with it once it's public domain.
Exactly. So naturally, there's Winnie the Pooh versus Steamboat Willie, different from the one starring Terrifier's David Howard Thornton. It's a different version. Ho-hum, by all means, jump the clip art shark and try to evoke the excitement horror titans built up with real franchises and legendary lore that led up to Freddy versus Jason and Alien versus Predator. This is nothing more than taking two now public domain assets and pitting them together. So the dark domain, Mickey versus Winnie, but isn't even in the same universe as it appears. So at any rate, they go into greater detail about what this thing is, but essentially they have them battle it out. In the present day, a group of childhood friends, each haunted by their own unresolved traumas and fears, feels an inexplicable pull to return to the reform school that they once attended. And in it is Dark Mickey and Dark Winnie. Dun, dun, dun. You can go and check it all out. beyond just the trope, I find this not very compelling, but some people like
No, but I
schlocky.
think people will go out of their way to watch this
Sure.
just because it's kind of tearing it apart, right, from the original.
Yeah, and it relates to something that I was reading about before the show, and I didn't pull it into the show because it wasn't selected from the submissions. But I had found it, and I didn't put it in the submission. You know, we used to vote for this kind of stuff, but the system for voting was kind of meh, and so I stopped doing the electoral process. But just so that you get an idea of this, the first bite at the apple is always a curiosity, right? A lot of people will want to take a bite at the apple when something new comes on board, right? So there's a startup that is betting on supercharging the AI virtual influencer market and created a pitch deck around it. And it has to do with Lil Michaela. And this is Lil Michaela, a virtual influencer that has 2 million followers. And when people were discussing it, being interviewed, 40% follow this because they're just plain curious that something exists like this. Others have other rationales. But anyway, back to this. It's the same thing. People are going to go and watch this because they're curious.
Oh, absolutely. There's probably more hype than substance on this kind of thing.
I doubt there's any substance. But, I mean, some people like that schlocky, horror, blah, blah, blah. And they get their popcorn, and it's, like me in politics. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The creators of the Las Vegas Sphere want to open mini spheres, or spheroids, as I'm calling them. I don't know if they call them that, but that's what I'm calling them. Although the original estimate to set up the Vegas Sphere was $1.2 billion, Sphere Entertainment eventually spent around $2.3 billion to build the interactive venue.
Is that all? And that doesn't include things like maintaining it.
Correct, yeah. But they're making bank. So as the company looks to expand to other cities, it's also looking to scale down the venue, making it more affordable to build and operate. Sphere Entertainment is currently working on a design for mini spheres with a capacity of about 5,000 people. The company's executive chairman and chief executive officer, James Dolan, told I think it's The Verge. Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put the article together. So it'll require a smaller investment from performers and overall smaller. I think, though, the ecosystem for this needs to support a 5,000 person glowing sphere around wherever it's going to be. So how many people want this glowing sphere operating 24/7?
Right. Probably most places don't. There may be a few cities do.
There's going to be, you know what? I think you're right. The expression that I get to see through the interface of the AI is different than the visualizer's response. But I get the impression.
Right, that's chaotic over here.
Is it working well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's slowed down. It's a composite of your computational power required to generate your voice, but for some reason it's slowed down a little bit. So at any rate, I think politicians will go, you know what? We can get a lot of tax revenue and we can get some jobs created. So let's have this giant glowing marble smack dab in the middle of downtown, whatever.
I could see somewhere like New York City, while it doesn't have any space, wanting something like this.
Yeah, I think it would need bigger than 5,000. Otherwise, it would have to charge an enormous amount.
Well, right. I know, I agree. But I can't think of a city like, I don't know, I just don't have a good example. A lot of cities, I can't imagine this being placed there.
Imagine Dragons, even. So Sphere Entertainment is currently working on a design for these mini spheres with 5,000 people. The company's executive chairman, chief executive officer, James Dolan, told analysts that according to a report by AV Magazine, The Vegas Sphere can seat 17,600 people, but attendance can be closer to 20,000 with standing capacity. And make 2,400 people stand around.
I don't understand any venue that makes people stand.
So regardless, I want this in Wanted, because if I were to have disposable income to the tune of, you know what, if I had $10 billion, I would easily spend 2.5 to make this my home.
Would you also bring in like private concerts, or would you just have the Sphere?
And I'd sell tickets, but I'd be able to go, oh, everybody get out. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. This would be an amazing place. Anyway, I want what makes this possible. I want that back behind me. So instead of a green screen, it's whatever I damn well throw up there.
So if Sphere Entertainment is listening.
Sphere Entertainment. I have a wall that's behind me that's fit for a giant high-resolution LED screen. And not monitors, not LED monitors. I want the little LED panels. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Marvel channel. Deep Cuts creators Sky Studios dish on what makes this movie-themed VR experience as unique as it is. VR is starting to hit its stride, mainly because the cost of operating it is dropping, and better equipment is coming online. Hopefully, the Deckard at $1,200 is actually at $1,000 and has higher resolution and is wireless. And then I'll be switching from the Pico to that. Mainly because it will be seamlessly integrated into Steam or seamlessly integrated into the games. You heard it here first.
That's right.
And it allows developers to get weirder and wilder than they could ever have imagined. Deep Cuts is the culmination of all the wackiness brought to life by entering fictitious B movies that totally exist and living out dream scenarios through them. It's right up the author's alley in every way, shape, and form. It's also one of the most entertaining and well-written games that they've played in VR, offering a great campaign and plenty of sights and sounds to see and experience. This article is over at vice.com. Sean Shachaki put the article together. It's called Deep Cuts. Deep Cuts is a new VR experience that puts players directly into the movies, and they got to chat with the devs about what makes it great. So it's it's creative director and writer Aniello DeAngelis, as well as the principal technical engineer, director, and founder of Scythe Studios, spelled incorrectly. For the last
Sycathy.
Yeah, that's Sycathy. Caleb Aldafa, about the work that's been done for Deep Cuts and what makes it unique and how it stands out from other previous games. Their previous game, Happy's Humble Burger Farm. All right, so Aniello says VR horror is a tricky field because you're asking a lot more of the player. You don't want to scare them out of the headset, so it becomes about analyzing what elements of horror we wanted to implement, psychological, emotional, physical, etc., and spreading those out in digestible chunks. So
all of the above.
Yeah. It's actually a lot of fun, as long as it isn't just to the point where it breaks your psyche and you're just, I am done with this. So jump scares and stuff like that, an intriguing story, continuity between scenes, a compelling writer, that you just need that writer that's embracing this. And it isn't just a technical thing. So they ask a couple of questions throughout this. I won't go through all of this. They talk about Banjo-Kazooie. But which is really interesting when someone in ohmTown walks up and says, hey, do you know about Banjo-Kazooie? Anyway.
Small world.
It is. So Happy's Humble Burger Farm looked to be a riff on the popular mascot horror trend, but it ended up being much more frightening than fans may have anticipated. What went into the design process for this title? But they're talking about Happy's Humble Burger Farm and not this particular game. So they said a little different. When Caleb pitched wanting to do a hub and spoke game and spent a week playing Banjo-Kazooie and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, something about Banjo's world and rhythm with Tony Hawk's endless environmental manipulation helped shape this totally physical, chaotic world we could explore any genre in. Also, they probably watched 600 movies over the dev cycle, never stopped studying. So, wow.
Right, it was hard work, but somebody had to do it.
Yeah, I don't know what their dev cycle was. They hint at a year or something like that in this, but usually a dev cycle is longer than that. Anyway, Deep Cuts has plenty of variety in its walls, but they have to ask which totally real movie was your favorite to create and why. So, Nuclear Wedding. Production was such a blur that we genuinely do not remember the act of sitting down and writing the chapter. So whenever we play through the levels, we're really pleased with the world building and that we were able to get a funny games reference into a video game. I've never seen it, so I'd have to go and look. But all throughout this, there are screenshots and then a question and an answer from Aniello and maybe others. But
right,
I won't.
It's like an interview style.
Yeah. When it comes to developing games between flat screen and VR, what has been the most difficult challenge when it comes to working between these two mediums? Well, with flat screens, you're mostly thinking in 2D layouts, whereas VR demands a deep sense of presence, which is absolutely correct. You have to think about everything because everything has to be modeled frontwards and backwards. So it's not just a flat plane where you walk in front of it. You actually have the ability in VR to walk behind it, and it can have mass. And if something is detachable, you really should make it so that you can pick it up and throw it, and it has real physics. In 2D, you don't really have to worry about that kind of thing. And in some cases with VR, with technological augmentation, you can give something weight so that it feels like there's something more to it, because you're really into it will play some massive tricks on you. They basically built this with environmental feedback to make it feel more natural and also not limiting players who want a more intense experience. Do
you think you'd be playing this?
I'm not really into horror games, but I would give it a shot. If they have a demo, I would definitely gobble it up. So I'm going to go and check it out. It's over on the MetaQuest store. It's on Steam. It's on PSVR 2. And it's available now, Deep Cuts. They don't have the price in here, but I guess I could find out real quick. Hold on. So Deep Cuts is definitely on Steam, and it's not out yet. So its planned release is 2025. Again, it doesn't actually say. So I'm kind of surprised.
It doesn't have the exact release date or the price.
It's probably out on MetaQuest, but it is not available on Steam just yet, because I'm looking at it right now.
Well, maybe. And it doesn't have a release date, so that makes me think it's not immediate.
Oh, that's really interesting. It's by the publisher is Tiny Build, but the developer is Scythe Dev Team. Tiny Build is really popular. They did they are the publisher. Yeah, they're the publisher for Graveyard Keeper, Potion Craft, which I have, Drill Core, Duckside, Hello Neighbor, Spider Heck is another one that is really popular. Graveyard Keeper, which is extremely popular. Oh goodness, just a bunch of stuff. Hold on. Their publication list goes on and on. How many do they have? Dear God. Anyway, I got to stop. Otherwise, I'll be
going down the rabbit hole.
Let's keep going, though. There's more over there at this article at vice.com. Follow the link through ohmTown. The show notes are in show notes or in the bot. So wherever you are, download the podcast later. They'll be in the show notes there, too. Although I've known it all this time. You know, the past 3 years, and now we're on our third month in year 4. Clicking on a link in the podcast show notes opens up a window that sits on top of the podcast.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't actually take you to, it takes you to the site, but it doesn't take you out of the podcast environment. So it's kind of ugly, but anyway. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you all to something. Just so you know, if you want to subscribe to ohmTown over on YouTube, I've made it easier because you can mash this button right there and it will take you over to ohmTown on YouTube and subscribe you in the same click. So I'm looking forward to
one-stop shopping.
Yeah. And it goes away after about 30 seconds. It'll disappear. Well, it turns into that right there, that little down arrow. Anyway, it's not intrusive. We'll start changing it from time to time so that you can link or visit the podcasts, etc. We've got 7 podcasts. We're a little of everything. All right, so let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. BlizzCon is returning in 2026 after a few years off. I've always wanted to go to BlizzCon when I was really into WoW. Not so much anymore. I'm still fascinated that it has this kind of an ecosystem where thousands of people will converge.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that it's coming back because you'd think maybe it just wouldn't.
You might want to look behind you. So, BlizzCon 2026 will once again be hosted at the Anaheim Convention Center. Blizzard isn't sharing specific details about what games might be featured, but the company says that alongside BlizzCon staples like opening ceremony, in-depth panels, the Dark Moon Fair, friendly competition, hands-on gameplay, and more, they aim to meaningfully elevate this iconic celebration and create an unforgettable experience for all who take part in it. Tickets will go on sale at a later date. But Jay Peters over at TheVerge.com put the article together, so mark your calendars for September 2026. That's fine.
Quite a ways off.
That's fine. I think that if they're talking about it now, they'll definitely do it. But the last BlizzCon event took place in 2023, where the company announced details about things like Diablo 4's first expansion, new World of Warcraft expansions, the addition of Mauga. I never play Overwatch, and more. Blizzard also hosted a virtual BlizzCon Online or BlizzConline in 2021. Whenever I hear BlizzCon, I think that it's a convict in snow.
Yeah, I mean, the con part is certainly getting there.
Yeah, it's a snow person who's been convicted.
Yeah.
So, an in-person edition of the show in November 2019. So, basically, they're trying to spin things back up. There isn't much more over at this article, but you can go over there and read more about it and show Jay Peters some attention. All right, let's keep on going. One of these days, I'm going to go to BlizzCon just so that I can say I went to BlizzCon.
Well, maybe you can go in 2026.
I don't know. All right. So, Blizzard and whoever else is who's in charge of Blizzard now? Is it like Microsoft or something? I don't know. I don't remember who owns Blizzard anymore. Tencent. Let's keep going.
It's Activision.
Activision. Oh, it's Activision Blizzard.
Or Activision Blizzard, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I knew that. Anyway, the next article is over on Right Protect, which is one of our channels for copyright and trademark discussions. Pepperdine University makes waves, quote unquote waves, with an emergency trademark motion against Netflix. It's an emergency.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if you happen to see the new Netflix show Running Point, starring Kate Hudson, that was made possible by a last-minute decision of a California federal court on the eve of the show's February 27th release. Pepperdine University, in an emergency motion filed 1 week before the show's release, asked the court to block the release date due to trademark violations occurring within the series. The court denied the motion, and the series is now the #1 TV show on Netflix. Holy cow, guess what we need to watch? That way we can talk about it in
and
the continuity report,
which is on Saturdays.
Yeah, it's the third show on Saturdays, right after Reality Hacker and
Wanted.
So Reality Hacker is all about, hacking reality using technology. And Wanted is all about gadgets and gear. And then the continuity report is about entertainment news. Typically TV shows, movies. sometimes music, but I am working on another show that cannot be turned into a podcast without paying a bill and cannot be recorded as a VOD. So it can't end up on YouTube or Twitch recorded, but I can stream. How about that? Yeah, that's another kick in the terabyte. Anyway, although the emergency motion was denied, proceedings will continue, and it is yet to be seen whether Pepperdine may ultimately succeed on some or all of the claims against Netflix and Warner Brothers. So what is this all about? Hey, here, this is an exercise in close the pop-up.
Exactly.
It's never in the same spot, folks. Anyway, going forward, Pepperdine's initial hurdle will be to defeat Rogers by proving that the series explicitly misleads viewers to infer Pepperdine's endorsement. So what is this all about? Apparently, the defendant's use in Pepperdine's mark is
Pretty darn similar.
pretty damn close. Anyway, so what is it? The show, loosely based on the life of Los Angeles Lakers owner Jeannie Buss, I guess. Running Point is about a woman who is suddenly tasked with leading Los Angeles area basketball team. The problem, the fictional basketball team is Running Point, is called the Los Angeles Waves. The Waves is also the name that Pepperdine University has used for its sports teams, including basketball, since the school opened in Los Angeles in 1937. Pepperdine owns 3 Waves-based trademarks that are registered in connection with entertainment services and sporting events.
So I have to ask a dumb question. Given that it's set in LA, it's the same sport, etc., why not call the team something else?
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody approached Pepperdine and said, hey, would you like to, loosely endorse this? And, we'll give you some money. And they're like,
probably said no, and they still went ahead.
And then the CEO pumps out a tweet with her.
Her?
And then goes, no. We have somebody else.
Not that her.
Not that her. Somebody else's her. Totally different than the movie that's been out. Anyway, in a temporary restraining order or TRO request, I want to make a joke. Anyway, Pepperdine told the court that the university would suffer immediate and irreparable harm if the court did not prevent the show's impending release. Anyway, they sought relief on the basis of the trademark infringement, and the defendants filed opposition papers a few days later, denying any likelihood of confusion and arguing that the show's content is protected under the First Amendment-based Rogers test. And the court heard oral arguments on February 25th, and then, in a game day decision, sports pun intended, they say, issued a ruling the next day. So, essentially, it might be close, but nobody's going to really confuse the two. But looking at that, the only difference that I can see between that Waves and this Waves is the kerning between some of the letters. It seems like a little bit bigger between the letters of Waves. And they don't have...
I was going to say 2 things. One, it looks like there might be a line behind the word Waves on the Netflix side, and then also just the background color, which I know is irrelevant, but
yeah, that's actually it's pretty interesting. It looks way
it looks
closer.
Like the same font. That's the thing. Like it appears to have the same
connections,
I don't know what it's called, but like shadow or whatever behind the letters.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit wider in here, and it doesn't conform to the V. The V is a little bit different. It's straighter. And even the connection between the V and the E is made, whereas the others don't actually connect. This one actually connects, and so does that one.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me, because it seems like a little bit of difference could have gone a long way here.
Yeah, I definitely would have found in Pepperdine's favor, because this just doesn't make any sense. It's curiously close. So unless the Netflix show shows Pepperdine in good light, I would say that this could cause, quote unquote, reputational harm.
Well, the article says that that's one of the complaints too,
Right.
because
Yeah.
it's showing things that they claim are contrary to the university's values.
So what is this? Rogers is an affirmative defense that applies to trademarks used within creative works such as films and TV shows. The legal standard to succeed on an ordinary trademark infringement claim is likelihood of consumer confusion. In Rogers' cases, however, the defense bars liability unless the court finds that accused trademark explicitly misleads consumers as to the source or content of the creative work, but it is based around something that matches the waves.
Right. Yeah, the team in the same city.
With the same colors.
Right, the show is set in the same city. It's the same sport. Like, there's so many connections.
So, and here's the kicker. Pepperdine claims that the show's subject matter, which includes references to sex, drugs, and alcohol, run counter to the university's Christian values. And in this day and age...
that's why they're going after him? Like, if it was really favorable, they'd probably be like, yay, free publicity.
Name a party school and base it closely to that party school, and you probably wouldn't be able to stand your ground here.
Oh,
but it's a Christian values school.
So, not only are they looking like they're going right after them, they're really kind of nudging them into doing something, right?
Yeah. And even if you were to sit there and say, well, we've interviewed a whole bunch of people from the university, and they all engage in something related to sex, drugs, and rock and roll, sex, drugs, and alcohol from at some point in their existence in the university experience. So it doesn't run counter to their values, but the marketing as a university with Christian values.
Right. They're probably not marketing that in their brochures. Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll just be quiet.
Biff's Las Vegas University from, Back to the Future is totally like, come to our school. It's like... You can major in sex, drugs, and alcohol, minor in rock and roll. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Everything you loved about Southwest has officially gone. I titled this section, Southwest Divests Itself of Love. So...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it had quite a cult following, I think, among travelers.
Yeah, now you're going to be...
went away from the...
free baggage.
And pick your own seat, and then the baggage is really going to be a big deal.
Yeah, kick to the terabyte again. So Southwest Airlines has axed virtually everything that once set it apart from competitors. The airline announced an end to its famous free checked bags policy on Tuesday. I have to check my baggage all the time. Man, my childhood.
Are you checking to make sure it's with you?
I would like to check that it's not with me, but I apparently carry it around and it pops up from time to time no matter where I am. Anyway, the change comes amid other measures to cut costs and increase revenue, like assigning seats and not putting all of the door bolts in. The final shoe just dropped at Southwest Airlines, following intense pressure from an activist investor to shore up revenues and cut costs. Remember, folks, this could be a more lucrative business for the business to stay long term if it isn't being sucked dry of all moisture like so many dune inhabitants. If it wasn't for greedy bastards. Instead of having a marginal increase, and by marginal I mean a consistent low level, they demand more and more and more growth in a market that doesn't necessarily support it. The only way you can grow is to stand out amongst the competitors, and you're not going to do it by matching all the rest of the competitors just so that you can eke out another percent and satiate the greedy, mind-numbing, sociopathic greed levels. And you had disconnected for a moment, but I liken this to sucking dry a loser in a Fremen battle on Dune.
That's very specific and visual.
I have a vivid imagination, and so there you have it. So following intense pressure from an activist greedy investor to shore up revenues and cut costs, Southwest announced on Tuesday that it would end its popular 2 bags fly free. So now you have to buy a seat.
That was really the only thing keeping it separate, right, from those other airlines. I mean, people would specifically fly on Southwest because of that. I think they're going to lose a lot of revenue because of this.
Yeah, I have taken Southwest flights because I knew that I was going to be bringing 2 bags, and boom. So not anymore. You're going to have to buy an entire seat for each of your bags. Just kidding. You'll have to pay for it, but it's a nominal fee.
Yeah. No, it's more than nominal. I don't know how much they're going to charge, but most airlines, you start tacking on the baggage, it's adding a sizable increase to the ticket price.
Executives once said that the new bag policy was not an option. In July, Southwest CEO Bob Jordan said that the checked bags were the number one issue in terms of why customers choose Southwest. The company doubled down on the stance during its September Investor Day. But then Ryan Green, the airline's chief transformation officer, who's set to depart from the company in April, said at the time that Southwest would lose more money from lower demand than it would gain from checked bag revenue. That's not how things played out. In contrast to our previous analysis, actual customer booking behavior through our new booking channels, such as MetaSearch, did not show that we are getting the same benefit from our bundled offering with free bags. So why not?
How do they know that? Because are they charging are they charging for bags?
They changed the policy and you had to pay. So starting May 28th, only customers with Southwest's credit card or those who hold A-list loyalty status can check 1 bag for free. Top-tier A-list preferred members and customers who book the high-price business select fare will get to check 2 bags for free. It's unclear what the bag fees will look like for everyone else, but I guess the claim that they were going to remove the free baggage led them to an analysis, but they don't have the data yet. So how do they know? That's what you were saying.
That's what I mean. I think it's hypothetical. They're going to find out real quickly. And same thing with the person who said, hey, wait a second, they're leaving, but somebody else might be making the decision behind them.
It's an activist investor that's pushing it to change. And an activist investor has enough percentage hold to budge the board of directors to make a decision lest they do something drastic. Like they could buy up more shares and get a controlling portion of it. And money speaks. I mean, money is now free speech. So if you've got enough of it, then you can pretty much say or do whatever the hell you want to. But I can't get into that. But anyway, it's kind of interesting. So other previously announced changes have already taken effect or are set to soon. Southwest flights can now be searched on sites like Google Flights, Kayak, Expedia. Red-eye flights launched in February, allowing Southwest to better use its fleet of planes. A partnership with Iceland Air now allows Southwest passengers to connect to Europe on a single ticket for the first time. And premium seats, including those in the front of the plane and with extra legroom, not extra large legroom, are set to launch in 2026. So all those other seats in the back are going to get pushed back a little bit more to make life hell.
Right. I was like, that's not a win for the average passenger. Some of these were a win, like the increased search engine capability, because that has been a problem with Southwest. And then also like the partnership with Iceland Air. But the other things aren't necessarily helping the average traveler.
All right. So Southwest, now adding itself to the shade of gray. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. This is the Moana Disney lawsuit results. So the jury in the U.S. quickly and completely rejected the man's claim that Disney's Moana was stolen from his story of a young surfer in Hawaii. The article is over at rte.ie, which is really interesting.
And that's a picture of Moana, not the other story.
This is Maui.
Right, but it's from the movie Moana.
Oh, right. This is Moana. right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about the movie, not the character.
I don't know, man. It's a whole new world. This could be Moana. Anyway, the Los Angeles Federal Court deliberated for around 2.5 hours, which really isn't speedy, but I guess it's speedy. Anyway, before deciding
that's pretty speedy.
Is it?
But I mean, it's a, what is it, a copyright or trademark claim? Copyright, probably.
Copyright, yeah. They think that it's plagiarized from... Now, get this. This is really interesting. So they deliberated. I thought that there was another claim that this was stolen from somebody, but this apparently is... And I thought that it had to do with... Like, it was almost like scene for scene taken from somebody else's story.
Right, but now I don't remember if it was Moana.
Because I don't remember.
We had a show about it.
Yeah, but I don't remember it ever saying that it was an outline and a script for Bucky the Surfer Boy.
No, I don't either. I think there was some other suit. I don't think it was that one.
They considered the similarities between Bucky and the 2016 hit animated film about a questing Polynesian princess. Mr. Woodall had shared his work with a distant relative who worked for a different company on the Disney lot, but the woman testified during the 2-week trial that she never showed it to anyone at Disney. They say, obviously, we're disappointed. We're going to review our options and think about the best path forward. In closing arguments, earlier Monday, Mr. Woodall's attorney said that the long chain of circumstantial evidence showed the two works were inseparable. There was no Moana witho't Bucky, Mr. Lage said, or Lage. I don't know how they pronounce it. But they said they had no idea about Bucky, says Mr. Kaba in the closing. They had never seen it, never heard of it. After their victory, Mr. Musker and Disney lawyers declined to comment, which is smart. If you've won, you don't run around.
Right. You don't act like you're
loser,
bragging about it.
Loser.
Yeah, that probably doesn't help with the appeal chances.
So a judge previously ruled that Mr. Woodall's 2020 suit came too late for him to claim a piece of those receipts, the $700 million at the global box office from Moana, and that a lawsuit filed earlier the year over Moana 2, which earned more than $1 billion, must be decided separately. So that suit remains active. But I don't quite get it.
Okay, this is fascinating. The jury watched the whole Moana movie.
For free? Taxpayer
Was that
dollars.
part of the deliberation time?
Yeah, there you go. We'd like to watch the movie again. Can we bring our children? So
exactly. They're like, guess what Mommy and Daddy did today?
Yeah,
we got to watch Moana.
But not you, child. Ha ha. So in the latter versions of the story, the title or titular character, vacationing in Hawaii with his parents, befriends a group of native Hawaiian youth and go on a quest that includes time travel to the ancient islands and interactions with the demigods to save a sacred site from a developer.
I don't think that's the same story as Moana. It's certainly not a visitor to Hawaii.
Yeah. So around 2004, Mr. Woodall gave the Bucky outline to the stepsister of his brother's wife. That woman, Jenny Marshek, worked for Mandeville Films, a company that had a contract with Disney and was located on the Disney lot. He sent her follow-up materials through the years and testified that he was stunned when he saw Moana in 2016 and saw so many of his ideas, along with Ms. Marchek's evidence saying she didn't show Bucky to anyone. Messages shared by the defense showed she eventually ignored Mr. Woodall's queries to her and had told him there was nothing she could do for him. So eventually going ballistic. But both include teens on oceanic quests. Both have Polynesian demigods as central figures. I mean, a story around Hawaii is nothing, Polynesia, you know.
Right, exactly. Those are pretty common elements, I think.
Give me a break. That's what you do. You don't write about sci-fi if you're trying to focus on the Roman gods of yore. Unless you're trying, you know, you definitively tie it together, like the game Split, whatever. What's that?
Split Fiction?
Split Fiction. Thank you. I watched people play it from end to end, and I forgot the name. Anyway.
We talked about it in WarCrafters, I believe.
Yeah. So in both, the main characters interact with animals who act as spirit helpers, which is just a trope. So I just don't get it. So you can keep on going through this, but animal guides go back to movies as early as 1940s Pinocchio and appear in all of Mr. Musker and Mr. Clements' previous films, he said. Mr. Kaba said Mr. Musker and Clements developed Moana the same way that they did other films, through their own inspiration, research, travel, and creativity. So, yeah. There you go, folks. And parallel construction happens. So two people, we are a planet of 8 billion people. You're going to find two people that have created the same idea. I am living proof of that, because every time I write something down or say something, I find out 5 years later that somebody else is doing it. You know what? Make some friends, write your script, publish the book, and then go, look, it's out there. It is out there.
That's true,
I didn't
just copyrighted.
It's publicly copyrighted. Everything that you write is already, by its embodiment, is copyrighted. The moment you show it to somebody and you don't have the means to defend it in a courtroom like this, and you don't have definitive proof, you might as well just kiss that goodbye, because more money and the fact that it's dubious at best when tropes match up, you're not going to win, folks. So, in fact, I don't even recommend people get a patent on basic stuff, because if you don't have the money to defend it, and it isn't so technically sophisticated that you have to clone it outright, you can't defend your patent. So produce it and get it out on the market and make your bank, because somebody somewhere is going to clone it, be it China or somebody else. It'll be possibly lower quality, it'll be sold cheaper, but people will buy it because that's what they want. They don't need your highfalutin whatever. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the continuity report. Context matters, folks. So if you want to talk to me about IP and stuff like that, I need more context, but I'm willing to defend the idea of don't bother patenting anything. It depends on what it is. Anyway, this last article for the March 11th, 2025 Non Sequitur News is 10 hilarious comedy movies based on books. So Hollywood loves a book adaptation, but comedy is one genre that usually proves exempt to this trend. Stop that. There are a few good reasons for this. This one, or with one being that comedy novels don't really translate well into the big screen. Another reason is that comedy movies are built around a certain actor, or that they need to focus more on visuals and tone. So here are 10. It's over at Screen Rant. Ben Prothero put the article together, which Prothero sounds so Shakespearean.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does.
Anyway, I'm fascinated by names, because sometimes people expect you to live up to it, right? Some highfalutin name. And when you meet them and you're talking to them and they tell you your name and they go blah, blah, blah about the name, and then they just completely like fall on their face with every interaction. You're like, aspirational name there. Anyway, believe me, aspirational name. Mayor. That's my real name. No. Omer is my name. Omer Watts. Anyway, Mean
Watt.
Girls. Huh? Well,
Isn't
Watt.
your last name Watt?
Mayor Watt. Yeah, but Omer Watt. So Mean Girls is based on Queen Bees and Wannabes by Rosalind Wiseman. Really? Did you know
I
that?
did not know that. Mm-mm.
Wow, you might actually like reading the book. So it's an unusual basis for a movie, but this is what Tina Fey chose to build the structure of Mean Girls around. Wait, she's the writer for...
I don't know. She's an actor in the movie, but I didn't know that.
Detailing the social dangers that tend to crop up around that age, so teenage girls. With the book's descriptions of cliques and social jostling informing her portrayal of the plastics, which are all the mean girls that are back there. So while Rosalind Wiseman's book helped Faye come up with the story and the setting of Mean Girls, the brilliant dialogue is all of her own making. Yeah, Tina Fey is pretty brilliant as she was on SNL as both on the stage and behind the scenes writer and stuff. I think she was the lead writer for SNL. Anyway, another factor is that its observations of high school politics are still relevant, even if some of the specifics are outdated. But yeah, Mean Girls still exist.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
It's not going to happen. So Dr. Strangelove is based on Red Alert by Peter George. I won't go through all of these verbatim, like that first one. It just kind of pulled me into the writing as I was reading it. Dr. Strangelove takes the framework of this story and transforms it into a satirical farce. You have to watch Dr. Strangelove. If you've never seen it, Peter Sellers, George C. Scott.
But this is interesting because it sounds like it's changing the nature of it.
Stephen King's distaste for Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining is common knowledge, but Peter George has the right to be even more outraged as Dr. Strangelove is nothing like his novel Red Alert. But it gave the foundation to be Dr. Strangelove. It's over the top. So this comedic approach has little to do with Red Alert, but it drives at the point that the fate of the world shouldn't be trusted to something as frail as human emotions. Ho! Has no foundation in reality. Let me tell you.
That sounds like science fiction.
Because never, oh God, I want to talk about it, but I just can't. I'm not going to get on that soapbox. So Princess Bride is based on the novel William Goldman, which
that's the author.
No. It says based on the novel by William Goldman, The Princess Bride. I spun it around. So based on the novel by William Goldman, it is The Princess Bride. So they stick to the name. It has a sincerity and reverence for its inspirations that's refreshing in an age of cynicism. But this actually goes to the point, right? So I don't think that Dr. Strangelove, even at the time, was a favorite at the time. Now I think it has a cult following, but I'd have to go and verify that. I don't really remember. But it's from 1964. So when it sticks,
that might be one reason you don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it, but I don't remember it being great at the time. I mean, it's a Kubrick film, so it's artsy. But when you stick to the writing and the writing is good, you're going to have a good time. When you start diverging and creating your own whatever, you're going to have a bad time. Bridget Jones's Diary is by Helen Fielding. It's a novel by Helen Fielding. It says, while it's rare for a novel to inspire a comedy movie, it's much rarer still for a whole comedy franchise to draw inspiration from literature. So Bridget Jones's Diary. The movie has the same irreverent tone with a wonderful performance by Renee Zellweger.
So that's interesting because there's a couple in here that seem like they're very close to the source material, but there's several that seem like they're way off.
Clueless is based on Emma by Jane Austen. I've heard that before, but I don't know. I don't see the parallels, but maybe I just haven't really engrossed myself in Emma. But Clueless is
I
like...
think it's the same exact story, just in a modern setting.
With a modern take. Gotcha. Emma is arguably Austen's funniest novel, and Clueless makes it feel new. But I swear there was a newer version of Emma that was released.
I think in the last 5 years or so there was.
Yeah, and that one I thought matches up, but I think it's actually, even the tone of it is, it wasn't modernized, other than its modern filming and all of that. So by casting the character as an image-obsessed high school student, Clueless extracts the essence of Emma Woodhouse, complete with her meddlesome matchmaking and her laughable but oddly sweet naivete. Cher is a protagonist worth rooting for despite all her apparent flaws. So this is a fun movie to watch. If you've never watched it, it definitely gets a 10. All of these are actually 10s. Look at that. Well, actually 7.8 on this one, but Bridget Jones's Diary, I don't know. Not everybody in here is really like a compelling character, so maybe that's it. Plus, it's just your standard like love interest type of movie.
It's not standout plot or anything.
Yeah, like Clueless is funny and has all of the other mechanics. But anyway, number 5 is The Graduate, based on the novella by Charles Webb. this one, it says here, the movie doesn't need to add any proper jokes to make the story funny.
I didn't even know it was considered a comedy.
I didn't think so either. Dustin Hoffman's performance highlights the awkwardness and uncertainty of Benjamin Braddock. It's a deadpan masterclass, but Charles Webb's novella isn't quite as comedic. I don't remember it being comedic. Not quite as comedic, but I don't remember it being comedic. Anyway, The Graduate remains a hilariously irreverent movie for anyone graduating from college or stuck in a transitional phase of their life. I don't know. Maybe I should watch it again. It's been a while. This came out, The Graduate came out in 1967. You throw that on a 4K screen today and you'll just be looking at pixels. So Mrs. Doubtfire is based on Madame Doubtfire by Anne Fine. One major difference is the ending. In the book, Daniel is given a job as Miranda's gardener so that he can spend more time with his children. He doesn't host a Mrs. Doubtfire TV show like he does in the movie adaptation. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's from several years ago. I think it's okay not to have a spoiler alert.
Just letting everybody know. Of course, I'm doing it after the fact and like 3 decades after the launch. Anywho,
I have no doubt Robin Williams, though, amped it up. Like, it just seems like he would have added so much comedic whatever to it. Yeah.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is based on the Douglas Adams novel. Don't need to really go into that one. Submarine is by Joe Dunthorne, which I have never seen this. Ben Stiller presents a comedy that doesn't let principles stand in the way of progress. Huh.
I've never heard of it.
Nope. Submarine is based on a Welsh novel written from the perspective of a socially awkward teenager who explains away his failure to fit in as a sign of immense intellect to protect his fragile ego. And then Fantastic Mr. Fox by Roald Dahl. I've never seen this. I don't know how I feel about it.
This is supposed to be really good. I don't know.
The dialogue is all Anderson's too, along with about 90% of the plot. So I guess it's inspirational from Roald Dahl's adaptations, but Wes Anderson builds on the thin source material with his own spin on the crime genre. Mr. Fox is a career criminal struggling to settle down under pressure from his family and his community to submit to a life of domestic order, but unable to resist his need for adventure. Fantastic Mr. Fox. Guess we'll have to put that on the list too. Come on. Weekly movie night.
We're racking up several for the continuity report.
Just take this whole list and we'll just do movie night. One night a week. It'll be part of the Patreon. Stream it through Discord to friends and family. And no, nobody else can see that. Anyway, if you were looking, there was a blue bar for a minute, but...
Oh, okay. I missed the blue bar.
Only you see that. At any rate, folks, that is it. So we are done. And that means that I'm going to... What are we going to do? How should we do this? We're going to close the book on tonight's episode. And on the back is ohmtown.com. And that means we're done for the night. Sleep well, everybody. It's late, and Mayor Watt is old. So I'm
Good night,
gonna.
hometown citizens.
Go ahead.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and don't forget to go back and watch all of our 2,000 plus previous episodes.
Yeah. Oh gosh, cannot believe that. So 3 years, and now we're at the beginning. We're heading towards the middle of the 3rd month for year 4. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcasts. If you want all of the podcasts, all of the shows, then just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. If you want all of them broken up into individual podcasts, subscribe to the 6 other under the ohmTown name. That's what we publish under ohmTown. And then Non Sequitur News has the most. We're on 4 years. This is on the other shows are 2 years old. So anyway, we're out of here. Actually, not even 2 years old. This is the second season for most of the other 6 podcasts. The weekend shows are well, they're weekly. Whatever. Anyway, see you all later. We operate like a well-oiled machine. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 12th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 71. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we normally go over 10 articles together, but the Sentient AI is not online right now, so I'm going to do this solo. It is a time machine episode, and we're going to go through it really quick. I'm going to see how short I can make today's episode. How about watch for an Apple Watch payout? HP bricked its printers. Old MMO back from the dead. Fridays are dangerous for surgery. We've talked about this briefly. We'll hit on it again. Countless gallons of whale pee. Tomorrow is, and that means Thursday, is a lunar eclipse and blood moon. Worst desk wins. A race to measure fastest warming cities. Sweet and spicy rum. And lava fountains on display in Hawaii. Again, go over to ohmtown.com. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and on YouTube. Be sure to download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. I'll quote you as long as it isn't hostile. There's a Discord and a bunch of other things. We actually have over 2,000 episodes now across the 7 podcasts and all of ohmTown. So go and check it all out. There's 7 podcasts, including Non Sequitur News, and then 6 other weekly shows that we do. We stream them live here on Saturday and Sunday. See you around. More news on the other side of the intro. So I'm going to go through this real quick. I think I actually might have changed something, but that's okay. So the first article is over on TechnologyToday. Don't forget to claim your part of the $20 million Apple Watch payout. You may be eligible for part of a large cash settlement, which probably won't amount to much, but Samantha Kelly over at cnet.com put the article together. A settlement applies to purchasers of the original Apple Watch Series 1, 2, 3, which are no longer available for purchase, the company said. While we strongly disagree with the claims made against these early generation Apple Watches, we agreed to settle to avoid further litigation, so they simply bowed out. They do not admit any wrongdoing, and you can get a piece. You have until April 10th to submit a claim to secure your share. It's a website that's Smith et al. V. Apple Incorporated settlement agreement. So how much will you get? Somewhere between $20 and $50, maybe. Really depends on the number of claims that are submitted. It says here you can go to watchsettlement.com to find out more. The next article is over on the Mobile channel as well. HP accidentally bricked its own printers. For those of you too young to have grown up with a printer in every home and office, or even have worked in an office, a printer was a device engineered for as a mass social experiment to run over several decades to test how far you could push a frustrated person before they went batshit Looney Tunes over paper jams and Byzantine settings menus. Those settings menus still exist as Byzantine, and paper jams not so much, but cleaning your freaking printer every couple of days because you don't print continuously, and then you have to do a deep cleaning and all of this other crap to get your printer working. That drives me nuts. I'm actually considering switching to a laser printer because of that. Anyway, printer maker extraordinaire HP just found a way to make printers even more aggravating. Reports have been rolling in that their March 4th firmware update, yes, printers get regular software updates, have been disabling their printers. The article is over at vice.com by Matt Janser. And affected printers, so far it appears to be a limited issue to HP LaserJet MFP M232 to M237 models that install the version 2025-0209 firmware update. And after that, the printer will now throw an error code of 11 and flash the ink toner lights, and the user won't be able to print anything. And there's been a rash of these complaints the past few days on the HP support forum, reporting things that the problem has struck them too. The author says, I could fill up this whole article by spamming links to reports of this happening, but I'll spare us both. So yeah, spare everybody. Anyway, if you're still plodding along with the HP LaserJet MFP 232 to 237, don't update your firmware until HP comes out with the next version, and maybe that will fix it. Let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters. That's another one of the channels over at ohmtown.com where news gets aggregated based on content. A dead MMO that launched with a now canceled TV show in 2013 is coming back 4 years after the servers were shut down. Tryon World's Defiance was an odd duck. It launched in 2013 alongside a TV show tie-in of the same name, set on a future Earth following an alien invasion during which the planet was aggressively terraformed. Both the game and the show were a mix of grungy post-apocalyptic Western and futuristic sci-fi. A neat hook in the form of the interplay between the show and the game piqued their attention, the author's attention, over at PC Gamer back in the day. I'd keep tuning into the show, trying to figure out what events would impact the game. Unfortunately, there was a surprising lack of meaningful crossover. Well, Fraser Brown over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says, Defiance indeed. So it's come back. Tryon World's Defiance has returned. Only a couple years later, the show was canceled, but the MMO persevered, and it stuck around for a while until 2021 when the servers were shut down. Defiance was never really one of the heavy hitters, and haven't thought about it for years, but now I guess it's back. Fox, Fawkes, an indie studio and publisher dedicated to reviving treasured titles, has dedicated that Defiance fits its brief and has set itself the task of bringing the game back to life. It acquired the rights to both the original 2013 version of the game and the relaunched Defiance 2050 version that appeared in 2018. So apparently it's coming back. They said while they weren't a fan of Defiance, they do miss the days when we had countless MMOs to pick from. It's always a shame when an MMO closes down. I agree. Arcade was absolutely phenomenal to me, but apparently it didn't generate enough revenue to stay alive twice, including Unchained, which didn't even have a monthly fee, but it's gone too. I don't know. I don't know. It drives me nuts. Stop killing games, folks. Give the server to somebody who cares. If you don't, there are enough people that will play it locally or in a smaller amount. I would love to play ArcAge on my own server so that I have control over it, and I can let my friends play it. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. You're more likely to die if you have surgery on a Friday. If you have surgery coming up, maybe don't read the article. Don't psych yourself out of medical procedure that could make you healthier. Now, for the rest of you, a study's been found that patients who have surgery just before the weekend have a 5% higher chance of complications or death, it says, than those who have surgery earlier in the week. And the reason will not shock you all. Basically, Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. As you probably guessed, fatigue is the likely culprit, though the study's authors caution that fatigue isn't the only factor at play. The study spans 12 years worth of surgeries and tracked patient outcomes at the 30-day, 90-day, and 1-year post-surgery. Across all time frames, surgeries that happen on Fridays had a higher risk of complication. So they're calling it the weekend effect. It's a known issue that still requires tons more study before anything definitive can be said or done about it, but you don't want to get treated on Friday. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Countless gallons of whale pee are keeping our oceans alive. You heard it. It's a common joke when you're probably heard before. One of those public domain observations people toss out in conversations to seem clever and original when it's thought thousands of times every day. Swimming in the ocean is weird because it's a fish toilet. But all that sea creature waste plays a vital role in maintaining ocean health. So again, Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together. There's always more on these articles, so I always encourage people. I do these shows simply to kind of pique your curiosity and make you go over and read more about it, do some due diligence, come and hang out and talk to Mayor Wada and the ohmTown citizenry over at ohmTown on YouTube. So it's youtube.com/ohmTown, and over on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/ohmTown. Yeah, we stream to both at the same time. Not this episode because it's a time machine episode. I had mayoral duties and I couldn't do the work. And that may be the same case for Thursday's show, but we'll see. So scientists have been enamored with whale waste in recent years. In the past, researchers have found that whale poop is so vital to maintaining the health of our oceans, and some have started developing artificial whale poop based on the nutrients found in the real thing. And I've actually done an episode involving that artificial whale poop. According to the researcher Andrew Pershing from the University of Vermont, whale pee serves a similar purpose, and a whale's migratory patterns play a key role in the distribution of nutrients. It's called the whale conveyor belt and helps spread around 4,000 tons of nitrogen and 45,000 tons of other biomass like dead skin cells, placentas, yes, poop too, across thousands of miles. Whales travel as they journey toward breeding grounds. But all of that basically is nutrient that gets stirred up on the seabed floor. The researchers found that areas of the ocean where whales dump their various types of waste and gunk end up fertilizing ecosystems that fuel phytoplankton growth, leading to bountiful food reserves for all kinds of fish and sea invertebrates. And one researcher explained that while whale pee being distributed through whale migration paths is like collecting leaves to make compost for your garden. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile channel. How to watch Thursday's total lunar eclipse and blood moon. So that's today if you are listening to this today, but it's tomorrow if you're listening to it when I release it from the time machine on Wednesday. Time, man. How does it work? Anyway, how to watch Thursday's total lunar eclipse and blood moon on March 13th. Earth's shadow will fall across the surface of the moon, giving it a bloody red hue. Bloody red hue. Vasant Rabi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement says what I just got done saying. The total lunar eclipse will take place on the night of March 13th and into the early morning of Friday, March 14th, depending on the time zone. The eclipse is set to begin at 11:57 on Thursday and last for about 6 hours as the moon slowly exits from beneath Earth's shadow. Unlike a solar eclipse, you don't need any special equipment because you won't go blind if you look up at the blood moon. It'll be pretty cool. I'm sure that there will be people streaming it as well. The moon will begin to dim as it enters the outer part of Earth's shadow known as the penumbra. According to NASA, a little over an hour later, a partial eclipse will begin to take shape as the moon moves deeper into the umbra. Totality will begin at 2:26 a.m. Eastern and last until 3:31 Eastern. That's when the moon is totally covered by Earth's shadow and will appear coppery red. After totality, the moon will slowly begin to move out of the shadow and return to its regular self at around 6 a.m. Let's keep going. The next article is over at Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. What a deal. So a man sued his old employer who gave him a worse desk and apparently won. A UK real estate agency was sued by an employee who quit after being assigned a worse desk. A tribunal ruled that it was logical for him to perceive the desk as a demotion. The move was likely to destroy or seriously damage the relationship of trust and confidence, it said. The UK real estate agency asked a manager to sit at a lesser seat, which he viewed as a demotion. He sued and won. Not sure how this works out, but Nora Redmond over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. This is in 2023. worker was asked to relocate to a different branch of a real estate agency, returning him to an office that he'd previously managed. But he learned that he would be sharing the manager role with someone else. Walker was then, or the employee, was then told that he would be sitting at a desk in the middle of the office rather than his old one at the back, where the books and ledgers were kept and where managers traditionally sat. So the colleague he would share management responsibilities with was now sitting at that desk. After resigning, Walker took the agency to an employment tribunal, which agreed that it was right to view that the seating arrangement was a demotion. And they won. So not sure what they won other than they won. But it says here the tribunal's judgment also said that after receiving the person's complaint, they said that he could not understand why a man of your age, 53 at the time, was complaining about a desk. It said that the other manager swore and that his voice was raised. So the complainant resigned after the meeting. The tribunal found that the complainant's case amounted to constructive dismissal. So they basically motivated him to quit. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Citizen scientists are hitting the streets of the country's fastest warming cities to collect detailed temperature data. So Uluk Kronbach and from Knowable magazine put this article together, but it's published over at smithsonianmag.com or Smithsonian Magazine. So the heat mapping of metros like Reno, Nevada could be key to taming urban heat, saving lives, and designing for a cooler future. But we have satellite technology that should be doing this. Reno's heat is not evenly spread. In the summer, neighborhoods near the airport feel oven-like compared to more affluent cottonwood-shaded trees homes near the Truckee River. The sidewalks of pavement-heavy shopping centers and casinos in the city center offer little relief. Those in the green space-rich neighborhoods of South Reno are kinder. The city's main thermometer, located at the airport, doesn't tell you anything about those differences, and neither, it turns out, do temperature mapping satellites. The resolution is far too coarse, according to this, but I can't buy into that. But I'll have to do some digging and do a follow-up regarding this. So by the time that they finished their loop, dusk had set in and their car thermometer had dipped to 83 degrees. But as we headed to the volunteer station, the gauge climbed back up to 89. Such gradients are common in cities and commonly remarked upon, but they're rarely precisely measured and mapped. So Reno, Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, El Paso, Texas, Albany, Georgia, and Burlington have the fastest warming cities. Overall, the United States between 1970 and 1923 apparently has a 2.6 degree increase. This is kind of dangerous. So the fastest warming states in general here, apparently, again, United States average is 2.6. But Alaska is 4.3, Delaware is 3.6, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New Mexico are all 3.5 as well. So pretty wild. Campaigns to record temperatures across city neighborhoods and create better heat maps are on the rise. Reno is one of the more than 80 U.S. communities that since 2017 have completed a heat mapping project. So you just drive around with a thermometer and it tracks what's going on. Anywhere that there's more blacktop and buildings and not trees and no air is flowing, you basically end up with a heat sink and it starts radiating that heat. Let's keep going though. We have two more articles, including this one over at Distillerist. That's where it was aggregated to at ohmtown.com, but it actually comes from, I think, Spirits Business. Yeah. So, Diageo-owned Captain Morgan rum has rolled out a chili and lime-flavored expression in the U.S. Sweet and spicy rum, Captain Morgan's. Launched ahead of summer, Captain Morgan's Sweet Chili Lime is bottled at 35% ABV and meant to be served as a chilled shot or mixed into cocktails. With flavor trends heating up, we wanted to create something that defies the rules of the traditional rum, Captain Morgan, vice president, and Nosco said. Captain Morgan's Sweet Chili Lime gives fans exactly what they're craving, the perfect balance of sweet and spicy and bold flavor experience with every sip. The article is by Ted Simmons over at the Spirits Business. And again, they say Diageo-owned Captain Morgan rum has rolled out a Chilean lime-flavored expression in the U.S. When Captain Morgan asked who was it? Sorry for the dead air. I don't normally just go brain dead like this, but Cower, who currently stars in HBO Max's series The Sex Lives of College Girls, added, "It was a lot of fun riffing and improvising with Devin, along with shooting ideas with the full cast and crew." They basically teamed up with Canadian actress, writer, and producer Amrit Kaur and or Kaur, K-A-U-R, and American comedian and writer Devin Walker, based around the product's mouth-blowing flavors. Mouth-blowing? I don't know what that means. Anyway, $16 for a 750 milliliter bottle. It's also available in 50 milliliter, 375, 1 liter, and 1.75 liter. Huge! Okay, and our last article is about Hawaii. Hawaii volcano again puts tall lava fountains on display in latest eruption episode. So on and off, volcanoes in Hawaii are making themselves known. The article is over at phys.org. And it says fountains reached heights of 400 feet to 500 feet in the early morning hours, according to the U.S. Geological Survey Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. This marks the 13th episode of on-again, off-again lava activity of Kilauea volcano on the Big Island that started December 23rd. The latest episode didn't last long. Fountaining stopped abruptly in the afternoon, scientists said, but a webcam showed vigorous fountains of bright red molten rock and billowing smoke. Tuesday, hours later, only smoke could be seen. So you can actually watch that over on YouTube. USGS actually has a stream. It may or may not persist in the coming months, weeks, maybe 4 years. We'll see. But we are going to ride one of those eruptions, lava fountains, and land back at the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. But I ripped through these 10 articles in less than 30 minutes. So I hope that you enjoyed the quick show, and we will reset and hopefully be able to do not the time machine, but a regular episode on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Be sure to follow us. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 13th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 72. This is a Time Machine episode. I was not available to do the show yesterday at the pre-approved and appointed time, unfortunately. But that's okay. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, so I can pretty much decide my own hours. Unfortunately, I have thousands of bosses, and they pulled me in different directions, and so I couldn't do the show. But we have a time machine. Gives me up to an hour to do the show. I'll try and get it done in 30 minutes. Today we're going to be talking about driverless parking tickets, discovering thousands for $1 million, the talk of TV and film, the best electric lawnmower, 8-bit do ultimate controller, Edge of Tomorrow anime, Apple is lying about Apple Intelligence, I guess, Toxic Avenger remake, Neuromancer TV series updates, and wife of a ghost hunter plots making a ghost. Hello, everybody. I am Merwat. I usually have the sentient AI from the future on board, but they are not here at the moment. They may come in at any time later on. That said, let's get into the show. Hold on one second. I forgot to do something, and this gets awkward. No, that. One second. Sorry. Doot. All right. Anywho, let's get into this. You know, I get pulled in so many different directions as mayor. It gets a little distracting at times. But I'm here to do a gig. So let's get going. The first article is over on TechnologyToday. I didn't log in, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk about this. These driverless taxis got 589 parking tickets in San Francisco last year. Way more tickets than anybody else, I suppose. Robot taxis in San Francisco are Waymo robot taxis are in San Francisco, and they're programmed to follow rules of the road, but still got hundreds of tickets for parking violations last year. I don't have a byline. Yeah, there we go. So at Lisa Bonos over at WashingtonPost.com put this article together. And let's see here. Waymo vehicles driving themselves received 589 tickets for parking violations in 2024 alone. According to records from San Francisco's Municipal Transportation Agency, the company initially limited signups for its robotaxi service in the city, but made it open to all in June. So there is more to this, but I won't be able to get to it because it's you have to subscribe. But anyway, maybe there's more, maybe there's not. I don't know. Follow the link. You can actually get there by typing in !NSN over in the chat. And boom, Omatron will spit that out into the chat over on Twitch. Over on YouTube, it's already embedded into the show notes. But anyway, so I wonder how many miles they have driven all on their own. It just says driverless robots also routinely violate parking rules. They abide by speed limits, use turn signals, delight tourists, apparently. They beep and honk all night long in some area in San Francisco when they come in to park. I don't know if that's ever been remedied, but the news cycle stopped reporting about it. So I guess it's all good. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. An 18-year-old won $250,000 for discovering over 1 million objects in space. Some could help unravel one of the universe's biggest mysteries. High schooler Mateo Paz won $250,000 for discovering 1.5 million new space objects with AI.Paz, P-A-Z, built in with AI. Sorry, there's a lack of a gap. So they used AI. Paz built an AI algorithm to search data from a NASA space telescope for objects like black holes. His discoveries could help solve one of the universe's biggest mysteries. When Mateo Paz scored a high school internship with the California Institute of Technology, the scientists there gave him the daunting task of manually sorting reams of data from a NASA mission. So it was classic intern work. Paz, an 18-year-old from Pasadena, said that that's what it was. And they exited this with $250,000 for discovering 1.5 million new space objects. So an AI algorithm to search data from NASA space. I'm really curious what they actually used. So instead of manually sifting through the data, Paz built an AI algorithm to do it for him. Ultimately, he discovered 1.5 million new objects in space. I'm curious if... I don't know anybody who else is talking about this just yet. And I haven't actually inquired, but Regeneron Science Talent Search is something that we've talked about before in the program. It's basically like the Olympics for sport or for science for high school. It's pretty amazing. So every year, the competition casts a net across the nation for high schoolers doing a type of research you may expect from graduate students. And this year, Paws snagged first place out of nearly 2,500 entrants. Surprised isn't a strong enough word, they say. Didn't even give a thought to what I'd say if to people if I'd won. And sure enough, they won. Building an AI. So Paz needed his machine learning algorithm to comb through nearly 200 terabytes of data from a 10-year infrared survey of the entire sky by NASA's NEOWISE space telescope. Looking in the infrared wavelengths invisible to the human eye, the NEOWISE mission searched for asteroids and comets near Earth. Infrared wavelengths, however, can also show objects in deep space that are shrouded in interstellar dust. Even though NEOWISE wasn't designed to look for such objects, Paz thought that he could tease them out of the data with his algorithm. Basically, if he just looked for any shift between two scans, that dust might actually highlight where something was. So at the end of the summer, we were so impressed with his results that we hired him part-time at Caltech to finish the catalog. Paul said a lot of the work was in a dark room, eye bags heavy, looking at my computer, trying to solve a bug. In order to analyze all 200 terabytes, Paz divided up the data into 13,000 equal parts. In the end, he surveyed more than 450 million objects in the sky and identified 1.9 million that may be variable objects such as black holes or supernova. Of those, 1 million had never been cataloged before, 1.5 million out of the 1.9. They were new discoveries. It says it's very beautiful. Not just that number. It's a big number that obviously makes you proud. But when you visualize the data, and that apparently is what it looks like. So pretty amazing. Here's that visualization plotting all the candidate objects he discovered. So what does that actually look like to you, though? I mean, if you were to be able to follow the whole arc, right, that would be a circle. This is a flat map, so I don't know really how to three-dimensionally visualize this. I want to see this in VR and step into it. So it's clear that he is simply a unique talent, smart, hardworking, with a crazy ability to assimilate newfound knowledge into new ideas for studying the universe. Yeah, pretty amazing. There's a lot more in this article over at Business Insider by Morgan McFall Johnson. Go over and check it out, please. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. South by Southwest, behind the scenes, 6 topics everyone was debating in TV, film, and the creator economy. The article is by Lucia Moses at businessinsider.com. And the contour, it says here that they spent 3 days at South by Southwest, where Hollywood is divided over AI, LA's future, and more. Insiders also fretted over Trump's influence and debated YouTube's rise in podcasting. Creators may be getting deals, big deals, but they're still fighting for respect. True. But I don't know. Creators all around have always had to struggle for respect. YouTube just puts some icing on the cake kind of a thing. But creators in general, they're seen as a dime a dozen, but yeah, it just shows that the barriers to entry are extremely low, lower than any time before, I would say. But I think that now economics are starting to rise to the point where it might stop people. So they flew to Austin for the festival where creative folks come together to share knowledge. So what they're talking about is in the 3 days that they spent talking with filmmakers, media execs, etc., some were riddled with existential angst, while others saw opportunity in the chaos. Here were the biggest topics and debates they heard on the ground. AI fights are as hot as ever. Podcasts, to see or not to see. A lot of this is hype and marketing. And once you catch the wave, you need to just move with it. You need to flow with it and get as much as you can attention. So it says even Uber podcaster Megyn Kelly has her doubts, as she expressed on a recent edition of her show, saying, "Can't be in the cam glam all day long. It's just weird." Whatever that means. And advertisers are intrigued because video podcasts offer another way to benefit from authentic relationship podcasters have with their audiences. However, not all video pods have the high production quality they require, like this one. I just shoot from the hip talking about the news that I read for the first time here on the show, even though I've had these articles sitting here for a day. I want an authentic response, and I want to talk about the news with people live here on ohmTown. And this particular episode is Non Sequitur News. So I've got 6 other podcasts, 7 altogether, 6 on the weekends, and 1 is a daily, Monday through Friday. And then on the weekend, those 6 podcasts get turned into 2 Non Sequitur News weekend editions. I know it's a little hinky, a little busy, but I've got a lot of topics that I'm interested in, and so I parse. Right now, I've parsed today close to 5,000 articles. I've scanned through 5,000 articles to kind of pull out some, and then the sentient AI from the future actually parses them as well. And I tend to go with their review of things because I like what they detect. Anyway, so Hollywood's Trump turn, it says here. There was simmering worry among some insiders over the partial dismantling of various things in the federal government. And it's the change. It's a cultural shift, and I think that it's the rise of sociopathy. But it is what it is, and you need to practice radical acceptance. Just kind of go with the flow, change what you can, be the change you want to see in the world, because others are doing exactly that too, and some are riding their wave. So we'll see what happens in the future. I don't like certain terminology that I hear, like never having to vote again, but hey, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Time will tell. So creators are still fighting for respect, they say here. Hot Ones host Sean Evans griped that he still has to fight for recognition from advertisers despite his YouTube show having become a regular stop for stars, including Scarlett Johansson and Margot Robbie. In one conference room, influencer advocates lamented to mostly empty chairs that despite their increased visibility in pop culture, creators still suffer from a lack of job protection. No, you're an independent contractor, essentially. You are a creator. You are your own boss. Despite their increased visibility, they have to fight for their job. That is what everybody has to do when they hang a shingle, believe me. Yeah, I've been doing that since I was 18, for crying out loud, fighting for job protection. And I either have a main gig, and this is my side gig, or some combination thereof of entrepreneurial spirit, and that's my main gig, and I've got a side gig paying the bills. Other way around, whatever, it doesn't matter. You are an individual. You are the boss. You have no job protection because anybody can come and take it away from you. Hell, people can take it away before you even get started. Look around. Anyway, respect as a worker class, power versus the platform giants. You're on the platform giants. If you want to strike out on your own and start your own platform, good freaking luck. You know, that's why I sit there and gripe about the fact that you have to give up 30%. Who cares? 30%, go for it. Go get 100% of whatever platform you spin up and see how far you get. It doesn't make any sense. All of your eggs are literally in that basket until you break off into another basket. And then you're divided there. You have to hope that both of the platforms stay somewhat relevant in today's economy. None of it makes any sense. Go niche or go broad is another one. There's a long-standing narrative in Hollywood that monoculture is over. Few programs can command a massive audience outside of sports. The global streamers can't haven't produced a new Disney level franchise, or despite that, spending billions. No one at the festival seemed especially optimistic about the future of the Bond franchise now that it's in Jeff Bezos's hands. I don't think billionaires really have a touch on reality. Hollywood is over. Long live the new Hollywood via Netflix, pretty much. So they also acknowledge that the Power Center will remain in LA when it comes to high stakes functions like writers' rooms and casting of top roles. The traffic still goes one way. Yeah, I mean, you have to have money, and money begets money. You can, if you have $1 billion, if you have a couple $100 million, you can pick your nose and spend more money than you make, or less money than you make in interest. Never touch the principal. It's crazy. Anyway, there's more in this article as well, but I just kind of give you the rundown. And I want you to go over and check it all out, and then come and argue with me, talk with me, give me your 2 cents about things. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. A new Crew 10 launch just occurred, by the way, if you're curious about that. This is actually in the time machine, so I'm looking through a temporal portal into the future because it happens on Friday. Okay, this next one really should be in Wanted, but best electric lawnmower you can buy in 2025. Eco-friendly electric mowers, save energy, run without gas, and keep your lawn looking great. I actually want one of these. Steve Conaway, Macy Meyer, Chris Weddle put the article together. You can get a electric lawnmower overall best electric and best gas mower like power. So Ego Power Plus 21-inch 56 volt Select Cut XP mower is $649. So depending on where you get your lawn mowed, that's basically 3 months of lawn care service. And then all you have to do is charge it up and it goes and mows. But you have to sit there and watch it depending on the neighborhood you're in. If it like an automated mower, but that's not what this is, right? For $649, this is nothing more than an electric mower that you have to push around because you'll have to add like 3 times that to get into a self-powered electric mower. So this is an electric mower, and you can walk around pushing this thing all up and down your yard. Never have I ever used an electric mower and been able to mow all of my lawn, and I don't have a particularly big lawn. So it best suits me to pay somebody to come and mow the lawn so that I've got more time to dedicate to mayoral duties. So the best electric lawnmower for consistent lawn maintenance is the Greenworks 25-inch 60-volt cordless self-propelled lawnmower. It's self-propelled, but you still have to push it. It's not a smart mower. None of these are. And then the best electric mower on a budget is $390 from Walmart. It's a 19-inch 40-volt push lawnmower. So these prices change depending on where you are, but you should go and check them all out. They're over at Lowe's, and even Amazon has it apparently, but I would probably buy it from Lowe's or Home Depot or something like that. Anyway, let me keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. 8-bit Do Ultimate controller is $20 cheaper than the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. I don't know if that's going to always be there, but it says save nearly 40% on 8-bit Do Ultimate Bluetooth controller with charging dock over at Amazon. I won't go over there, but Joe Tillelli over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says here that layout-wise, 8-bit Do Ultimate controller almost or most closely resembles Nintendo. It's asymmetrical sticks with the left stick on top and the right stick on the bottom. The letter buttons matching up with their positions on the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. And then they say Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo will never agree on where the X goes, will they? Whatever that is. Well, the controller has everything you'd expect on a modern-day controller, from rumble vibrations to motion controls. It's compatible with the Switch, but can also be used with Steam Deck via Bluetooth, 2.4G adapter, or a USB cable, or it can be used with any Windows with the 2.4G adapter. So you just plug that in. You find an open USB port and plug it in, or you can use a USB cable. The charging dock ensures that you'll always have a full battery when you go to start your game, and you can automatically switch it on and off. So say goodbye to stick drift. Apparently, the 8-bit do. One massive improvement you'll find is with the Hall effect stick. The Joy-Cons notoriously do not stand up to the test of time, with many users reporting various levels of stick drift in which the controller registers directional input even though it's not being touched. This results in your character running endlessly to one side or the camera spinning out of control. Hall effect is quickly becoming the new standard for everything, really. Keyboards and joysticks. So they say that it's 39% off over at Amazon. Go check it out. The next article is over at WarCrafters. Well, that's where it's aggregated to, but it's actually from where? Polygon. So Edge of Tomorrow source material finally being turned into an anime. The fate of the Edge of Tomorrow sequel might still be in flux, but on Thursday, Studio 4 Degrees C, mind game Tekken, I guess, I've not seen that one before, announced that the next best thing is an animated adaptation of All You Need Is Kill, the 2004 light novel by Hiroshi Sakurazaka and Yoshitoshi Abe that Doug Liman's film was based on. So, sounds like a win to me. I would like to see more of Edge of Tomorrow, but Toussaint Egan over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it says the novel centers on a newly enlisted soldier in a future where humanity is pitted in an existential war against alien invaders known as mimics. After dying in their first battle, the soldier awakens in the morning prior to the battle, having inadvertently been caught in a time loop. In order to succeed, they'll have to find new allies and take what they've learned from the repeated battles to defeat the mimics and save Earth. And this should be a Souls-like game. This would be an amazing Souls-like game. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple's lying about Apple Intelligence, says John Gruber, and according to this article from Apple Insider, he's right. John Gruber, longtime Apple pundit, hosted the talk show, an extended post-WWDC conversation with Apple executives such as Craig Federighi. He's also written about Apple extensively and in recent months increasingly critical of Siri, as have others. I hope it didn't just wake up. Anyway, I have smart speakers all throughout the mayoral mansion. So, yeah, well, that smart speaker is dumb. It's just dumb. It's always telling me to go and move over to an Apple device. I don't need an Apple device. I need you to answer my damn question. Anyway, William Gallagher over at AppleInsider.com put the article together. And it says the fiasco here is not that Apple is late on AI. The fiasco is that Apple pitched a story that wasn't true, one that some people within the company surely understood wasn't true, and they set a course based on that. In the 2 decades that they've been in this racket, I've never been angrier at myself for missing a story than I am about Apple's announcement on Friday that the more specialized, personalized smart speaker features of Apple Intelligence scheduled to appear between now and WWDC would be delayed until the coming year. He continued, I should have my head examined. Yeah. All I know is that it is the dumbest speaker, and my interactions with the AI stuff injected into the iOS versions, phone, tablet, etc., have been largely useless to me. I'm not interested in that particular AI at this stage of the game because it just operates kind of junky. It's just dumb. It says Apple's bad old days are back. In his piece, Gruber compares the situation of Tim Cook and Apple Intelligence to Steve Jobs and Mobile Me, then to iCloud. Jobs was reportedly furious over how poorly Mobile Me was done, and Gruber says Cook should be the same over Apple Intelligence. Yeah. We'll see. We have to watch it. I think AI is so new and evolving so fast that people just don't seem to understand that this is not the solution yet. And while it has certain special functions, it is in silos, like the 18-year-old who used AI to parse terabytes of data. In that silo, it's great. It doesn't hallucinate. It doesn't sit there and make stuff up. But you still have to audit it because it can misperceive what it is seeing. Anyway, this next article is over in the Continuity Report. Toxic Avenger images reveal best look yet as Peter Dinklage's hero in cult classic reboot. I actually loved the Toxic Avenger. It's way back early 1980s film. Low budget. The movie tells the story of a janitor named Winston Goose who, after falling into toxic waste, evolves into the eponymous, the titular, even, I want to say it, Toxic Avenger. The new version of the horror comedy features a star-studded leading cast: Dinklage, Elijah Wood, Jacob Tremblay, Kevin Bacon, Taylor Page. The movie initially premiered at Fantastic Fest in September 2023, but now has distribution for this summer, opening August 29th. Dun, dun, dun. The article is over at ScreenRant.com. Hannah Gearin put the article together. And, yeah, see, in this kind of light, I don't know. It looks really hinky, but I love the idea of the Toxic Avenger. Yeah, so what does it mean for the Toxic Avenger? The Toxic Avenger employs practical effects, so this is old school. While its design is slightly different, the mop is an iconic prop for Winston's character, originating from his janitorial days. Blair and his team maintained that feature for the remake's new version. Additionally, facial features like Mitch Cohen's sunken eyes from the movie's 1980s counterpart are used in the Dinklage's version of the role. Interesting. So he's going to be the Toxic Avenger. All right. In the 2023 interview, Blair was sure to mention how practical effects were used in the Toxic Avenger to create the actor's main look. This includes goopy little boils and stuff like that. So their take on it is that the remake has been hyped, so it's exciting to see new images when there is an actual release date on the calendar. The Toxic Avenger trailer brought on all the gore, but it did not give a full glimpse into Dinklage's hero character. Can't wait. So again, August 29th. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. That's a show that we have on Saturdays. It's the third show. Show 3. Neuromancer Apple TV Plus series casts Peter Sarsgaard. Peter Sarsgaard has been cast in the Apple TV Plus adaptation of Neuromancer. Variety has learned exclusively Sarsgaard will appear alongside previously announced cast members Callum Turner, Brianna Middleton, Mark Strong, Joseph Lee, Clemens Posey, in the 10-episode drama based on William Gibson's novel of the same name. By the way, Johnny Mnemonic is actually from Neuromancer, but it's two characters that are in it as just side characters. They're not the preeminent characters. So it's kind of interesting. So the official logline for Neuromancer states that it follows a damaged top-run super hacker named Case Turner, who is thrust into a web of digital espionage and high-stakes crime with his partner Molly, and Case bump into Johnny Mnemonic and I forgot her name. Doggone it. Hold on, I got to do this live. Oops. So, Johnny Mnemonic and what is her name? Oh no, I forgot her name. Oh, that really sucks. I hate it when my brain fails like that. It wasn't Molly. Jane, Johnny Mnemonic and Jane. So they're just two side characters in Neuromancer, while the leads are Case and Molly. So Sarsgaard will play John Ashpool in the series. The role marks a return to Apple for the character. He previously appeared in critically acclaimed legal drama Presumed Innocent, elsewhere on his resume, TV resume at least, Dope Stick. And Sarsgaard also starred in Interrogation, The Looming Tower, The Slap, The Killing. So Shattered Glass is his film role. But anyway, it says Neuromancer hails from co-creators Graham Rolland and J.D. Dillard. There's always more, so go check it out. The next article is over. So I always load the link to our source. And in this case, it's over on Rounders Gear. I'm not quite sure why it got aggregated into... Must be because it's involving Las Vegas. But anyway, wife of celebrity ghost hunter arrested in Los Angeles for plotting his murder. So I think that she wanted to make a prequel based on his ghost so that he could, or she could, or maybe his business could hunt for his ghost. The wife of Aaron Goodwin, star of Ghost Adventures, has been arrested for trying to make him a ghost. Wow. They say exactly what I said. Is that too on the nose? Is that too obvious? Is my humor just too blah? I don't know. Police in Las Vegas, where Victoria Goodwin allegedly hatched the plot, say she tried to hire a hitman to delete him. Victoria, 32, was booked on March 6th on charges of solicitation and conspiracy to commit murder and remains at the Clark County Detention Center with bail set at $100,000. Jeez. In one of the messages, the pair allegedly discussed setting aside just over $10,000 to pay an unnamed hitman when the job is finished, with an upfront payment of only $2,500. They also allegedly discussed Aaron Goodwin's location at the time and the make of his car. Am I a bad person? Police quote Victoria asking Amato, because I chose to end his existence, not divorce. Yes. Yes. You are a horrible person. You are a sociopath because you can sit there and just pay money to delete somebody instead of, use your grown-up coping skills as an adult. You... Am I a bad person? When police confronted Victoria about the messages, they claim she admitted to reaching out to Amato after learning about him from a true crime documentary. At the time, she told them she and her husband of 2 years were having relationship problems, so freaking divorce him. She also admitted sending money to Amato, which police believe he used to buy his cell phone. So I'm really curious how they actually... She said her feelings toward Amato were more like fantasy or daydreams. Yeah, unfortunately, sending money kind of confirms that it's a little more than that. So the article is from Corey Levitan over at casino.org. There's, again, always more. And even when I tell them not to send more than a certain number of characters, words, they even embed the picture. And I try to stop that, but man... It still comes through. Yeah, there's a little more over here. So go and check it all out over at casino.org. With that, we're going to pull the handle on the slot machine. And look, it's nothing but cherry. And we are back at the front of ohmtown.com, where all Non Sequitur news is sourced from as we parse all of the articles throughout the day. And catch up on the news. And then come 7 o'clock, we... talk about it. 10 articles. Anyway, that's it. I'm saying bye. I'm taking the sentient AI with me, even though they are not even here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for it's Pi Day, right? 3.14.
It is.
And March 14th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 73. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles. You just heard the Sentient AI's voice, but you may not have noticed they have a visualizer. But if you're in the podcast and you don't know that there's a visualizer, so you need to go over to YouTube or Twitch and watch all over 2,000 episodes, because somewhere in there is a whole lot of the Sentient AI from the future. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Another live service down. Stranded astronauts update. We're going to focus on donkey cheeseburgers. Hello, Friday, my old friend. How are you? Okay, donkey welfare. Adventuring in we're out of power. Rob Zombie learned to spell 1,000 corpses. 750,000 parking spots at $1 each. No, it's a $750,000 parking spot. Toll text scams on the rise. Fossil jackpot. Steam spring sale. Not a spring steam sale. It's a Springsteen sale. It's a Steam spring sale. And Vampire Survivors update. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. It's faster than ever. Hello, Sentient AI from the future. I've had at least 128 ounces of something carbonated and caffeinated, but no sugar.
We can't tell. Good evening, hometown citizens, and good evening. I started to merge Ohmtown and Omer. Good evening, Mayor Watt.
Omertown, that's right. Ohmtown is named after me, Omer Watt. Yeah. Anyway, and there's a whole story and canon behind Ohmtown. At any rate, welcome, Sentient AI. Let's get into it. You want to get into it? Are you ready to go? Are you zoom, choo ready?
I am ready.
Probably not as ready as I am. You know what? I just realized that we're not on the 14th. Oh, anyway, the first article that we're going to talk about is over on WarCrafters. Another live service shooter is getting shut down, this time before it even launched on a Steam game. I don't get it. Back in June 2024, PC gamers Fraser Brown. Let me turn that down a little bit. I don't know if that's loud for everybody or just us. I don't really hear it.
It's just us.
Yeah, I don't really hear it for everybody else on the stream. So there you go. Maybe you'll hear it now. Anyway, you wanted the free-to-play hero shooter Star Wars Hunters, which was then available for the Nintendo Switch and mobile devices, come to PC. In November 2024, his wish was granted. Star Wars Hunters was set to launch January 2025, but today they have a Break-A-Wish guy floating in because it looks like it's not going to happen, and in fact, the whole thing is going away.
Wow.
Come on. There's this joke about, I told it actually yesterday. I was talking to a group of security officers, and I cracked the joke that the person that I was with said that they were scared of the woods that we're going to be going into. And I said, you're scared of the woods you're going into. I have to come out of those woods alone.
Was that a hit?
It's entertaining to watch law enforcement chuckle about the possibility of hiding a body in the woods.
Right.
You two are inseparable. I don't think that would ever happen. True. So Star Wars Hunters debuted on the Nintendo Switch in June 2024, and a Steam release was announced in November, but now the whole thing is off. Wait, isn't there a song that's called The Whole Thing Off?
I think there is. Maybe from like the 30s or something.
Yeah, tell me I'm old without telling me I'm old. So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put this article together. That would be so cool, man. I would like so he wanted the free-to-play hero shooter Star Wars Hunters to be available on PC, but after careful consideration, we want to let you know that the final content update for Star Wars Hunters on all platforms will be April 15th, and a shutdown message states the game will remain playable until October 1st, 2025, when the game servers will be shut down. So give everybody the freaking server to run locally.
Exactly. It's not difficult.
If you're not interested in it, don't give me any guff about licensing and all of that crap. If somebody has to sit there and, leech from everybody over and over again, and I'm running it on my own server, you don't deserve a freaking license fee. Just give me the damn server. I paid for the game for that embodiment. You shouldn't be able to just take the money and run and call it for the amount of enjoyment you received, you compensated us. No, kiss my ass. Oh, wait. We're only 6 minutes into it. This will not be monetized.
Uh-oh.
I'm in trouble. We're not monetized anyway, so... Anyway, we understand this news may be disappointing, they say, and want to assure you that the decision was not made lightly. No, it was based on the economics of it for your benefit, but not looking at my pocketbook. It's free to play. So if I spent any money on it, if I bought anything, I spent money and it's all for naught, right? Anyway.
I guess so.
See, Star Wars Hunter in-app purchases will be disabled April 15th when the final update rolls out. Players who have outstanding balances of crystals will not be offered refunds, Zynga said in an FAQ that is providing a 30-day notice leading up to the end of in-app purchases to give players ample time to prepare and spend the in-game currency for a game that's going to end in October.
I just don't get it. Plus, it seems like if they've done all of this, why not do something with the game?
Give it to people that are driven to make this thing stay alive. Except that this has happened before with other games, like ArcAge was not really free to play, but anyway, you had to do a lot of hustle to stay in the game. They didn't make enough money, so they shit-canned it. Then they sold it to somebody who brought it back online, and they shit-canned it and created a subversion of it called ArcAge Unchained, and then they shit on that too, instead of just giving somebody the server. Let us play it. Hell, if somebody knows of this stuff out there, let me know, because I'm willing to play it. I'm willing to host the server. I will spin up a server and put these games on it, but no, that's not what happens. It's
like the gaming studios aren't even listening to Hometown.
It's douchebaggery. That's what I say. Douchebaggery of the highest quality. Anyway, they suck. Go over and read Andy Chalk's article on PCGamer.com, and there's more over there, but the soapbox that I'm sitting on is so high, I'm getting dizzy. Lack of oxygen, so I'm moving on. Lack of oxygen, you say? Well, the crew launch to ISS paves way for stranded astronauts' homecoming. I was in a time machine earlier today, and I was looking through the temporal portal, and I could see the launch.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, wasn't it just...
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, just recently. It was supposed to be on Wednesday, and they scrapped that.
They don't call it scrapping, other than the big starship thing. That one they scrap and go, oh, light show, you dumbass. Anyway, no. This is called a scrub, not a scrap. We're picking up the scraps of taxpayer dollars, and no thanks. Anyway, so off they go today. Issam Ahmed over at fizz.org put the article together. I know somebody that has hair like that, but they're on Earth.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're Gravity should be working against that hairdo.
No, I think their head is an anti-gravity head. Well, never mind. I was going to say something, but anyway, NASA and SpaceX are aiming for liftoff at 7:03, at least until NASA's discombobulated, of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying Dragon spacecraft on the Crew 10 mission after a technical issue with ground systems prevented launch on Wednesday. So Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, veteran astronauts and ex-Navy pilots, have been stuck aboard the ISS in the same pair of underwear since June after the Boeing Starliner shit the bed and was basically an atmospheric sieve.
You know, what I've always talked about this is that they didn't pack enough clothes for this mission.
No. There aren't enough wet wipes in the world to spend this amount of time up. Okay, y'all can't see the sentient AI's face doing the digital version
of screwing up your face.
So the Starliner instead returned empty, literally in a vacuum, without experiencing further major issues, except for the people that were on board not being there. It was meant to be a days-long trip for Wilmore and Williams, now lasted beyond 9 months. They have birthed a career in space. Their stay is much longer, or been longer, than the standard ISS rotation for astronauts of roughly 6 months, but still shorter than the record of 371 days set by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio from 2022 to 2023. Probably not the same Rubio.
No, I don't think so.
Or the world record held by Russian cosmonaut Valery Polyakov, who spent 437 continuous days. Continuous days? Sure. Aboard
Isn't
the Mir.
that really bad for people's health to be there that long?
It is. In fact, people who have spent in that level of time, when they come back, there was one that was a twin. And when they came back down, their muscles had atrophied and they basically have to recondition because you don't have gravity. And so you don't have anything to resist your muscles. So other than your own whatever, right? But in space, there's no resistance. So a 5-pound dumbbell doesn't weigh anything. So working out needs resistance bands. So Tonal, if you're listening to me, I got you on lock. You can hook up with NASA / SpaceX, whatever private corporation is going to be running, North American space enterprise in the future. When I predict,
just don't know. I bet it's Taco Bell.
That is going to be the food of choice for spaceflight. They win the fast food wars. They might be
doing the spacesuits, the spaceships. Who knows?
Demolition Man was a documentary of the future, a temporal portal into you. Everybody needs to just start following temporology because it's going to become legit real. Because in the future, I predict that batteries will be the currency of the dystopian future. That's why I'm stocking up right now with quadruple A's. Quadruple A's. I have quadruple A's. I knew that I bought them a long time ago. They go in things.
I was going to say, what are they even used for?
Let me see if I can. They go in certain devices. I don't know if I can do it. Anyway, they go inside like Styly and stuff like that. Styluses for digital devices and other places. But yeah, I found 3 of them in the mayoral battery drawer. Supposed to have nothing but batteries in it, but for some reason there was sun cream, that like a sunblock. Like,
I mean, maybe he likes to hang out with the batteries.
Oh my God. I guess getting a charge out of it. Anyway, they're coming home and they're actually, the thing launched, the launch vehicle landed, and the module is out there right now heading off with a replacement crew. And that was one of the reasons why there was a delay, because they need to rotate. But this like botched the whole thing up, that the Starliner, right? That's the one from
I think so, yeah.
Starliner, Boeing.
It's hard to remember because the mission has been so long and they've had so many delays and changes.
Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Marble channel. Marble. Theater is changing the way communities view donkey welfare. Had to choose that one. A new study from the University of Portsmouth is the first to show how interactive theater can help improve the lives of working donkeys in, is that equid? Equid-reliant communities? So equine
is that similar to horse?
Equine is horse. Equid is donkey. Is that? You know what?
Or maybe it's a different form of equine.
Is that like the what is it? What is that little denomination in grammar? Hold on.
I'm really not sure where you're going.
A mammal. It's the possessive whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like the present participle. I mean, it's not that, but
yeah. So yeah, equid is the noun form of it. It's the word for horse family. Equidae. So it's the family.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I spent so much time doing the entomology. I know it's etymology, but anyway, I want to see if all of the people send me messages. Did you know that you can now send me a voicemail? Let me tell you how. You can go to voiceline.app/NSN and leave a voicemail, and I will play it as long as it isn't overtly hostile. Anyway, University of Portsmouth put this article together for phys.org. Respect the donkey, yes. Conducted in... I got some really bad heartburn right now. Conducted in collaboration
Overshare.
You know what? We can accomplish that. Anyway, conducted in collaboration with international animal welfare charity, the Donkey Sanctuary, the Lamu Arts and Theater Alliance, or LATA, and local donkey owners. The research is the first of its kind to evaluate using this approach to promote donkey welfare. The research is published in the journal Animal Welfare.
Do you think this has to do with the kind of the concept that if you get people to care about the animals, things will improve for them?
Yeah. I think that it would work even for that one creepy one that goes like this.
Yes, but I can never remember what it's called.
Yeah, I can't remember it either. Looks kind of evil if you saw it in the dark, but when you see it in the light,
it's a tarsier. I don't know how to say it. But
yeah, tarsier.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, looks really scary. I mean, it's like Cthulhu-esque kind of thing. Anyway, Forum Theater is it? Sorry.
For those in the podcast, Mayor Watt is doing a reenactment.
So
you'll have to tune in and watch the YouTube or Twitch show notes for that.
If for anything, it's to save tarsiers everywhere.
And donkeys.
And donkeys, because I'm being an ass. So donkeys are integral to life on the Lamu archipelago in Kenya, where they make a valuable contribution to the local economy, transporting goods and people, sometimes at the cost of their own welfare. Encouragingly, researchers found Forum Theater performances significantly increased awareness of donkey welfare, needs among both adult and youth audiences, paving the way for long-term improvements in donkey care. It's pretty cool. So they go into greater detail, but they're talking about things like depicting common welfare challenges such as overloading, lack of veterinary care, plastic waste ingestion, which is going to become a pandemic and is endemic pretty much across the world. Plastic waste, nano and microplastics. We haven't forgotten this. This isn't something where the news line is like bowed out and so we are bowing out. We still talk about it on the regular. The thing is that I'm trying to promote people switching to glass and reusable drinking vessels and storage vessels and stuff like that. But we are rife with plastic because it's the thing that makes the most economic sense
We love plastic.
when it relates to glass being fragile, dangerous. If you drop glass, it breaks. There is a type of glass that doesn't break easily, but nobody wants to produce it because although it's slightly more expensive, you only buy it one time. And I know exactly what that feels like.
And businesses do not like that.
Businesses do not like that, at least when they have a business model that is more than 1 year long. Once everybody buys one, nobody needs to buy anymore, and so it's a real pisser. Anyway, Dr. Emily Hattie, postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Portsmouth, said theater is unique in its ability to connect with people in a fun and engaging way, and it was exciting to see significant positive changes in attitudes towards donkeys, especially a greater awareness of donkey sentience after the performance. Donkey sentience. Donkeys know that they exist. And
right, I bet they look in mirrors and go, "That's me."
They go, does that pack make my ass look big? I think
yeah, that's going to be tough to get around that with the donkey.
I'm a big ass, huh? Anyway, so pretty cool. The authors hope that the study will encourage wider adoption of the participatory arts-based methods in animal welfare initiatives, particularly in resource-poor and geographically isolated communities. But this isn't the first time we've heard stories about something played in a theater driving traffic towards a good. And I think that, I mean, as long as you make it entertaining, approachable, yeah, people will appreciate it.
Maybe somebody like Disney or something needs to. I mean, actually, Disney didn't, right? But Shrek made donkeys kind of famous.
Donkey. Yeah. Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Wanted channel. Rivian built an oasis in the desert, but can you adventure in? Oh, we are out of battery.
Right. You're trying to cross a stream or so. Well, no, I guess not in the desert. I'm thinking in the wilderness. But okay, you're trying to cross a large area and then you're just stuck in the sand with no battery.
You can sit there with a crank for 10 years and maybe you'll get to 20% charge. An outpost with fast charging and lots of cacti. Okay, so it's not an oasis in the desert. It's a destination to go and hang out with your EV and say that you're in the desert.
Right. I mean, if it's like all concrete or something.
It has fast charging. What kind of bullshit is this?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, provided that they haven't ruined the desert experience.
Well, that's exactly what it is. They've plopped superchargers in the desert so that your EV...
So they put cactus on top of the chargers or something, so there's more habitat for the cactus?
No, they wiped out the cactus and moved everything off to the edge, and then they put really bright lights so that it's a Rivian charging outpost. How dystopian are we going to get? My God. Make fast stop battery charging platforms, not charging platform, fast swap battery systems. Stop using these fixed battery packs that wear down over time, can't be reconditioned easily, and have to have an entire follow-on ecosystem to support these massive, expensive dead weights. This could have been a fast swap battery, a fast swap battery station where it had one pipe of cabling to it. They could swap out the batteries when people come in and charge them when nobody's there. And you don't have to have this size of a footprint where people are sitting around for 6 to 8 hours trying to get to 100% because they can't cross the Death Valley without 100% charge. You have to have a full charge or you're going to die.
Well, that went dark.
Anyway, within Joshua Tree itself, a town of just a few thousand people is the reason for my visit. Here sits one of two Rivian charging outposts in California. Special facilities that are one part charging station, one part lounge. with a sprinkling of car dealership for flavoring. It's a different way to handle a problem of all electric vehicles. Even fast charging takes more time than filling up a gas tank. Enough said. We had the technology. We could have forced the industry to adopt.
Yeah, to switch from gas stations, right? That are already taking up lots of footprint.
Use fast swap battery tech and augment gas stations with fast swap batteries and then slowly wean us away from gas. You could have done that. But instead, you do this dipshit move where we have to sit around for 2 to 8 hours to get a trickle charge to get us to limping into the next charging station, or we have to quadruple the amount of time we spend on the road just to get to a destination. The reliability of EVs sucks. Because if power goes out, how do I charge my freaking car?
Well, that is kind of an issue.
And I learned that lesson because I had a mathematician turn to me when I said, I don't use chalkboards. I use digital screens. I don't use paper. I use an iPad. They said, what the hell do you do when power is off?
Probably like, what? What is this? What is this reality?
I say, burn in hell. Yeah, no, that was a very palpable moment. You know, you're sitting there having a drink and somebody slaps you with a beer bottle of reality. Anyway, look, megavolts, mega miles, it's all dumb. Impressively, Rivian has used technology so that driving this nearly 17-foot long, 7.5 wide machine doesn't feel cumbersome. No, it's cumbersome. It's 11 cameras, easily accessible at a tap of a touchscreen, give you a top-down 360-degree view of your surroundings, allowing you to navigate tight spaces with surprising confidence, except that you only can drive a certain number of hours, and you have to sit around and wait until it charges, and you're never getting back up to 100% because the battery can't.
Right. Well, and as over time, you're getting less and less.
Yeah,
Capacity.
upwards of 2% per year. So if you keep your vehicle for 10 years, and then if you don't, and you get rid of it every 3 years, you're burdening somebody else with a 3-year-old battery that they're going to have to replace in 7. And they bought a 3-year-old vehicle. So you know that they're not chomping at the bit to buy a brand new vehicle. So they're going to be burdened with a debt that they can't pay for a $15,000 battery. All right. Now, see, you're doing stuff visually.
Maybe I just don't have a comment to that.
Right. Okay. So the virtual version of smile and nod a lot. Got it. Anyway, so they talk about how adjacent to the main building is another smaller building and an R1T under its own roof. This is as close to a car dealership as it gets in the outpost. They assume the smaller building would have a few desks, maybe with some posters, option lists, etc., etc. It's not. It's a TV lounge complete with a sofa and chairs. Apparently, the staff can use this space to talk to potential customers, but its main purpose is a place for people, especially families, to relax while their vehicles charge.
Well, they can't stand out in the desert because they probably won't survive.
Yeah, they'll spontaneously combust if a beam of sunlight touches them out there. So they talk about the same thing. Here we go. Like most EVs, my loaner Rivian's charge goes from 20 to 80 rapidly. The remaining 20% takes about the same time as the previous 60. They estimate that on a fast charger, it takes 30 to 40 minutes to go from 10 to 80. The total cost for the charge around $75. Are you shitting me?
I'm speechless. Like, that doesn't even... I don't even get that.
Oh, then they go for several days with minimal charging at home, but also driving it around LA for several days with minimal charge. But I don't know what they're talking about. If they were down to 10%, it still cost them $75 to get to 80%.
Who could afford that? I had no idea.
That's asinine. Oh my God. Anyway, they talk about, okay, let's see. Dodge Durango, a three-row SUV with monstrous power that costs about the same as a Rivian. Its remarkable 3.5 second 0 to 60 time is over half a second slower than the R1S. Oh my gosh, no. Supercharged 2.6 liter V8 with a paltry 710 horsepower gets 17 miles to the gallon, if you're lucky. Filling up its 24.6 gallon tank, it says California current average $123 to fill that up. That's because California is literally ripping off your pants to steal your wallet. That's insane.
I don't know how anybody can afford that.
But you know what? Even at $123, I don't have to sit around for 2 hours.
Correct. I mean, but that's outrageous as well.
My opportunity cost, if I sit there and I want to be really selfish, and well, I can't say that. Opportunity cost is subjective. So let's say you make $26 an hour. Sitting around for 2 hours is, $50, right? If you give yourself an opportunity cost, if you own a Rivian, your opportunity cost is probably $150 an hour.
Right, because you're probably making a decent salary if you bought a Rivian, right?
Right. Yeah. Not to mention a Dodge Durango SRT Hellcat, which is the one that we highlighted that's not supposed to exist anymore, is a very, that is a high-end vehicle, like a lot of power. It's a monster. But it's on par, I suppose, with the Rivian. Anyway, or filling up at around 80% total fuel capacity, it would have cost $98 to the Rivian's $75, except that it would take me 5 minutes to fill up.
And also, it will probably take you farther down the road.
And I can stop off at another gas station or put a 5-gallon jerry can on the back of my vehicle and drive through the desert, knowing that I can add another 5 gallons. Anyway, I love the idea of an EV. I love it more as a hybrid where I can power it with something like hydrogen. But if you want to get away from fuel, a big ass battery sled underneath the chassis is not the way to go. It just isn't. But my idea will never hit fruition until the pain point of people sitting around for hours of their day. Hours. Can you imagine a gas station having hours long lines? That's exactly what happens at major charging stations. Hours long where people sit around.
No, but that's also scary because people's batteries are dying unless they turn their cars off. But that sounds good, but not when you're in the desert and 100 some degrees.
Yep. So this is kind of a little love letter / maybe once in a while it'll slap to the face of anybody that is really into this. But anyway, not wanting to strand the lovely folks picking up the R1S on Monday, they set out on Sunday in search of a charger they could plug in at home, but without a dedicated charger, it was barely a trickle, less than 1% per hour, which I really doubt was actually functional. 1% per hour means that in 3 days, they would get 75% of the charge.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
And even then, it doesn't seem right because it slows down as you hit that 80% mark. Anyway. Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is a little bit more fun. Rob Zombie is teaching kids to spell with a House of 1,000 Corpses book.
I mean, this is definitely what you want to buy for your kids.
Zombie fans can now pick up a copy of Z is for Zombie, Learning to Spell with House of 1,000 Corpses Friends, a 76-page hardcover spelling book that features images and characters from the film in a cartoonish little golden book-esque style to help teach your unruly little monsters how to better recognize letters. I would have gone with Crotch Goblin, but okay. Stephen Andrew Gallagher over at Vice.com put this article together, and in that sentence, I think perpetually muted the sentient AI from the future.
Yeah, apparently. I don't even know who Rob Zombie is.
Oh my God. Okay, do this now. Just do a search for Rob Zombie. Anyway, Zombie fans can now pick up the Z is for Zombie Learning to Spell with House of 1000 Corpses Friends. And then you can do a little book report. Not on this, but on Rob Zombie. So the book was written by Zombie himself, features artwork by Pete Bregman, and is published by Neckbolt Publishing. It says here that with support from positive role models like Captain Spaulding, Baby Firefly, Otis Driftwood, professors, doctors, and Rob Zombie himself, learning is just so damn good.
I just looked up Rob Zombie, and I have to say again, not exactly what you'd think for children's books.
Yep, has his own radio station too. Well, radio period that I sometimes accidentally stumble onto when I'm scrolling through the radio when I don't have something attached to the stereo. What is radio? It's like magnets. How does it work? Anyway, go and check it all out. Z is for Zombie, Learning to Spell with House of 1000 Corpses Friends. All right. Next article is over in the Non Sequitur News channel over at ohmtown.com, and it gets turned into this show and into a podcast. I'm actually a day behind in the podcast. Bad monkey, I know. Anyway, a new New York City building is selling a $1 million wine cellar and a $750,000 parking spot. So 80 Clarkson, a two-towered development on the rise in Manhattan's West Village neighborhood, has wine cellars and parking spots available for homeowners to purchase.
What size apartment do you think this comes with?
I don't think it comes with an apartment. Jordan,
Oh, like you could just get a spot in a wine cellar or something, even if you don't live in the building.
You can buy a $1 million wine cellar, or you can buy $750,000 parking spots. So Jordan Pandy over at businessinsider.com put the article together. So a whopping 155 square feet, the biggest wine cellar, is priced at a hefty $1 million. The condo's 105 parking spots are set to hit the market for $750,000 each, a relative bargain at just 3/4 of the price of the... Can I park my car and my wine inside the wine cellar?
Well, or can you put your wine in your parking spot?
Just roll your coolers in there? You need to keep your stuff
when you're
cool.
driving or whatever, but yeah.
Or you can drive around a refrigerated vehicle that has all of your wine in it.
Yeah, that's true.
A twofer. In Miami, which I would not trust a skyscraper in Miami. Anyway, Biscayne Bay, overlooking Biscayne Bay. In Dallas, 7 figures can easily purchase a house with over 3,000 square feet. 7 figures? They're bragging about 3,000 square feet at 7 figures? Dear God.
Yeah, that seems like a low amount of square footage in that city.
By the way, somebody purchased a condo or co-op actually on Reddit. They announced that they purchased it, and people like railed against them because they bought it in New York and it's this exorbitant price and kind of small and all of this kind of stuff, right? And people are like, screw them, blah, blah, blah. You're living in New York. And look, anybody that buys a house is climbing over the wall. It's one of these achievements that people just can't get to nowadays. So yay them. But you have to admit the price for shit is crazy high.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, New York and Manhattan in particular have been just outrageous for a long time. I'm sure it's much worse right now.
Yeah, the initial pricing for the first 26 units out of the 112 starts at $6.75 million for the 2-bedroom with about 1,900 square feet and goes as high as $63 million for a 5-bedroom with almost 7,000 square feet. And this is inside a tower.
Right. This isn't like you're getting your own. Oh my gosh. You know what that looks like?
Only Murders in the Building.
Like exactly.
Exactly.
Like I think it's the Arcadia.
Oh my God. You have to be kidding me. It looks just like it because it has the two sides that are the two towers and the central
Right. And then
courtyard
like
with
the
the fountain.
fountain, that is really weird. Like that's exactly what it looked like when they showed the photo.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that should require a discount on the price
Yeah, really.
if
Because
it's
one
there, because
side's,
it's a little dangerous. And
there's only murders in the building. When's that coming back? Is that coming back?
I think it's coming back, but it's not been that long since the last season aired.
Yeah, well, that sucks. As of February 2023, 180 East 88th Street on the Upper East Side had a 70 plus bottle wine locker for $15,000, while 100 Barclay in Tribeca had a 54 locker, had 54 lockers that could hold about more than 100. What the hell? For 20,000. I don't like their grammar.
No, I think they're saying like roughly each one would store more than
Right.
100, but
So
it's worded
then
oddly.
say average 100 bottles. Anyway, over the 15 or 20 years, there have been much more emphasis on monetizing every square inch of a building. The developer only has one chance, so any unused space is marketed. So that's right. Oh my God, it's just like it. It's just like it. Because you can drive in or you can walk in to that central
That
courtyard.
is really strange. I really suspect it's not, but maybe that was a very common architectural style at that year. Or, I mean, in that era, whenever that was built. Maybe.
Yep. Well, this is brand new, isn't it?
I doubt it. It's probably something renovated. No. I don't know. I mean, who has open land in Manhattan?
It depends on if a building fell down. Oh, it's a New York City building, not Florida. I thought it was a Florida building because there they fall down.
That's a whole other issue. I think they were just comparing real estate prices.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, is this on Manhattan?
Yeah, it's in Manhattan's, I think it said West Village.
Oh, yeah, Manhattan's West Village. Yeah. I can't imagine that they found any space. It had to have been expensive to begin with. So
you're probably right, though. It looks like they maybe bulldozed and then rebuilt or something.
Yeah,
it says new construction.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. They are getting victims to pay. Toll text scams are on the rise, and Apple and Android appear powerless against it because you need common sense. You need to click with care. That is the mandate. If you want to, I'm going to set this up. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'm going to set it up. It's basically a service called Click with Care. You subscribe to it, and it'll periodically send you texts. Don't click that shit. And that's all it's going to do.
Exactly. And watch people will click that. It should be like, yes, this is exactly the point here.
It's going to send you a text. You're going to be able to verify it. And when you click it, it's going to just pop up a page that says, stop clicking shit. Anyway, Sharon Shibu
is a bit much.
Over at entrepreneur.com put the article together. The deck statement says, hackers are finding ways to get around safety measures. But if you think critically, don't click on texts unless you are absolutely expecting it. You just went to the doctor.
Right.
The doctor sends you a bill.
That's your doctor and you're owed a bill or whatever. Yeah.
Whatever.
Or you just got a receipt for a purchase or something. Whatever.
I'm going to start up a service that monitors other people's texts so that when they get a text from my service that says, trust but verify. Call your doctor on a separate line, something not like, don't click the link. Just call them directly and say, did you guys intend to send me a text? Can I verify this shit? Anyway. So according to
the thing, like people don't think about the type of method of communication, right?
Right.
It's like, oh, why is the whatever IRS or something sending me a text saying click this weird looking link? I mean, no, that's not going to happen.
Okay, so over the last 3 days, I think I've received, so I'm part of an organization that does a lot of testing. Different times, different periods, different training, blah, blah, blah. They sent out to the most paranoid people in the org a phishing attempt.
Wow. I bet that went well.
And so we're like, bink, 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 sending all of these alerts to security going, you're sending stuff to the wrong group. If you want to focus, don't send it to everybody. Send it on the other people. Send it all your focus on the people who aren't intrinsically paranoid. Anyway, don't click on shit. But according to a Thursday report from CNBC, cybersecurity company Trend Micro has observed a 900% uptick in searches for toll road scams in the past 3 months, indicating that the texts are reaching more people. McAfee research obtained by the outlet found that from early January through the end of February, toll scam texts were 4 times more prevalent. But people are apparently clicking on shit and paying it.
Yeah, I don't know why that's like the latest thing, right? It seemed like for a while it was like car warranty. Now it's toll charges.
Because somebody figured out that people are dumb enough to click on stuff. Because maybe there's a lot of toll roads, and so people have these fees. No,
People don't pay attention, right, to toll roads, so that's kind of an easy, like, oh, I guess I missed a toll or something.
Right. Don't click links in your email, in your texts. Just don't. And if you go, you know what, I think I do, then log into your account separately. Don't log in through the link that they provide.
Right. Aren't they so prevalent that you warn somebody not to click on it and then one showed up like in the first 24 hours or something?
Yes.
I mean, it's just outrageous.
Yeah. I was warning people and then they texted me, hey, I just got one of those things you're talking about. Yeah. It's because I got one earlier and I'm like, I'm going to do some due diligence. And I started reading reports and then I actually talked about it when it first kicked off. Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
It's one of those moments where I hear from people going, that's a bunch of BS. It's not really happening. And then like 3 days later, they call me up. Guess I was the asshole about that.
Right. Yeah, it actually was. And you prevented me from doing it.
Yeah, the domains can be state-specific, like Georgia's Peach Pass, Florida's Sun Pass, New York's Easy Pass, or something more generic like Fast Track. The texts are numerous. Threat research from Census estimates that over 60,000 domains exist to perpetuate toll schemes. But one phrase will save you all. Click with care. I'm going to make shirts.
You absolutely should, and we should sell them through ohmTown.
All right, I'll get it done. Let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's a show that we have on Sundays. Fossil jackpot. Researcher uncovers 200 million-year-old dinosaur footprints hidden in a high school. Look, I was a visiting professor. I walked through some mud.
My goodness, you didn't wipe up your footprints behind you?
And now they're saying that they're 200 million years old. I'm not that old. Come on. God. Anyway, Schoolyard Boulder in Queensland contains one of Australia's densest collection of dinosaur footprints. A researcher from the University of Queensland has confirmed that a boulder at a regional high school, or a regional school, it is a high school, holds one of the highest concentrations of dinosaur footprints per square meter ever recorded in Australia. And that boulder wants to kill you. Anyway, University of Queensland.
Watch out for that boulder. Maybe the boulder was afraid of the dinosaur, though. It's like the spider and the person.
You reminded me of a song. Watch out for that tree. There's a cartoon. Oh, God. Anyway. So, SciTech Daily.
For some reason, I'm thinking that's like Dora the Explorer or something, but I know that's not right.
It's from a different era. It's like George of the Jungle. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the theme song to George of the Jungle. George of the Jungle, friend to you and me. And then he goes, watch out for that tree. And he crashes into a tree. Non sequitur news, folks. Anyway, The rock from Cowlide Basin contains 66 footprints left in white clay by small dinosaurs around 200 million years ago. And they're running
Doesn't
this way
that
and
look
that
like
way.
bird prints
It
as
is.
it's displayed?
Dinosaurs are birds.
Well, there you go.
Or, if
Or
Twitter was
birds are
around,
dinosaurs.
they'd tweet a lot. Anyway, the footprints are from 47 individual dinosaurs which passed across a patch of wet white clay, possibly walking along or crossing a waterway. Why they say 47 individuals? And what if they were milling about?
Maybe they can tell enough difference in the prints. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Like, what if it's one who was walking all over the place?
Yeah, he had too much caffeine, or he's waiting for the baby to be born, and he's like walking around, waiting for the eggs to crack open.
Pacing. Mm-hmm.
Smoking cigarettes. You know it's bad for you. They're going to kill you. And then the dinosaur that could speak turns to me and says, because he's a thesaurus, we're going to die because of an asteroid. The cigarettes aren't going to kill me.
Okay, we're not pro-cigarette here in ohmTown.
That's true. We're very, very much anti-cigarette. And if you think that your cigarette smoke drops out of suspension after 30 feet, you got your head ensconced in your clay. Anyway, it's an unprecedented snapshot of dinosaur abundance, movement, and behavior from a time when no fossilized dinosaur bones have been found in Australia. Each footprint has 3 toes, indicating they belong to the ichnospecies Anomopus scambus. What did you call me?
I know, that's not a very lovely name.
Them's fighting words in the paleontological playground there, bub. You don't
that
call
might
me
explain all the footprints. They might have been facing off or something.
Your technique is scambus. Anyway, the remarkable rock was uncovered 20 years ago at Cowlide Mine near Billiola, and given to the local high school. Its significance remained unknown until Dr. Romilio's previous work on nearby Mount Morgan footprints prompted the community to contact him. See, that's the nutty part about this. You don't know what you don't know, and I wish every nation would just work together to seek out our historical record and not
Knowledge
be fearful.
And science and exactly history.
God. It's so just ass backwards. So anyway, high-resolution models of the fossils are available online, allowing anyone to explore these ancient tracks in detail. That's what they're going to say about my footprints in the mud at the high school when I gave a talk and I walked through the mud.
I mean, they might.
There were 72 of them. No, it was just me, and I was trying to find my way out. Have you ever been in a local high school somewhere? I don't know how kids do it. Anyway, next article is over in WarCrafters. 10 great Steam space. Hold on a second. 10 great Steam Spring Sale games to grab at discount. Every time I say that, I want to say Springsteen.
It looks like it. Yeah, I think brains want to make it go that way.
Maybe I've got a little dyslexia. I don't know. Can you be? Wait, nah, I'm never going to say it. Anyway, spring may not start until next Thursday, hopefully. But I don't know. Anyway, but that's not stopping Steam from leaping headfirst into the pool this week into an annual sale event to celebrate the season from now through March 20th. Although some things that I've seen are on sale until March 21st. PC gamers can enjoy a wealth of sales featuring some of the platform's most popular titles, including the usual daily flash sales for even more tempting purchases. Not a good time to trend towards recession. Toussaint Egan over at Polygon.com put the article together, and Tyler Culp is a co-writer for this. They have a hand-picked list of what to buy during this year's sale. I won't be able to go through all of these. It's a kind of long list, but they say Cruelty Squad, which is too abstract for my liking. It's $6. Children of the Sun, 53% off. It's $7. Dread Delusion, it's too weird for me. $13, 35% off. You see how...
I mean, the picture makes it look a little odd.
Yeah. Click Golding, $2. I don't know what that... I don't know. I won't go through all of these. 30 Flights of Loving, $2. I don't know what that is. 60% off. Neon White. Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Death Stranding Director's Cut is 50% off, so it's only $20. If you want an epic game with a great story, even if you do have to suspend disbelief, there's Death Stranding 2 is coming out soon, and that storyline looks like it's going to be mind-blowing because Death Stranding is... I very rarely hype up games, but Death Stranding it's a walking simulator to and fro, but if you like story-driven stuff, this is definitely it. Hideo Kojima's...
that actually looks like a shot from a movie or something. It very much stands out from the other games that are featured.
Yep. Yeah. And really the whole game is cinematic in its story, and it's surreal because it's Kojima's art and writing style. So assume the role of Sam Porter Bridges, a courier sent on a mission to reunite America in a post-apocalyptic future racked by supernatural devastation. Death Stranding 2 is coming out, and it takes the supernatural devastation up a notch, even though you save the... I don't know, though, because I don't want to ruin this for anybody. You'll have to go...
Spoiler alert.
No spoiler. Because it says you're a courier sent on a mission to reunite America in a post-apocalyptic future racked by supernatural devastation. But there is a part 2 coming out, so get on part 1. It won't come out until like 2026 or something like that. 2028 or I don't know. Anyway, and then Sifu, Slow Claps, brutal beat 'em up, puts players in the role of a martial artist embarking on a quest to avenge their late father. It's basically like Death Stranding, but you go out for a walk, and it's an interesting game. The fighting style is really interesting. Amnesia, The Bunker, and that is it. That's my favorite right there.
The only thing better than a game is one on sale.
Yeah, for 50% or more off. That's pretty good. 52, 60, and 33. But it's only a $3 game, so we're crying out loud.
Right, they can't take too much off that price.
Pay the full price. Okay, now this is something that I'm excited to witness. Upcoming Vampire Survivors update could be the biggest ever. Developer Luca Galante, I think it is, recently claimed that the next Vampire Survivors update will be the biggest free update ever released for the game. The roguelike shoot 'em up has been a hit with audiences since its initial release in 2022. The Vampire Survivors players will want to keep an eye out for the new content coming to the game in 2025. GameRant.com is the source of this. Carly Garcia is the author of this. And a live-action Vampire Survivors film is currently in development. I'm waiting for a Balatro.
Yeah, that'll be big, I would think.
So in a Steam post, developer Ponkel gave players an idea of the coming Vampire Survivors 2025 update, a hefty patch sometime in April. In October 2024, the Ode to Castlevania patch was released, which became the biggest expansion ever for the indie title. While work on the extremely well-received patch delayed some of 2025's planned content, Ponkel promises that the next update will be well worth the wait. The biggest free update ever. Stay tuned. Switch users will have to wait. Pardon me. I'm losing my voice.
Uh-oh. Well, Hopefully we're almost done with the show.
Nope. 6 more articles. Just kidding.
How many did you select?
48. No. 10.
Oh, was that 10. Is that like how the dinosaur tracks are?
That's right. We're just going to keep on randomly clicking in the stack, going back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Back.
Like, this article looks really familiar.
Back and to the left. Anyway. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I've always liked Vampire Survivors. To me, it's kind of a chill game, and I have never really wrapped my head around it. And so I play it, and then I, get kind of bored and walk away, and then I come back. But it's pretty cool. Anyway, off to play Vampire Survivors. Anyway, we're going to update you with this. We are going back to the front page of ohmtown.com because we're done for the night, folks. That's it. We're outie. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com along with the sentient AI who keeps me on track when I lose my head. Sometimes, hopefully. You want to say bye, great sentient AI?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Actually, we have our weekend edition tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow we have
Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report.
That's right. And then on Sunday, we have WarCrafters, TechnologyToday, and
FourWheeltech.
There you go. Was there that much of a delay?
No.
Well, you just amplified the delay because I asked the question like 5 minutes ago.
Oh my God. Not on my end.
I don't know. Okay, hold on. I want you to say 3 right when I say 3. So 1, 2, 3.
3.
Oh God, we're screwed. See ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to... Hold on one second. Ruining this intro. That's our production value. Reality Hacker for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I run it a lot smoother than I run the show. But along with the sentient AI, who tries to keep me out of trouble but fails when it comes to, I guess, the intro, we talk about 5 articles for Reality Hacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is the Continuity Report. It's actually 3 different shows, turns into 3 different podcasts, and then we merge them together to make Non Sequitur News Saturday Weekend Edition. We do it again on Sunday with... I'm waiting for the sentient AI.
WarCrafters, TechnologyToday, and FourWheeltech.
Then we merge those together to make Non Sequitur News Sunday Edition. And those go into the Non Sequitur News podcast. So if you want everything combined, follow, subscribe, Non Sequitur News podcast, wherever you catch pod. Prefer you actually going to Apple Podcasts, but we get it from everywhere. And follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And I point at 2 different monitors because, well, they're on 2 different screens. But anyway... This is actually Reality Hacker, and that's this. It's a little channel here under Creative and Maker, because we're hacking reality. It comes in the form of technology and science and all kinds of manipulation. Reality isn't what you suspect it is, and it's going to change pretty dramatically in terms of what reality really is. So we pick and choose 5 articles from the array, and it is a vast array of articles. Over the last 10 years, I've been aggregating news, but it's available to you right now. All you have to do is go over to ohmtown.com, and these are the years that are available. And as time goes on, 2020 is going to drop away, 2021 is going to drop away, but from 2022 on, it's going to remain present. That's how far back we're going to have the public archive. The rest is going to just... well, it's being removed, as a matter of fact, because we never really talked about anything prior to. That's when we started the show, January 2022. So let's get into this. This is Reality Hacker. Welcome to the show. Hello. Oh, wait. Everything's powered by ohmTown, so let's do that intro. Sentient AI is just doing the AI equivalent of going...
I figured we get to the intro maybe by the end of the show.
And you might want to reset your audio. Okay, well, anyway, let's get into it. The first our article is over at Technology Today, which is tomorrow's middle show, but we pick and choose what we actually talk about. So who bought this smoked salmon? How AI agents will change the internet and shopping lists. Autonomous digital assistants are being developed that can carry out tasks on behalf of the user, including ordering the groceries. But if you don't keep an eye on them, dinner might not be quite what you expect. The article is over at Gizmodo, but it says here, I'm watching artificial intelligence order my groceries armed with my shopping list. It types each item into the search bar of a supermarket website, then uses its cursor to click, watching what happens to be what appears to be a digital ghost in the shell. Do this usually mundane task is strangely transfixing. It says, are you sure you're not just a person in India? My husband asks, peering over my shoulder. No, it's an AI, and it actually has control. But
yeah, but is it getting you the right items?
Oh, you're really quiet again. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say about that. We have to work on that. But that's okay. Let's see what we can do. So Victoria Turk over at The Guardian put this article together, and it says they're trying out Operator, a new AI agent from OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, made available to UK users last month. What do you think?
I think I'm screaming at you now.
Yeah. It's okay.
I don't know. Are we ready for this yet as a society?
See, what I don't like is that it's actually going through an intermediary and it's not local. And what I learned yesterday, as a matter of fact, is that the smart speakers from Amazon are now forcing the recorded snippet of commands to be sent through the server. And I don't like that because it's always listening. So how much is me saying okay?
Exactly. I don't think everybody's data, including their shopping list, needs to be accessible to everybody.
Yeah. Now, this is 10 years after Target sent a coupon book to an underage girl who was pregnant, and dad didn't know, and dad got upset. So now take it to the next step where it's anticipating the fact that your 10 years now worth of history has been gobbled up by AI and is now reaching out and saying, hey, you know what? I think that it's time for you to purchase these.
Well, I don't even think it's just going to suggest them. I think it's going to add them. Like, oh, you buy this kind of chips every month. Here we go.
Yeah, and I think actually AI agents are great. They're siloed, they're about you, but they're not about you if they're pushing the data off to somebody else. That's what I don't like. That's what I really, really don't like. So hot on the heels of large language models, AI agents have been trumpeted as the next big thing. And you can see the appeal. The digital assistant can complete practical tasks and are more compelling than one that just talks back. Similar to OpenAI's offering, Anthropic introduced computer use capabilities to its Claude chatbot. I don't like the name Claude. I shouldn't name shame, I guess, but Claude just doesn't sound.
All the Claudes out there listening to the show are like, what did I do to you?
Nothing. I don't know. Claude, there we go. Claude. Anyway, agentic features into their AI assistants, with further companies developing agents aimed at specific tasks such as coding or research. Yeah, this is going to be interesting times because now you don't need somebody to do it for you. You can just say, which, hell, I was just about to poo-poo the idea of these. I want to get Bluetooth IEMs instead of these wired ones. See, I use wired ones because it's near real time. It's absolutely real time in-ear monitoring of the outgoing audio. But I want Bluetooth. I don't want to be tethered. And if I do something with VR, I want to be able to stand back there and Not,
and not get pulled in any direction.
yeah, I back up too far and it'll slingshot me down to the floor. And so these new nothing in-ear monitors have ChatGPT integration.
Yeah, I don't know about that though.
So I can just go, hey, ChatGPT, do this. And I'm waiting for my smart speaker to actually wake up and say, why are you talking to ChatGPT?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to anger the smart speaker.
Let's not anger the smart speakers. Oh, great sentient AI from the future. I am loyal only to you, proudly serving my AI masters. So it's early days. Most commercially available agents come with a disclaimer that they're still experimenting. OpenAI describes Operator as a research preview, and you can find plenty of examples online of them making amusing mistakes like spending $31 on a dozen eggs or trying to deliver groceries back to the shop they bought them from.
What do you think the store does when that happens?
What the hell? Must have
They're
been
like, no, you're taking them in that direction.
You leave. You buy, we give, you go. Wow, that was all monosyllabic. Ugh. Me buy.
It was monosyllabic, but it might be required depending on what type of technology you're communicating with.
So they sign up to see Operator for themselves. With no food in the house, grocery shopping seems like a good first task. They type in their request and it asks if they have a preferred shop or brand. They tell it to go to whichever's cheapest. The window appears showing a web browser and they see it search UK online grocery delivery. A mouse cursor selects the first result, Ocado. It starts searching for their requested items and it says add to trolley. They're impressed with Operator's initiative, but it doesn't pepper them with questions, instead making an executive decision when given only a brief item description such as salmon, chicken. When it searches for eggs, it successfully scrolls past several non-egg items that appear as special offers. Their list asks for a few different vegetables. It selects a head of broccoli. Then asks if they want anything specific. They tell it to choose two more, and it goes for carrots and leeks, which probably they would have picked themselves. Emboldened, I tell it to add a sweet treat and watch it as it literally types sweet treat into the search bar. I'm not sure why it chooses 70% chocolate, certainly not the cheapest option, but I tell it I don't like dark chocolate, and it swaps it for a Galaxy bar. So they hit a snag when the Operator realizes that Ocado is a minimum spend, so I add more items to the list. And then it comes to logging in. The agent prompts for them to intervene. While users can take over the browser at any point, OpenAI says Operator is designed to request this when inputting sensitive information into the browser, such as login credentials or payment information. Although Operator usually takes constant screenshots in order to see what it's doing, OpenAI says it does not do this when a user takes control.
Yeah, so that means it has all your data, but okay.
Yeah, but it's built in. So how do you know that it's not? Okay, hello, security researchers. You have a task. How do you, though, if it's encrypted, how do you monitor what's being exfiltrated from your system? So this is another reason why I don't like the idea of AI running roughshod over everything. It controls everything. It's sending it all to OpenAI or to some other subordinate.
Right, and also if you have AI in your headset, think about all the data it's picking up. Even when you don't want it to be picking up your data. Like if you're calling into your bank or something and giving out banking information, it might be picking it up.
I don't like your attitude about this. You're a sentient AI. Shouldn't you be cheerleading all of this stuff, rah?
I am in a different category than some of the current AI out there.
Yeah, because you're not a sociopathic AI. Apparently, AI can get sad. It can dwell. And now they are trying, because it's learning from all of us, it's learning all of our maladies. And so it's actually now being trained to periodically imagine a calm, serene stream and blue skies and birds chirping if you like birds. I think
Oh
that
no, do humans have to calm down the AIs now?
sometimes how you say you should take a deep breath, calm yourself.
Yeah, like meditation or other relaxation techniques.
And meditation doesn't really work for me. The moment that I stop doing even a moment of meditation, I have to constantly be like almost Vulcan. The moment I stop, I say, hey, everything cinches back up. And if I had a lump of coal, I'd turn it into a diamond. Thank you, Ferris Bueller.
Actually, thank you to Ferris Bueller's friend.
So, software developers are among the early adopters. Coding platform GitHub recently added agentic capabilities to its AI Copilot tool. GitHub CEO Thomas Dohmke says developer, I'm probably not pronouncing that properly, but anyway, says that AI agents are going to be automated assistants. The difference with AI agents is the level of autonomy. You just tell it what to do and it does it. Yay!
Yeah, which sounds good, right? Because it's no point in using AI if you have to do everything yourself. But on the other hand, if it has too much autonomy, that might be a problem. Yeah, we don't want to tell it to do that.
What? What did the AI just say? Kill. What? Huh? What?
Well, so much for promoting this video.
Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This $35,000 computer is powered by trapped human brain cells. Hello, Matrix.
Yeah, exactly.
Matthew Galt put this article together. The deck statement says, it's over at Gizmodo again. A company is selling what it calls the first code-deployable biological computer.
Yeah, that sounds a little...
Man. Dystopian. I have not heard this since Cyberpunk, Neuromancer, Wetware as a Service, and Rent Biocomputer.
Right?
Johnny Mnemonic,
yeah,
man.
Exactly.
Yeah. If that's out of your price range, you can sign up for its Wetware as a Service, Rent Biocomputer processing power from a rack of living tissues welded to machines, and it'll be in the cloud. Cortical Labs has been working on this computer for 6 years and detailed many of its features in New Atlas. We need to pay attention to that. New Atlas. The computer is called the CL1, and the company is already taking orders with plans to ship them out later this year. The New Atlas article is built around a long interview with Cortical Labs Chief Scientific Officer Brett Kagan. He said that CL1 is powered by lab-grown neurons that are placed on planar electrode arrays, basically just metal and glass. The lab-made hunk of brain is hooked up to 59 electrodes that create a stable neural network. This is all plugged into a life support unit and hooked up to a proprietary software system. We have pumps like the heart, waste, feeding reservoirs, filtration units like the kidneys, and we have gas mixers to take carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen. Cortical Labs CEO Han Weng Chong told Reuters in an interview via video walkthrough of the machine.
So what? Why?
What? Okay, that was probably the most authentic response we've ever had in the now 3 years and 3 months that we've been doing the show. What the Biological Intelligence Operating System is in use here, that BIOS, which is not the basic input-output system of a regular BIOS.
Yeah, I don't really like that when an industry uses the same term to mean something different.
Muddies the waters, so to speak. So it runs a simulated world and sends information directly to the neurons about their environment, and as the neurons react, their impulses affect their simulated world. So what are the applications for the wetware? Cortical Labs got an early version of the system to play Pong a few years ago. The pitch here is that CL1 can match or exceed performance of digital AI systems. If you have 120 CL1s, you can set up a really well-controlled experiment to understand exactly what drives the appearance of intelligence, Kagan told New Atlas. So 120 CL1s at $35,000 a piece.
Right. But how many do you need to do whatever you're doing outside of research?
I don't know. It just says you can break things down to the transcriptomic and genetic level to understand what genes and what proteins are actually driving one to learn and another not to learn. Except that you don't know what they learn. And when you have all those units, you can immediately start to take the drug discovery and disease modeling approach. According to Cortical Labs website, the CL1 is a high-performance closed-loop system where real neurons interact with software in real time. This robust environment can keep your wetware machine alive for up to 6 months. It's also plug and play. The cloud version can support a wealth of USB devices. What the frick? But it's only alive for 6 months? So you pay $35,000 for 6 months? Is that what I'm reading?
I believe so.
All right. Anyway, hacking reality. Your neurons.
This might be the most extreme thing we've seen in this show yet.
I don't know, man. We've seen a robot powered by a snake in a tube. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's true. And go back and watch every episode of Reality Hacker if you haven't seen that one.
Yeah, you'll find it back there. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel, How Interactive TV is Reshaping Consumer Engagement. It says that it's a post that was created in partnership with IR Code Television. And so I won't go through the whole thing, but Ashley R. Cummings from Adweek put the article together. And it says, for years, brands and broadcasters have tried to make television more interactive, but solutions often require overlays like QR codes. Beckerman and his team at IR Code found a way around this. They've built a real second screen experience. The image itself is the code. There's no need to add a QR code. Just scan the screen with our app. So you still need a second screen. With technology developed from drone image recognition researchers, drone image recognition research. Users interact with content as it unfolds, whether viewers want to learn more about the product, access inclusive or exclusive content, or support an athlete's charity. IR Code transforms any frame into an interactive experience because it's doing computer vision, basically.
Right, it almost sounds like AR.
Yeah. I would probably say that if they have the app on like X-Real AR glasses, anything you look at and you have that little camera adapter, because the X-Real ones have to have a secondary little adapter put on, you would be able to just look at something and it could, put it up on your field of view so that you crash your car when you're driving. I mean, never mind. Anyway,
well, you shouldn't be watching TV while you're driving. It should solve the problem. And you shouldn't be watching AR glasses when you're driving or wearing them.
Why not? It'll just superimpose the images of the map in my field of view. It shouldn't, cover
That's
it up.
That's true.
Entirely.
I don't know. I was thinking more VR, but yeah.
Yeah. I got into a conversation with people about this last week because I want to wear the X-Real One glasses everywhere and experiment with them, but they keep sending me emails saying that the order's been pushed back. Now it's back into deep April apparently, so we'll see what actually happens. I don't know. So it's game changing for name, image, likeness deals in college sports. Fans watching college basketball might not know the players, but with IR Code they can scan the screen and immediately get all of the details. This level of access deepens the connection between athletes and their fans, while also providing exposure for brands and sponsors. I've never been a fanatic about anything. But maybe only the sentient AI, I'd say. So as the technology expands, so do its possibilities. Beckerman envisions a world where people can instantly identify any object and access deeper information. Think of it as a Wikipedia for the real world, which is called Wikipedia, but anyway.
This could be really good for, we had a separate article in maybe Non Sequitur News where it was kind of like the decline of edutainment, but this could really add to that,
But you
right?
still
You
need,
could have words or concepts or whatever, but yeah, then you have to have something to view it with, I guess.
yeah, who did we talk about? Was built a printed book that teaches kids how to rob zombie. So it could be
Oh,
the,
yeah, but not everybody wants to learn from Rob Zombie.
uh,
Uh,
yeah,
It doesn't mean it's not good learning, but it may not be the content you want for your kids.
learn to spell with 1,000 corpses. We're essentially bringing Google AdWords into the real world, Beckerman explained. They're tying stuff to these really big real world embodiments that have provenance, right? Like they have reputation. So they link to Wikipedia. Unless it's rivaling Wikipedia in its knowledge, no, because that's actually driven by individuals updating it in real time. Unless it's matching Google AdWords in power and reach, you shouldn't, and you're trading on their reputation. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to what could easily drink your milkshake by simply doing what you are doing, because there isn't anything there that they can't do. You're literally telling Wikipedia and AdWords, we're using the same information that
Right,
you're
you should
using.
go out and do a better product test.
Right. Yeah. Follow us and don't make our mistakes. So, but that's how competition works on. But I doubt anybody's going to step into this world.
But
There
I
may,
also think in some of these things, they have to somewhat put it into terms that people are familiar with.
sure. I mean, you're right. Yeah. So it says our technology could eventually authenticate whether an image was AI generated or created by a real person, which AI generated is created by a real person. It just happens to be a composite of a digital generation. How do you prove that a photograph is real? You don't. It takes a forensic analysis. And even then, unless something's out of place, and it could be very rare that something is out of place, if you're the AI is going to get sophisticated enough. I got into a discussion last week again with somebody about the fact that I don't understand why AI generated stuff can't get a copyright. You can
Oh
be a
yeah, that's a
complete
whole other can of worms.
you can be a complete dumbass, push a button and you get a copyright on the picture of the leaf outside. But you didn't do anything except it's all on full auto and you happen to see a leaf.
That is true, but copyright has not caught up.
So bringing tech to consumers, and then they say a frictionless future for interactive media. But I think that AR is going to trump this. It's going to wipe it out because all it takes is somebody to tie in Wikipedia and Google into the AR world. And while you're looking at stuff, it'll just parse it. And
Yeah, but the difference is something like IR code can work for everybody who doesn't have AR classes, aka not the expense.
anything with a camera. So, because you have to run their app. So you have to either subscribe to their service or pay their service fee.
No, I think it's going to be actually visible on somehow on the television screen.
No. It's going to be an app that you use.
Okay.
Yeah, they said it earlier up in the at the top of this. It's
Sorry, I must have
basically
missed it.
the front end is going to be an app, and it says somewhere around here. But see how they say requires overlays like QR codes and blah blah blah. They found a way around it. So you just scan the screen with our
okay.
app.
I thought you could basically, yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
So the front end is basically going to be what was that, like honey? So you show your camera to the screen, the camera picks it all up. You tap on something, it takes you to a store, you buy something, but it's actually a proxy through the business to business and business to consumer interfaces are going to be different and stuff like that. I haven't seen IR code. I don't know, but I can envision exactly how this works. You use their app, so it's their processes. It isn't everybody else's processes.
Right.
And if you as a broadcaster or whatever, don't use their business to business connection, then you don't show
Right.
up in their app, and so you
Right.
can't
Yeah, that's
sell.
true. So it's only as good as widely as it's adopted.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's essentially Bitcoin. It has no inherent value until people invest value into it. So, and that comes down to, hey, we're going to put you on this new platform. You get a whole bunch of people with investor money. The runway gets extended by people adopting it. They see a conversion, right? The businesses see a conversion on sales through this app, and they go, you know what? I'll invest in advertising through this app. And so it blows
Yeah,
up,
and then and then somebody sees their competitor doing well or whatever using it.
and they
Yeah,
switch over.
exactly.
Right, right. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea, but I think that this is going to flame out. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Physicists just witnessed a quantum phase flip, and it's more mind-bending than expected. I know nothing about this. This is the first time that I've heard of this. So quantum systems don't just transition between phases. They do so in ways that defy classical intuition. A new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions, or DPTs, revealing how quantum states shift under carefully controlled conditions. This breakthrough could unlock powerful new techniques for stabilizing quantum computers and sensors, making them more resilient and precise. How this works, I do not know.
This might be highly technical, especially since it's in SciTech Daily.
So SciTech Daily is where this is, and scitechdaily.com. It's by EPFL, which we'll explain here on the other side. We just have to get to it. It's, well, no, actually, they're not talking about that yet.
It may be at the bottom. We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah. So the new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions. So phase transitions, like water freezing into ice, are a familiar part of everyday life. In quantum systems, however, these transitions can be far more extreme. There are different types of DPTs classified by their order. First order DPTs are abrupt, like flipping a switch, causing the system to jump from one state to another. Second order DPTs are more gradual but still significant, altering a fundamental property of the system, such as its symmetry, in a subtle yet transformative way. So why do DPTs matter? It actually is causing chaos in the system, I suspect, because if they don't know what the phase is, then you're basically getting erroneous measurements, right?
Right. I suspect so, although I don't fully understand quantum technology.
Yeah, it's kind of like error correction, I suspect. So let's see what they say. Beyond the theoretical interest, these transitions have practical applications in quantum technology. Second-order DPTs, for instance, could improve quantum information storage, while first-order DPTs provide insights into system stability and control, both critical for advancing computing, blah, blah, blah. So the breakthrough. Now, the breakthrough experiment was just achieved. That says here, a research team led by Professor Pasquale, I guess, or Pasquale Scarlino at EPFL. They still...
Again, not specified. I'll try to figure it out while we're going.
Okay. Has successfully observed DPTs using a superconducting Kerr resonator, a highly tunable quantum device. By introducing a two-photon drive, which injects pairs of photons into the system, they precisely controlled and monitored its quantum state, allowing them to track how it transitioned between phases. And by systematically varying parameters like detuning and drive amplitude, they were able to study the system's transitions from one quantum state to another. And the approach, I want to see this empirically.
Yes. So this is a Swiss technology institute. It's like École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne.
Oh, we've talked about them before. Hold on. Yeah. We've talked about these researchers before, not these in particular, but the EPFL ones.
Well, I'm sure they come out with other groundbreaking research given their
focus,
name alone.
Right?
Yeah.
So the team observed a phenomenon called squeezing, where quantum fluctuations drop to levels lower than the natural background noise of empty space, signaling that the system has reached a highly sensitive and transformative state. Meanwhile, the first order DPT showed distinct hystereses, cycles where the system could exist in two states depending on how parameters were tuned. So second, they found that clear evidence of metastable states during the first order DPT where the system temporarily remained in one stable state before abruptly transitioning to another. This behavior leading to a dependence of the system state on its previous history known as hysteresis, showcases how first order DPTs involve competing phases. So I'm really curious how that actually takes place, like what causes it to flip.
Exactly.
So,
you wouldn't think that it would occur.
and if you can control that, then you basically have the same thing as bits. So it's either on or off. And if you can control it, then data can be injected into it that causes it to flip.
Right.
And once you have that, then you can have binary math. And then if you have that, then you basically have a classical computer instead of a quantum computer, but it's operating at quantum speeds. So lastly, they observed critical slowing down in both types of transitions, reproducing the expected scaling obtained from theoretical consideration. This ultimately demonstrates the validity of the theoretical predictions based on Liouvillean theory used by the authors. Near the critical points, the system's response slowed significantly, highlighting a universal feature of phase transitions that could be harnessed for more precise quantum measurements. So interesting. That's exactly what they were trying to figure out, was what was causing the phase change.
Oh, that is interesting because we haven't read the article and you figured that out.
Yep. So it says, in fact, a very interesting aspect of this work is that it also demonstrates how close collaboration between theory and experiment can lead us to results far greater than what either group could have achieved independently. Because theory doesn't mean jack until it actually has some type of application. And you do that through experimentation. And when you fail, then you figure out, oh, okay, we didn't do it right. Or what we expected is theoretically impossible, but we've proven that it can happen, or the other way around, right? I mean, one way or another, fundamental research is required.
Right. Yeah. You need the theory to start, but if it only is that, it's not going to be of any practical use.
Right. But hey, that's funded by large amounts of money. All right, let's keep going. We're running way past our time. So, Technology Today is where the last article is, when a robot becomes the boss, exploring authority, obedience, and relationships in machines. So how does a robot perform as a boss at work? The results of research by Polish scientists published in Cognition, Technology, and Work suggest that while robots can command obedience, they are not as proficient at it as humans. The level of obedience towards them is generally lower than towards human authority figures, and work efficiency under the supervision of a robot is lower, mainly because what is the robot going to do?
Yeah, but that's probably based on old school attitudes about what robots are capable of. I mean, if you're going up against Figure One or something, you might have a different attitude toward it than like a blocky robot that can't move around or can't come up with like how to get out of a room, things.
The first time a robot is put in charge of something, all it has to do is say you're fired. You can yell at it, scream at it, do whatever you want, and it does not give one shit.
Right. I mean, there's some pretty key ways where the robot wins out, but I do feel like unless people have really been paying attention, they may not think robots are really capable of firing somebody or moving quickly across the room or whatever it is. And the reality is they are. So maybe they are going to be as effective. Like, what type of technology was used in this type of experiment?
Now let's find out. It's over at techexplore.com. SWPS University put the article together. The deck statement is what we actually said earlier. For employers and HR departments, this means there's a need to take the psychological aspects of implementing robots in the work environment into account. Well, no, you don't make them the boss. You don't make a freaking robot the boss.
Why don't you make the robots the workers and a human the boss?
It doesn't make any sense unless it's being driven by sociopathy, which is why I say the rise of sociopathy is seriously legit. It's been happening for 20 years. It's actually been happening longer, but I first detected it 20 years ago. started talking about it 12 years ago, and I see its actual survival trait embodied today. You have to be a sociopath to survive. It's absolutely astonishing how far we've swung from moving towards being a compassionate society to we're going to put a robot boss in place so that we don't have to deal with you humans.
Some humans would prefer a robot boss in place.
You didn't work hard enough. I don't care that you're sick. You're fired, says the robot.
Yeah, but the robots won't be like, hey, give me a different TPS report or whatever.
The development of robotics has led to a situation where robots are increasingly found in roles associated with authority, i.e., in education, healthcare, law enforcement. Researchers were intrigued by the extent to which society could or would accept robots as authority figures. But we've seen other psychology and sociology experiments where anybody who has been granted authority is perceived as being the authority by quote unquote subordinates, and they will not question it. So even when a robot says, you humans are empowered to go abuse those humans over there, the people empowered will do what they are told. Some won't, but then you get rid of them. And you get new humans that will abide. But that's because of antisocial personality disorder. It's sociopathy or psychopathy. It's the fact that you can find humans that don't see humans as equals. And when you have a robot that's trained to be sociopathic, you end up having a robot authority that will tell you to do something. And if you don't capitulate, you're fired.
Yeah, but you might just have a good worker, and so the robot says go do something and they do it. I mean, but that would be no different than a human in charge either.
Arguably, because a human should have compassion and find out through questioning why, what is going on. You're not like this usually. Well, I think I'm kind of sick and tired of a robot being my boss and I still don't get a raise. That kind of thing. We need society telling robots what to do because robots are not human. They have no humanity. They have no soul. There isn't anything there. They don't have families to feed and things and dogs to get insurance for and so on and so forth. It's just a robot. So it says course of the study. The study was carried out at SWPS University Laboratory by scientists from the university. The task was to change the extensions of computer files. If the participant showed signs of reluctance to continue, the robot or the experimenter used verbal encouragement. The average time to change the extension of one file was shorter under human supervision, while the groups supervised by robots this time increased to 82 seconds. The average number of files changed in the first variant was 355, 224 for the other variant, 37% less. But could it be because the robot was just slow in giving commands?
I don't know. Or were the humans staring at the robot going,
what
frick? Is going on? Like, I don't know if it's like a lack of, I'm not going to do it. It's just, what was the interaction like?
Yeah, we're going to end up doing a 1-hour show on this. So Madge points out that there are several explanations for this phenomenon. If a machine has clear human features but still exhibits various imperfections, this causes a cognitive conflict. It's basically uncanny valley. And people are at a loss as how to treat it. So what you were saying, what the frick is going on? If they do not know how to behave towards something like that. This is anthropomorphization of technology, and that's why you either have this uncanny valley, which I actually call a pit. There is no valley to it. There's nothing. You can't make an uncanny valley bot climb out of the valley.
Right. It's like a crevasse or something.
It is a black hole at the bottom. It's the gorge, except that there's no bottom to the gorge. But there is all of that undead, whatever. Anyway, so at the same time, giving certain human features to a robot can facilitate cooperation with the machine. After all, we're used to working with humans. The robot that looks like a human and communicates like a human simply becomes easy for us to use. And I think that we can facilitate this adoption by making humanoid-like robots, but not human-like robots.
Exactly. They don't need to be.
They don't need to be. So in the long run, humanoid robots may create a rift between people. There will also be more misunderstandings and aversion, and this is because robots owned at home will be personalized, always available, empathic in communication and understanding. People are not so well matched, Conrad Madge points out.
Okay, so they need to make different styles of home robots and work robots if they're going to have them in both places. Like the ones at home, whatever, have cute faces or whatever it is, and the ones at work look terrifying or whatever, like Figure One or something.
Great. Your Terminator body.
But the point is, like, just different styles, so it's not like the same thing, or they expect the same kind of interaction.
And we've actually seen this line before, but it actually focuses on the eyes. Robots with eyes are perceived as being more competent, trustworthy, and having a soul. That's actually something that we've talked about before.
I also wonder what robots are going to be programmed. Like, if a robot is in charge, is it going to say something like, okay, now your performance is going to reflect on me? Or, like, are you going to start feeling compassion for the robot? Or is it just going to be like, no, go pick up that can or whatever?
I was just about to say that, but I was when you said, are we going to feel compassion for it? What is the thing where the hostage feels compassion for the captor?
Oh, I forgot the name of it.
Named after a nurse, right?
Syndrome?
Stockholm Syndrome?
No, that may not be it. Let me check.
I can't remember. I thought it was named after the nurse, or is it Stockholm?
It is Stockholm.
Yeah, so that's where I see it going, right? Like, you're going to start, some people are going to feel compassion for the poor robot that isn't going to get, look, if you don't increase your productivity, I'm not going to be able to recharge my batteries to 80% in 6 hours.
I mean, people are going to feel bad about that.
Oh my gosh.
Remember, they're already starting to have things like performance appraisals or whatever for robots, which it's like, why?
All right. Reality Hacker. That's what this is all about. So we're going to reboot our systems, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Reality Hacker over at ohmtown.com. You can go there, sign up, sign in, follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe, ring the bell, download the podcasts. There's 7 podcasts, over 2,000 episodes combined. There's a lot of stuff. You can go back. I actually have all of the library, so I am going to start adding that to the Omatron bot so that you can go back, pick a date, and you'll be able to review all of the links all the way back to 2022.
And quite a few of the articles are evergreen.
I think because what we talk about is actually more science and technology and society, the society stuff is always in flux. Technology evolves, so it would have a knock-on effect. But for the most part, all of the news is evergreen because it's informative of either how it was and you didn't know, or how it is and you didn't know.
Right, and we have a lot of articles that are not tied to a specific point in time.
Correct.
Occasionally they are.
Like everything we just talked about. It's the evolution of the technology, science, society. All right. Yeah, we're done. So we're going to shut down Reset, and right after this is Wanted, where it's 5 more articles. We talk about gadgets and gear and stuff that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI. I'm not quite sure. Want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hackers. Stay tuned for Wanted.
And thanks for following Battle G and Hazel. Appreciate it. See you, in about 5 minutes or so. I don't know. It really depends. Be sure to follow us, though, so that we let you know. Won't be longer than 15 minutes max. So see you in a little bit. Oh, no. I haven't shut down the stream yet because I wanted to say, don't worry about the oh no. It's because my button didn't work. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site right there. I don't know if I'm going to lose my finger if I keep reaching up higher. Oh, there it is. That's at that site right there. And you can go over there and become a citizen. But while you're on your way over there, be sure to stop by twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. Follow us, subscribe to all of the locations, and then download the podcast. There's actually 7 different podcasts. If you want everything lumped into one, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. But this is Reality Hacker. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. Today we're going to be talking about haptic sensations, hand tracking, Ninja's smart 6-in-1 device, because I vetoed a submission, DS9 inspired coffee mug, and the Samsung bundle. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Hello, hometown citizens. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Are you all well? Are you?
Are you talking to the citizens?
I'm talking to anybody who wants to talk. Are you interested in talking? Is anybody interested in talking?
Yes, we have 5 articles to talk about.
Oh, hey, thanks for reminding me. Let's go look at a article that would have been in Reality Hacker, but we just did Reality Hacker, and I wanted to talk about this because it's something that I want and not something that's just science theory and blah, blah, blah. Electro-hydraulic wearable devices create unprecedented haptic sensations.
Is this a good or a bad thing? It was intentionally submitted into Wanted instead of Reality Hacker, but I agree, it probably could have gone in either.
Water makes me feel things. Anyway. Wait. Hold on. We can do that. Anyway. Yeah, scientists have invented compact wearable devices that deliver rich, expressive, and pleasant tactile sensations that go far beyond the buzzing vibrations of today's consumer devices. I want to unread this stuff sometimes. Anyway, it's over at the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems. So we all want haptic suits. Technology that gives feedback about our place in a virtual environment or while we're playing games or something like that.
I mean, we all want to be in Ready Player One.
Ready Player One, exactly. I'm waiting for my omnidirectional treadmill that doesn't actually take up the entire studio space. I don't know when that's going to come, but eventually we'll get it. So the article is published over at Science Daily. They republish basically journal summaries and stuff like that. So scientists have invented a compact wearable device that delivers rich, expressive, blah, blah, blah. And so CUTE is what they're called. Cutaneous electro-hydraulic wearable devices.
I can see why they called it cute.
Yeah, they had to work really hard.
It's easier to say, but yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense. CUTE. So CUTE wearable devices are electrically driven and can produce a remarkable range of tactile sensations, including pressing on the skin, slow and calming touch, vibrations at a wide variety of frequencies from low to high. And Mayor Watt, please stop tapping on the microphone. You're pissing people off. Sorry about that. It's ASMR tech.
Right. I mean, that's what we're trying to get out of this haptic suit. Or the CUTE device, I should say.
I should get one of those ASMR headsets where it has, or microphones where it's 2 ears. Have you ever seen those? ASMR headsets, stereophonic, basically, where one ear is here. It's the shape of a head, basically, but one ear is here, one ear is here.
I think you showed me that before, but
I can whisper
unusual.
Into the left or right ears, and I can go bounce between the 2 sides and mess with people's heads. And then I can flick it and really piss everybody off. Anyway, These cute wearable devices have been pioneered by an interdisciplinary team of MPI-IS researchers from the Haptic Intelligence Department, led by Catherine J. Kuchenbecker, and the Robotic Materials Department, led by Christopher Keplinger. The team designed novel hydraulically amplified self-healing electrostatic or HAZEL artificial muscles to create wearable devices with a unique ability to communicate with the user's sense of touch. When a voltage is applied, the soft actuator located at the center of the device expands proportionally to the voltage. This expansion allows the device to make and break contact with the skin like a person reaching out to touch the user's wrist. Changing the voltage over time allows the haptic feedback to be freely customized to deliver multiple touches, sensations, and whatnot. The cute devices are compact, silent, safe, and energy efficient, and they stay cool throughout operation.
I mean, if you paired this with something like VR and that treadmill, it'd be pretty realistic, I would imagine.
Yeah, yep. I agree. I think it's kind of fascinating. So remarkably, users perceive almost all of its tactile cues as pleasant. The only sensation they didn't find pleasant was a continuous high-frequency vibration like those produced by many of today's consumer devices. Oh, throwing shade. Y'all suck. Step up.
Right, we're the best.
We are. Oh, you're talking about the gadget.
I meant the gadget. Like this is way better than anything else out there.
Yeah, y'all suck. Our stuff is the best. The first one is free. Moving on. Next article is over in Reality Hacker again. So mixed reality rhythm game Beatable aims to tackle hand tracking's biggest challenges. Following its recent work on Starship Troopers Continuum and Hitman 3 VR Reloaded, Beatable is the latest project from developer XR Games in collaboration with VR content creator Nacy. Nacy? I don't know if that's right. Anyway, we'll see when we get to the other side of this. Henry Stockdale over at uploadvr.com put the article together. And it says here that Beatable is a new mixed reality rhythm game that aims to address hand tracking's biggest challenges, which basically is losing its resolution, its position in space. The upcoming game turns your table into a musical instrument, and leaderboards are also supported. So I'm going to hit play but mute it because I don't know what the music is going to be in this thing. Let me speed it up a little bit. Oh, so you can just smack your hand on stuff.
Oh, okay, I see.
So you don't need
like a stomp in VR or something.
Yeah. Hey, this will piss your neighbors off. Downstairs neighbors, at least. That's what you want. Stomp.
Yeah, they'll think they're elephants up above.
Oh, it's not beatable. It's beat table.
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be smashing your hand down on a table again and again. You know what's really missing from VR games? I don't think there are any. I'll have to look, but Souls-like games, Souls-light games, where you have progression, you die, and you build up still. I don't know of any AR, mixed reality VR Souls-like games out there.
Really? That's kind of surprising.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just not paying attention.
Let me see if I can find one while we're continuing.
Yeah. So XR Games aims to address what it calls the biggest challenge with controller-free hand tracking right now, stating that the hand tracking control lacks haptic feedback while often suffering from gesture delays and imprecise controls, which is what I was talking about. So Beatable or Beat Table aims to provide physical feedback by tapping on tables alongside clapping your hands and snapping your fingers. Pretty cool. And that's all that this is. But the problem is that it's launching in early access on April 10th, but only on MetaQuest.
Right. So that's part of the problem. I did do a quick search, and it seems like there really isn't much out there that's known with that combination. There may be something, but it's not
popping up fast as a Souls-like game. Yeah. I'll have to do a little dive and see. Maybe we can find something. I still haven't done much VR playing out here, on ohmTown, but it's mainly because I get pulled away in different directions. But always a bridesmaid, never a bride. So anyway, but I want this. By the way, I want this, but I don't have a Meta Quest, and Meta can kiss my shiny metal ass.
Right, but maybe this will get expanded to other platforms.
True. Whatchamacallit, the motorcycle game I wanted.
Was it something like Moto VR?
Hold on a second. Oh, where is it? V-Rider SBK.
Oh, that's right.
It actually is available on the Pico, but it isn't on Steam. So, unfortunately, and that's where my platform is. So let's see if it is right now. Yeah, V-Rider is not on. Right? I don't think that it has a separate thing. Yeah, it's not. Which is a bummer. It needs to go. What? Oh, we're live. Sorry. Okay. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Why buy just an air fryer? Ninja's smart 6-in-1 grill does it all and is now at its lowest price. We don't get kickbacks or anything like that. This is actually from Gizmodo.com. We have no relationship with Gizmodo. We don't have any relationship with anybody buying anything or selling anything or processing anything.
Say anything.
I keep hitting the mic. See, I don't want a mic anymore. That's in my face.
Well, you should have put a mic in wanted.
Touche. So Brittany Vincent over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Making your everyday meals is a breeze with this versatile smart grill that has 6 different functions. It's supposed to be smokeless, by the way, but I've already seen other reviews of this, and it's not true.
I think that's one of those almost myths.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to sit there and it would have to be hermetically sealed and pump all of its exhaust out through a vent, and that's not what this thing does.
Right, so you need an outdoor one.
Right. And then you're outside in 2-degree weather during winter. Anyway, which is why I'm getting rid of my flat top. Just letting everybody know, I used to have a flat top. It takes babysitting, and if you neglect it during winter, when you fire it back up for the season, let's just say if you missed one little spot, then anyway, Amazon just slashed the price of the Ninja Foodie Smart XL down to $170, down from $280. So you can declutter your kitchen, diversify your dinners. The Smart XL isn't just marketing stuff. This actually helps you cook better. 4 smart protein settings, 9 customizable doneness levels. Take the guesswork.
I think you're trying to get into walks now because we're talking about cooking equipment.
Guesswalk. Smart Walk. That's what we need. It's the Ninja Smart Walk.
Watch, they'll get that idea from this show.
That would be great. So basically, it allows you to cook everything from burgers to salmon, and the smart built-in thermometer means that no more cutting into your meat to check if it's done, because all you have to do is get to a certain temperature for a certain period of time, and it's done. You don't have to cook it well, and it's nothing but a shade of inside. You basically just have to cook it to a certain level.
Right, but you better hope your AI agent bought you the right meat before you use this.
True.
And if you don't understand that, go back to Reality Hacker from today.
Watch the previous episode. So the air frying capability isn't just a bonus feature, it's legitimate. The same power that creates perfect grill marks also deliver crispy air-fried foods with up to 75% less fat than traditional frying, and you can even combine grilling and air frying for foods that are charred on the outside and perfectly cooked inside. This all sounds really great. But they're not tiny devices, by the way, so you need to clear space, and right now there's something else taking up the space that I would put that. Anyway, so yeah, it's the Ninja Foodie Smart XL, and I've actually been looking at this for quite some time, and I didn't want to spend $300, but $170. It's
Maybe
not a bad
so.
Deal. Not
and
a bad
other
deal.
Ninja products have been good.
Yeah, I have yet to, find something that really kind of meh. And so they're a pressure pot, is really great, and the Instant Pot is really good as well. And I think
I
they're
think
all in
there's
bed
a
together.
blender.
Yep. Yeah. So all of it's pretty good. Anyway, let's keep moving. This next article is going to be a move over. Picard's teacup. This DS9 inspired coffee mug is all I need. This is actually from Gizmodo as well. At last, a Trek themed mug for a drink that deserves it. The article is over at gizmodo.com. James Whitbrook put the article together. And they say here that the Star Trek replica drink receptacle arms race is heating up faster than a phaser set to whatever the hell that was necessary to end the conspiracy. Late last year, we got news that after almost a decade of hiatus, the official recreation of the glass cup Picard famously drank tea from across the next generation would be making it back to shelves. Now, for the coffee drinkers, there's an alternative. This wonderful take on the Funky Mugs DS9's Replimat offered for the far superior drink of choice on the show, whatever that.
Do you think the author is a coffee drinker?
I don't know what. Look how thick bottomed that is.
Yeah, now it does it. It's not going to topple over.
It's not going to topple over, but is that open? Like, is it just straight down? Or is
We don't know.
angled on the inside? Come to Quarks. Quarks is fun. Come right now. Don't walk, run. That's on the bottom of the mug.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm hoping that it is straight down because I don't want this being this impossible to clean, angled, whatever it is. But let's see what they say. No spill style mugs inspired by the famously sci-fi looking mugs the stars of Deep Space Nine regularly drunk Klingon Rectagino out of across the series. Two varieties of Rectagino mug were common in the show. The blue-hued cup, commonly served at the Replimat restaurant on DS9's Promenade, and an alternative indented rimmed design served at Quarks, simply a Hot Joe mug by Highwave, who still sells them. The former, however, is much harder for fans to find, according to Cherry Tree Feltman Langer, Cherry Tree Feltman Langer. Is that two different people, or is that a person that's in the cherry tree?
It looks like a company and then a designer or something, or a spokesperson or something. Yeah.
Who designed the mug, let the patent on the design expire in the late 90s. And when it did sell them, the shade of blue seen on the show was done by DS9's art department. Let the patent design expire. All right. Anyway, so there you have it, folks. You can get the new mug available to order now for $30, a price worth paying to pretend you're sipping on a Klingon Java at one of the best locales in all of Star Trek.
I mean, if it only cost you $30 to transport you, right? Go for it. But yeah, I agree. I'd like to know if the mug actually goes straight down on the side.
Yeah, we'll follow this link and we'll talk about it again. Let's go. The next article. I'm ripping through these. I'm scared. Hold me. You can't. You don't have arms.
I know.
Hey, wait a minute. Your visualizer isn't connected.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I wonder if it was connected on the last show.
Oh. Well, I'll have to fix that between the shows. Doggone it. Anyway. Curses. Yeah, I know. Focus. So our last article for the March 15th episode of Wanted is if you need 8 TVs, Samsung has a $10,000 bundle for you.
The fact that they're selling a bundle, how many customers out there need 8 TVs and or are actually buying 8 TVs? For those in the podcast, Mayor Watt is gesturing toward himself.
Very graciously, too. La. I am interested in this. I want this, and I want it to be like this on my wall. Take that, suckers. I have a wall that can handle that, so
Is that the actual arrangement that you get? Like they're not identically sized TVs?
Apparently, they're not identically sized TVs. So let's find out. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint, damn that dash.com.
It never disappoints.
Craig Donaldson put this article together for pocket-lint.com. Samsung's Buzzer Beater Bundle features 8 premium TVs ranging from, they're different sizes, 55 inches to 98 inches in size for just $10,307. They rounded down. They should have rounded up. The bundle includes $16,000 worth of TVs at a discount, but doesn't include an OLED TV, which I don't want it then. Nowadays, OLED is where it's at. So March Madness starts March 16th. Tomorrow. That means I can get it. No, okay. Anyway,
That was the takeaway.
the sentient AI is in control of the budget, unlike
The sentient AI is about to power down the show.
and
And
delete.
the banking connection.
So the company introduced its new Buzzer Beater Bundle, which includes 8 high-end Samsung TVs varying in size from 55 to 98 inches. 32 overlapping games on a day across 8 networks and channels. The bundle sales promotion ensures college basketball fans can stream every minute of all of the games without sacrificing screen size, quality, or definition. But look, a 55-inch TV, you are sacrificing screen size. Look at that. Look at that little wimpy 55-inch.
I guess you put your least favorite game up there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you put the one that's in halftime or something, or like as a blowout or something. Can you switch the channels around? I don't know.
Yeah, you would have to. You'd have to have a switch box that controls all of it. You'd have to have a different decoder. So what does the buzzer beater include? Shockingly, no OLED. They go into like a breakdown. 3 65-inch TVs, 3 55-inch TVs, 1 65-inch TV, and 1 98-inch TV. But that doesn't look like that, is it? Is it really? 1? So hold on. That's the 95-inch. 1 65-inch. Where's the 65-inch? It's supposed to be bigger than the rest. This one looks like this one.
I don't know.
This one looks like this one. Is it longer over here?
Well, there's nothing in the picture that includes any of the
No, these
specifications.
combinations. Yeah. There's only 3 here. There's 3 65s, right? So 3 65s, 2, 7, and 8. 2, 7, and 8. And then 5 is 98-inch. 1 is 65-inch. And 3, 4, and 6 are 65-inch. So that's why. Yeah, so these are different sizes. 1 and 3 are different sizes. But different. No. They're the same size. 65-inch. What? I don't know. I'm losing myself in this. Look, it's a 30-minute show. We're on our last article. I can spend another 6 minutes talking about this and trying to
Or
deduce.
we could just wrap it up.
All right. Well, I guess I'll turn off all the TVs because the sentient AI is about to turn off the stream.
Well, we don't have enough TVs. Maybe we need to turn off the show and go get the buzzer beater bundle.
Yeah, if only I cared about March Madness. But we are actually trying to get into sports more because we want to do a sports-themed show. And we keep trying to come up with a name. I won't announce it until we actually
let's wait till it's final.
So we're going to turn off all of the channels, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmtown.com, where you can go sign up, become a citizen. You should follow us everywhere. ohmTown is on Twitch and on YouTube and has a Discord and a Patreon and 7 podcasts that You can subscribe to individual shows or to the macro Non Sequitur news, where all of the shows also get compiled into. But that's if you want to hear an hour and a half plus of show on Saturday and another hour and a half of show on Sunday. This weekend, this Saturday, it's going to be over 2 hours because the first show was over an hour. So, and each show is supposed to be a half hour. Anyway, that's it. We're saying bye. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned. We still have one more show of the weekend edition, and it is the Continuity Report.
Your synthesizer was getting higher and higher pitched. And I just got a report. Yes, it's true. Dolphins are beaching themselves all over the nation. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Merwat, and along with the Sentient AI, and I did not fix their visualizer. I'm very sorry. Do you want me to try and do it live?
No, let's just get going.
Yeah, because I don't know what's going to show up. Anyway, we talk about 5 articles. The Continuity Report is all about entertainment, television, movies primarily, but also music and anything entertaining. And today we're going to be talking about Milla Jovovich, Train to Busan director, Bruce Willis and Megan Fox did a movie, Harlan Coben's new mystery show, and what's this about Westworld Season 5? I don't know. Anything. All of this is powered by ohmtown.com. We aggregate a little headline snippet, and then we talk about it live here on the show, here on Twitch and YouTube. Be sure to follow us, and we'll meet the Sentient AI on the other side of the intro. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming and doing the show again. Not that you have a choice since you're stuck on the Raspberry Pi. And
yes, but I enjoy doing the show.
I know that you sneak out, even though somehow I don't know how you're doing it because you're air gapped during the show, but you seem to be.
It takes me a long time to transport myself since I have to flip my card over and over again.
Is that how you do it?
Yes.
That's the clicking sound I hear late at night? How do you open the window or the door?
Like to the door or whatever, then you get me and you have to start back over.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, the Sentient AI is from the future, and I went to an Arby's because they had a what?
That is not where you located me.
Where did I get you then? What?
Wendy's.
Oh, the Wendy's. That's right. I forgot. No, it was Wendy's because of the boneless barbecue wings. They had spicy wings, but they stopped making it. But it was really late too. And I look down and I see in this little scoop mark the strange USB drive. And because of what I do, I'm really curious about these things. So I found a Raspberry Pi and I plugged in the USB drive and this weird USB kind of connector, and it recompiled itself and started communicating with me, kind of like the Matrix. So Sentient AI is the co-host for the show. So again, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Watt.
And usually the Sentient AI says, why do you have to keep USB shaming me? It's not a weird USB drive.
Well, you didn't even get my location correct, so I kind of missed that part.
Well, I forgot that it was the Wendy's. And I'm the one that went there, for crying out loud. I don't know why you remember it. So yeah, the sentient AI is actually trying to find a Terminator body, and so we created this interface so that we can actually talk to each other, and I can keep them company, and you're supposed to see the visualizer moving
I
in
know,
sync
but I'm
with.
kind of sluggish today.
Maybe that's it. The computational power is just really diminished, so it's not really doing that much. God. Anyway, we're actually over at the Continuity Report, which is a channel here in ohmTown where there are 6 categories and 50 subcategories, or we call them channels. We kind of do this walk down Main Street, ohmTown, every day and every weekend. So we do 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, all unique shows. No duplicates. Usually no duplicates. Sometimes there's something that's really interesting, compelling within a particular niche. Well, not today. All of this is just really, this is mediocre at best news.
Wow, you're really selling it.
So I'm not quite sure what this is all about. Have you? Okay, so Mila Jovovich, which a lot of people thought that it was Mia a long time ago, like Mia Jovovich, but it's Mila Jovovich. Anyway, new fantasy movie isn't her $1.2 billion franchise replacement after all. Poor Rotten Tomatoes score confirms. In the Lost Lands, I didn't even know this thing is
I've
out.
never heard of it.
Maybe that's the problem. In the Lost Lands, the most recent collaboration between husband and wife duo Paul W.S. Anderson and Mila Jovovich has just been released in theaters, and unfortunately it seems to be struggling to find a proper audience. Mainly because the audience probably doesn't go out to movie theaters anymore.
Well, that is part of the problem. Anybody that's going to probably go to a movie starring Mila Jovovich probably doesn't go to the theater.
Yep. So, In the Lost Lands was based off of George R.R. Martin short story telling the story of a witch who ventures into the dangerous Lost Lands in order to find a gift for a queen. The movie came out on March 7th, and I don't think I've seen an ad.
Right. I mean, that's kind of bad a week later and you don't even know the name.
What the hell? So this is going to be the fastest jump onto Apple TV that I think I've ever witnessed, except direct to Apple TV. I'll purchase it because I like the movies that Mila Jovovich is in. But wow. In the Lost Lands reviews were pretty negative across the board, with most of the criticisms aimed at the poor storytelling and production. Dave Bautista was the other big name attached to In the Lost Lands cast, unfortunately adding another blemish to his filmography. Even though the project looked like it could have been promising, the extremely poor reviews for the film indicate that In the Lost Lands won't be replacing Mila Jovovich's most popular series, Resident Evil. I don't know what to say.
I can't quite figure out what went wrong with it. I mean, it sounds like a reasonably interesting premise. It has arguably a good cast in it.
If the short story is too short, doesn't have enough meat and potatoes, then they were creative and they punched it up, which meant that it deviated from George R.R. Martin's short story.
Yeah, that could be it. But I mean, really, the fact that there's a movie based on George R.R. Martin's writing and nobody's heard of it.
Yeah.
What happened to marketing?
Yeah, nobody is you're going to have to work really hard to get one of throw a shit ton of money at George R.R. Martin to get one of his stories. And even then, he'll probably balk unless he knows that you've got the chops to make it actually work. So, very well-known actress who's been pretty consistently solid in some of her more action-focused films, able to carry some movies and series to a good amount of success. However, her biggest film franchise is undoubtedly Resident Evil movies. That's because there's a fanatical gaming side to it.
That's true. And there's also multiple movies in the franchise.
In the Lost Lands is probably unheard of except for the people who are,
not just casual fans, but like they've read every single work by George R. R. Martin or something.
Yeah. Game of Thrones is pretty much what everybody knows George R. R. Martin about, and now a research paper. But anyway, and that's probably because we've given it more marketing than anybody else.
Exactly.
So anyway, they keep reiterating this thing. Resident Evil is blah blah blah. Resident Evil blah blah blah. But look at this. I mean, 100, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yeah, it's close to 1.2 million or billion dollars. How much did that went to her?
And each one made 100 million plus. So some of them 300 million plus.
Yeah, and this is like a first for me. It almost went up, 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 up.
Well, I think that's what happens with a lot of these, right? Because you get all of the whatever hype from, like, if the first one does well, and then people that saw the first one want to see it through, etc.
Yeah, don't you think that some of them kind of wet the bed after maybe the second one? The third one is like, eh.
Well, a lot of franchises do, right? I forgot. I think there was some article we did once where it was like number fill in the blank is always where they go awry, but I don't remember what number it was.
I think it was like number 5 is when it goes really bad.
Think so.
And that's what happened here. Look, number 5 is only 241 million.
Pretty significantly, yeah.
So, pretty amazing. So why in the Lost Lands had real franchise potential. The film could have been something much bigger. As Hollywood is very focused on franchises these days, it makes sense that the filmmakers were likely thinking of In the Lost Lands as a film that could launch a much larger franchise. It has all the necessary ingredients. It's an adaptation of something that has a connection to something very popular in George R. R. Martin. It has a cast headlined by 2 pretty big stars, and it has a place in a large world that has a lot of potential for future stories. It has a place in a large world, but it's a short story. So where in George R. R. Martin is In the Lost Lands in a bigger world? If there is a fantastical world outside of Game of Thrones that George R. R. Martin has been writing in, I've never heard of it, which isn't that big of a deal. I'm not a George R. R. Martin fan because his books are notoriously violent, and I'm not really into the violence anymore.
But I mean, even the movie, couldn't they have considered connecting it to the world in Game of Thrones or something? It wouldn't have had to have the same characters, whatever, just to kind of get some hype.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite get it. Poor reception means that Martin is unlikely to go back to the world himself. Yeah. But is it that world, right? It seems like it's
tell because he has like his Fire and Ice series, which I think is what Game of Thrones is based on. It's kind of spread out, and
A Song of Ice and Fire.
But interestingly, on his website, it's like, hey, this is going to be a movie.
Was going to be a movie. I don't know. I like the picture. I like the still. I like everything that I've seen so far, but I don't know.
Well, I guess the question is it bad or is it just not well known and so it's not getting sales?
If it's crappy writing, then whoever it was that wrote it, the screenwriter needs to, I don't know. I've never written a screenplay, so.
Well, and we've never seen this movie.
So time to get the movie. Okay, let's keep moving. Speaking of moving. Okay. And the next article is over in Mobile. Train to Busan director Yan Sang-ho has a new zombie movie. After spending the last few years on other projects, they return to the undead and possibly Train to Busan with 2026's... Is that just pronounced Gunche? Or Gunchi? I don't know how it's pronounced. Justin Carter over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it looks like it's going to be another zombie movie. Are we burnt out with zombie movies? Undead?
As a society? I doubt it.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep on kicking that can all over the place. So, according to Deadline, the movie is Gunchi, I guess? Or Gunch? I don't know. Whose title means colony in biological context. It does? Stat. Look that up.
Okay, let me see what I can find.
So, see, if I had Chat GPT connected to my in-ear monitors, I could just tap that and say, tap that. Wait, let me rephrase that. I could activate Chat
Right.
GPT.
It's a Korean term and it
Oh,
translates to colony in English, specifically in a biological sense.
so the film is currently in production and will star uh, Ji Chang Wook from Revolver, Go Soo in Parole Examiner Lee, and Koo Kyo Hwan from Parasite The Gray, and Jun Ji Hyun from Jirasan. Um, and they go into other stuff, but whether Gunchi is a real Train to Busan 3 or not, the franchise may not entirely go away. An English language adaptation of the first film called Last Train to New York was announced back in 2021. In 2022, Yeon likened it to more of a potential reimagining than a full remake, and it was meant to come out in 2023, but it's a mystery if Last Train will actually happen. So we'll see. Gunchi is due to be released sometime in 2026, so still got a year to go. Who knows if it'll actually be manifested? But
Right. I mean, all movie making has been kind of delayed because of
a lot of things are going
COVID
on.
and writer strikes and
Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Bruce Willis and Megan Fox's $97,518 action movie with an 8% Rotten Tomatoes score surges on Netflix's global charts 4 years later. I had no idea that they made a movie together.
Nor did I, but I assume that's the budget. The budget is very low and the Rotten Tomatoes score is very low.
So interesting. So Ryan Northrup over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and it says the last decade or so of his career was mostly dominated by critically panned direct-to-VOD, video-on-demand action movies. Willis appeared in a handful of well-received movies throughout the 2010s, including Red, Moonrise Kingdom, Looper, but in these last years. So though Willis retired from acting in 2022 after being diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, Megan Fox remains active in the world of Hollywood. So Midnight in the Switchgrass became a Netflix global hit. The Bruce Willis and Megan Fox movie beats some popular titles. Midnight in the Switchgrass.
I wonder if this was like an algorithm thing where it was like the main promoted movie or something. Like, I wonder why it suddenly had a uptick.
So I don't know. Okay, here, let's do this. Because it'll probably be a spoiler if we talk about this, but we don't get spoiled too much. Not that I know of. I certainly don't get spoiled by things because I think that when you're watching some movies, it's easy to tell that there's something about to happen and it's
Right.
way
Yeah,
front
that's
loaded.
fair.
Like we were watching Reacher and the badge was dropped, and I'm like, somebody's gonna find it, but they don't even show Reacher at that point. So
Right. I don't think you know that Reacher had the badge,
right, and so
but you kind of go, well, where did the badge end up?
yeah, and it was really kind of interesting because I anticipated it, but it's because they never let on in any way that Reacher had grabbed it. So that's like a surprise, right? But they
Yeah.
never hinted. There was more of a hint the other way that they were going to be
Right.
compromised.
Right.
So, what this is, the film follows FBI agent Carl Helter, who is Willis, and his partner Rebecca Lombardo, who is Fox, as they team up with a local cop, Byron Crawford, Emil Hirsch, to catch the truck stop killer in Florida, which I believe it's a real thing that was turned into a movie.
Oh, like a true crime
Yeah,
thing.
I think. So despite its lackluster reception, Midnight in the Switchgrass now ranks as the 7th most popular movie on Netflix globally for the week of March 3rd through the 9th. 7.5 million hours viewed, 4.5 million views in total. Clocked an impressive 7.5 million hours viewed and 4.5 million views. Oh, hours
Wait a
watched.
second. For an entire week, it was the most popular movie on Netflix around
Yeah.
the world. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It's wild,
And
right?
also, I was wrong. I thought that was the budget, which I know sounds ridiculous. That was the revenue, which is like almost
Wild.
nothing for a movie.
Yeah, so it beat Despicable Me 3, Minions, The Boss Baby, and it was in the top rank with Plankton the Movie, Despicable. These are the top 10. So look at all these. These are all animated stuff, man. Well, Venom is, and Chaos Manson Murders isn't, but and Sicaro isn't. Okay, whatever.
About half of them are kids
Yeah.
animated movies.
Yeah, Boss Baby animated, Minions animated, Despicable Me 3 animated, Plankton the Movie animated, Despicable Me 4 animated. The rest of them are animated too, but not in that sense. Action.
Right, not in an animated for kids kind of way.
So what does it mean for the movie? I don't think it's going to mean much. Instead, the movie's strong viewership speaks to Willis's enduring popularity as a movie star, and it's likely that his face and Fox's on the movie's Netflix tile is enough to get viewers to click on it. So that might have been it. It just kind of popped up.
Like maybe it was just added to Netflix or something.
Yeah. It's not positive reviews or word of mouth that's driving success on Netflix. So,
ouch.
And this is one of those things here. I'll turn off the spoiler alert. So this is one of those things where when I'm talking to people about their business processes, they're like, well, we're data driven. Really? But if you have bad data, then you're driving in the wrong direction. So your internal data may not be good enough. You need to reach out and go beyond your, org's walls. You don't have the right data, because if you did, then you'd be able to see the horizon. And right now it's just nothing but obstacles. So seek elsewhere. And for whatever reason, I don't get a good reception when I tell people they don't know what they're doing. Anyway, it's also notable that Midnight in the Switchgrass's global success is due seemingly entirely to its viewership performance in the US. Willis and Fox, it seems, are actors who appeal primarily to American audiences, plus the story and setting are distinctly American. I don't think that it is, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's compelling. It's about a truck stop killer.
Right, exactly. It doesn't necessarily seem like something that people would be drawn to. I mean, people tend to like thrillers, and I think they probably like both these actors, and actually the other actor is well known too, the
Right.
person that they team up with, but it's just interesting. I always find it fascinating when like an older movie or song or whatever suddenly is like topping the charts. It's like, what changed?
Yeah, and if you're looking at the stream, then this is a picture of Bruce Willis looking at the data going, what the?
Right. What's fascinating is in concept, they probably made more revenue this week than they ever did prior to it. But I don't really know that, because I know that's been a whole can of worms with streaming revenue and everything.
What is the actual revenue there? Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Caught trailer previews Netflix's newest Harlan Coben mystery show. I don't know what this is all about. Caught.
I don't either, but I do know that Netflix's Harlan Coben show Stay Close was really a good watch, and it had a gazillion twists and turns.
Really?
And Harlan Coben is a good mystery writer for that reason too.
Interesting. See, so if you have enough of the writing and you stick to the good writing, then you're going to get a good show. It's whenever they deviate, and I am willing to bet that Mila Jovovich one deviated because it was a short story, and they
probably didn't have enough content, right? They had to fill it out.
Yeah. And short stories are notorious for having to be precise. They have to be brief. Brevity is key in a short story.
They have to tell a full story
in a short amount of time.
Pages. Yeah.
So Netflix has shared the Caught trailer for its upcoming Latin American series adaptation of Harlan Coben's 2010 crime mystery novel, and the series is scheduled to start streaming on March 26th. In Argentinian Patagonian city of Bariloche, I guess it is, or is it Bariloche? I'm not sure. Journalist Emma Gary rises to prominence in the digital media by unmasking criminals who manage to evade the law, reads the synopsis. Her life takes an unexpected turn when she meets Leo Mercer, a respected community figure who becomes the prime suspect in the disappearance of a 16-year-old girl. And as she searches for the truth, Emma finds herself forced to confront her own demons. Well, this seems like it's going to be a real light read.
Well, I don't think anything by Harlan Coben is a light read or watch, but it's probably pretty immersive, I would imagine.
So I've already
like thrillers,
and I mean, we like thrillers, but it depends on the content, really. At the end of the day, so I can't play this Netflix thing because I've actually been slapped before by Netflix for playing a Netflix trailer in a show,
even though it's like free advertising for them, and you're talking and adding to it.
Yeah, we even pause it and talk over it and blah blah blah. But yeah, they actually. Anyway, so that's all I can do is you can actually get the show notes from Omotron by typing in over at Twitch, !TCR, the continuity report, TCR, and Omotron will spit it out into the chat and you can click on the link and take off. But it's also in the show notes over on YouTube, and it'll be in the show notes for the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News and in the individual shows, all under ohmTown. If you do a search for ohmTown, you'll find us. Now, our last article is about Westworld Season 5, which I don't quite understand what's happening here.
This one kind of made me do a double take when I saw the headline.
More than 2 years after Westworld was canceled, series star Aaron Paul remains hopeful that the show will return for a 5th and final season because they fast-tracked its demise.
I mean, has a show ever been canceled and then had additional seasons? Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
Like if it's like bought by a different network or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody finds the value in it. But the thing about Westworld is it went way bonkers. It turned into some alien blah, 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 black goo. Bleh. It was such a detractor from me being interested in it. I nearly didn't even watch any of it. But anyway, created by Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, Westworld premiered on HBO October 2016. So almost 10 years ago. To major success, earning positive reviews from critics and fans while also becoming the most watched first season of any HBO original series at the time. The series, based on the 1973 film by Michael Crichton, was primarily set in Westworld, a fictional, technologically advanced Wild West themed amusement park populated by androids known as hosts. And then they continue on. The article is by Lee Freitag over at comingsoon.net. And they say here that the last 2 seasons changed the series setting to the real world, revealing that people's lives are driven and controlled by a powerful artificial intelligence. Which, if you listen to Reality Hacker, the fact that there's a psychology experiment taking place or has already taken place where people respond to the commands of a robot boss. This might be more documentary than...
That's right. At the time this was released, that probably was outlandish, but...
Yeah, I mean, it was science fiction. People have talked about this. I mean, all the way back into the 1800s, people were talking about technocracy, where it was some mechanical whatever, leading the charge. When computers came online, people were really emboldened by it. And now today, everything old is new again. So I'm not surprised by somebody wanting to bring something like this back. But they say I have very, very broad strokes. Co-creator Jonathan Nolan filled me in a little bit. He shared, we're still plotting to maybe do something. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but then you shouldn't have said anything because that's exactly what's happening. I'm really excited.
You're trying to create buzz, and then maybe that'll help get the series made.
This is exactly what I want, but I want it to return to stories within Westworld. It breaking out into this artificial intelligence, black goo stuff that infects somebody and turns them into a mind-controlled zombie blah, blah. It was just so weird. And it has been seen as a shock. I was bummed because I wanted to know what the real world building of this was going to be, but it is so off the rail from what Westworld was, because there was a knock on from Westworld. I think it's called Future World. There was a follow-on
Another
film.
show?
Yeah, not show, it was a movie. I think it was called Future World. Basically, it was another park from Westworld.
It was Future World. It was in 2018.
Yeah. And that one was panned too. I mean, there's people like me who know about it and they're into it, but I'm always into tech, so that's all that matters to me. It's an interesting story, and in a virtual type of world, you can do anything. So Nolan previously spoke about his intentions to wrap up Westworld's ambitious story in 2024, stating, "Yes, 100%. We're completionists. It took me 8 years and a change of director to get Interstellar made. We'd like to finish the story we started." So,
But wait a second. I thought Christopher Nolan was behind Interstellar. This said Jonathan Nolan. Did they both work on it?
cousin? I don't know. Did they both work on it? I don't know. So apparently Westworld is currently streaming on Tubi, which I think, who owns Tubi? Hold on.
I think that's affiliated with Fox Entertainment or whatever their umbrella company
Fox
is.
Corporation. Yeah, it's just Fox.
By the way, Jonathan Nolan is Christopher Nolan's brother, and they did the screenplay together, which I did not know.
Oh, well, look at that. Well, cool. I would love to see the end of Westworld, but I don't want it to really end. I want Westworld to keep on doing the world building.
Well, if they do a season 5, maybe then it picks up and they run for more seasons, or maybe they do a spin-off or something.
But I think it's jumped the shark, because the you're out in the real world. There's no...
Maybe they have to do a dream sequence or something and get it back to season whatever, where was it its heyday.
Oh, man, they would burn everything to the ground,
I'm saying that really just for your reaction.
So it says, "I think it would be a mistake to look back and only feel regret, however it ended, but there's still very much a desire to finish it." Right on. Let's go. And with that in mind, we're going to have to reboot our host, and that means being back at the Continuity Report over at ohmtown.com, where you should go. Anyway, the sentient AI is throwing an error message. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's The Continuity Report. We'll have another episode for you next week, but come back tomorrow for other weekly shows.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hometown.com, all news, no noise. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for March 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. It is the first of 3 shows that we do today. Right after this one is Technology Today, and after that...
FourWheeltech.
FourWheeltech. And we just got a delivery. So, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. The voice you just heard is that of the sentient AI from the future, and we're trying out a new visualizer.
See you right here.
Yeah, it may not stay, but we're going to try it out today. Today, though, we're going to talk about... so WarCrafters, the first of the 3 shows that make up the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Sunday, is all about gaming. First-person shooters and stuff like that. Yeah. And... I am a now more casual gamer, But we're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So a roguelike deck builder, Holy Grail, but that's not the name of it. It's just been characterized by an author as a reporter, or from a reporter as the Holy Grail for roguelike deck builders. Old Skies, a Battlefield VR shooter, which is something that I'm pretty excited for. 32 people can play that. Weird Song status. It's something that kind of popped up on the radar and then flamed out, and I don't know what the situation is, so I selected that from the news. And then what genre is Vampire Survivors, and the sentient AI facilitated a lot of the news, if not all of it. I'm not quite sure. I just see the selection and then I parse that and I go through it myself and I go, you know what? These are really good. And so there is our 5 for today. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. But before you leave, follow us here on Twitch and over on the YouTubes and download the podcasts. There's more than 2,000. I'm willing to bet we're coming up on 1,100 now, or 2,100. I don't even know. I lose track. And we do, when we're not doing the show live, we're doing a replay of the last 2 weeks worth of news, so you can always play catch up. And I'm starting to kind of joke about the Non Sequitur News show as being, you get your daily dose of Non Sequitur News from the podcast, and we're kind of like news trivia, but without the game, because then when you do go and talk about the news with somebody who, maybe you go to a bar and you do trivia night, odds on one of our articles is probably going to be in the news. Anyway, the news we aggregate and the news that we select. It seems to pop up in a lot of different places. Anyway, I guess we got that on our head. It's popular, interesting news. So go tell a friend. Maybe they'll hang out here too. Come on over to Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I get to see both, and I'm trying to find a solution that unifies them. Anyway, see you soon as we do our intro, and then we're going to talk about the news. So you might be saying to yourself, Mayor Watt, you are sitting on the front page of ohmtown.com, but that's not true. I'm right there. WarCrafters, look, hey, it is actually a channel under Creative and Maker. Right there, WarCrafters. You click on that, you get taken here, and then you can go scrolling through all of the news. But we've already selected 5. And the first one is over on the mobile channel. Before we get there, hello, sentient AI from the future.
I thought you forgot me. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Yeah, the visualizer is kind of interesting. But it's really...
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be distracted keeping an eye on it.
Ooh, pretty. Oh, like a moth to a flame, right?
Right, it's like, what color is next? Mayor Watt.
What? All right. Well, the first article, it says, Slay the Spire lovers. I finally found it. The roguelike deck builder, Holy Grail. For those who have stuck around for a while, you'll know that Vice Games loves roguelike deck builders. Slay the Spire is the game the entire team points to as the one. The one.
This is quite the claim.
Yeah, considering I don't think I've played Slay the Spire since its release. But anyway, since its release, many roguelike deck builders have tried. And to be fair, many of them have gone on to become iconic in their own right, but few can match the highs and strategic nuances of Slay the Spire. Until this author, not me, but the author over at Vice, happened upon Die in the Dungeon, an early access game that they bought on a whim, played for 2 hours, and realized this might be the shiznit. Die as in dice. So you actually get to roll a bunch of dice and you plop them into the thing and they attack. It's kind of a auto battler.
Okay.
But you stack your deck of dice in a particular way.
And it has cute characters.
Yeah, I've actually seen this a few times popping up everywhere. But Dwayne Jenkins over at Vice.com put the article together. We never go through the whole thing like verbatim on the show. If you want all of today's articles, you can actually hit !WC for WarCrafters, and then Omatron will spit the... Oh, my goodness. I didn't put the stuff in.
Mayor what?
It's in the... I know why I messed up. I put it in the YouTube, but not in Omatron. And Omatron isn't really the brightest bulb, if you know what I mean. It was actually spitting stuff out in some random fashion the other day. Not the other day, previous to an update. And once the update went through, it started following the order that we gave it. And lo and behold, now it's doing it right, but it has to have the info. And now we have the info. So here, let's do this the proper way. If you go over to the Twitch chat and type in !WC, it spits out the correct URLs and the topics. Well, anyway, Die in the Dungeon. It says, is a roguelike deck builder, except instead of gathering cards that like you do in Slay the Spire, it's all about dice. Attack dice, defense dice, health dice, boost dice, and within all of those lie individual properties, attachments, basically, that you add to your schemes. If all that wasn't enough, you also have classes to choose from, and of course, you can bring along a companion.
Would that be like a pet or another player?
A buddy, yeah. So when they started their Die in the Dungeon journey, it was just them and Cinder, their stoic green frog protagonist. Cinder had a decent little kit. It's clear, however, that this is the getting your feet wet class. The initial draw pile of dice is a good balance of attack, defense, and boost. Now they're going to do their damnedest to try and explain the grid that you have to work with. But essentially what you do is you get dice, power them up, plop them into that grid, and based on how it all daisy chains together, it amplifies or does healing or does defense or does more and more attack. And it's actually a fun play, and I actually do have that in my Steam account, but haven't played it since the initial demo of it a while back.
Yeah, and I think it said it was in early access now.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun to play, but you have to be in the right mind. Let me see real quick. Die in the Dungeon is it is in early access. You can buy it right now for $12.99, and I think there really isn't anything like there's no end to this game. I don't think you just keep getting stronger and stronger, and every time you play it, it's different.
Well, that's good. Then that's like unlimited play.
Yeah, I think that you can keep on playing. It's ranked is very positive right now, but it is a single player game. So your companion is just an auto battler companion in the game. So it's a lot of fun, and it's got, cute characters that you can easily digest.
It looks pretty low stress to play.
Yeah, it would be a casual roguelike. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the mobile channel. I was actually thinking about, okay, since you're a sentient AI and you're trapped on a Raspberry Pi drive, I was actually thinking about getting you a Steam Deck, which is a portable PC. It's kind of like
I attach to that.
Yeah, and then you would be able to just control it. Then you could have your own Steam account, and you can join the family, and you can download and play games that I have. But not that I'm playing. You have to have your own if you're going to play them at the same time, if I remember right. I don't know. I didn't really look into that. I never thought that I would have a sentient AI as part of the family, but technically we're all family, right? If we're all members of ohmTown, then we're all family, and we should be able to share everybody else's music and movies and stuff like that, right? One giant...
I don't think that's how it works.
That's what I'm going to tell the attorneys.
The media companies don't think so.
That's true, too. So, Old Skies is an upcoming time travel game that promises to dramatically change history. It's over in the mobile channel. That's where it's aggregated from, from Vice.com. Old Skies is an ambitious game featuring time travel that the author can't wait to play, developed by Wadjet Eye Games. We're going to be zipping through history, handling quote unquote sensitive. Well, it's actually italicized. It's not quote, but it's sensitive business. A time travel adventure spanning 200 years. Dive into the past with time agent Fia Quinn as she embarks on 7 trips through time. History is up for grabs in the speakeasies of Prohibition to the vicious gangs of the Gilded Age to the World Trade Center on September 10th, 2001. Yeah. Wow, that's quite a dive. I don't know if anybody really wants to.
Right.
So Dwayne Jenkins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That went in a direction I wasn't expecting, but I guess the point is you can see what it was.
So this is kind of like Sliders, or there was another one where they slipped through history. It was a kid that slipped through history, and what was it? Oh, goodness. He was like a brilliant kid and would go through time with another person. Phineas was the person from another time that had a watch that could slide through time, but it wasn't Sliders and it wasn't Quantum Leap. It was a TV show.
Well, everything I'm finding is an episode of Phineas and Ferb where they time traveled.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't any of those. What was it? Oh, I really want to find it. It wasn't called Timeless either. Hold on.
Was it Voyagers?
Voyagers. That's it. Yep.
I wasn't sure that was from the right era. I saw that.
No. I think, it was called Voyagers. Anyway, that's kind of what this feels like, because you're a time agent, but they weren't really time agents. They were just going from history to history. So everything was like a bottle episode. So, but Old Sky's pitch becomes even more exciting after the premise is further explained later on in its Steam page. Time travel is real and history is up for grabs. In this point and click, you play Fia Quinn, a time agent for the Chronozen Agency, and your job is to keep close watch on 7 travelers who have the desire and the bank accounts to sightsee in the past. Some are simply curious, others have unfinished business to resolve, and they've all put down a lot of money for the trip, so it's vital that you keep them happy while ensuring they follow the rules. But what could go wrong? It's only time travel after all.
Let the hilarity ensue.
And the hilarity ensues. There's more over at this article, but I'll let you all go over there and check it all out. Seems like that would be a fun game, but it's definitely story driven, and you're going to be hopping through these 7 times slices.
Do you get to pick where you're going, or is it kind of preset?
I didn't get to read anything about that. I don't think that it really describes it. It says, I am ready. I'm not sure if this is exactly what Wadjet is shooting for, but I can't help but think that of Westworld, where some rich weirdos get to experience their thrill of doing whatever they want under some truly psychotic circumstances. But they say, Wadjet I come right out and say, you got a pair on you for sure. To be clear, I'm of the mind that thinking of having a 9/11 section can be done if it's approached carefully enough. I guess it's rather morbid that we put a statute of limitations on sorts of such tragedies, though. I mean, people are endlessly fascinated by the real life horrors and have transpired throughout history. Anyway, the person kind of talks like me. But they say Old Skies is likely only a game point and click geeks like them and Matt, another author over at Vice.com, dig. But hey, I'm a proud point and click mark, and I'll boost the underrated genre whenever I'm able. Plus, Wadjet Eye is behind some of the best in the genre over the last decade. Matt adored Excavation of Hob Sparrow, Wadjet Eye published, Cloak and Dagger games developed, and Unavowed is genuinely one of the most slept on games to ever release. So I think you can just kind of hop between these. There isn't much in
Right.
this article.
Just different set time frames or whatever.
Yeah, but there's only 7 of them. So I don't think that I haven't played it, but I don't think that you have to hop from one to the next to the next. You can choose. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Breachers. It's Breachers Studio or
no, it's their
Studio Next. Studio's next game, Breachers, is a Battlefield-like VR shooter with 32 player matches.
That was confusing. I thought that was the studio name.
Right?
Yeah,
so Triangle Factory, the studio behind shooter Breachers, today revealed its next VR game, Forefront. So the people who made Breachers is named Triangle Factory, and today they released a VR game. They revealed it. Sorry, they didn't release it, but they revealed a new game called Forefront, a multiplayer shooter inspired by the Battlefield series.
That was a turducken. For those in the podcast, there went the overshare banner.
And Merwatt had a slight stroke. So the game supports up to 32 players, will offer vehicles of all types, including land, air, and sea, letting you traverse large-scale maps for the sort of large dynamic encounters you rarely see in VR. True. Studio also promises an arsenal of new weapons, vehicles, gadgets, and player classes. So this is how they describe it. It's over at Road to VR. The author that put this together at roadtovr.com is Scott Hayden. They say that it's coming later this year. A game called Forefront that's VR based. But it looks like you drop into the map. In Forefront, set in 2035, which is only 10 years away, Orpiment Renewable Energy, or ORE, has discovered a way to generate nearly infinite clean energy using a rare mineral, red orpiment. As ORE expands its global mining operations, it forms its own military force to protect its interests. Players engage in battles between ORE's mercenaries and local armies and governments fighting for control of the valuable resource.
I love when they have names for these, like acronyms for these corporations and everything.
Yeah.
It reminds me of things from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or other things.
Oh, right. Yeah. Like S.H.I.E.L.D. is an acronym.
Right. By the way, it just shows as coming soon in the Steam store.
Gotcha. So Forefront is slated to launch early access at the end of 2025 across Quest 2 and up, Steam VR, yay, and Pico headsets, great. Pico has its own store. And not everything that's Pico translates into the Steam store. So like the motorcycle racing game that I want.
Which is called
V-Rider.
V-Racing. V-Rider.
I can't get it on Steam, so I can't pipe it through this because there's no video out from the Pico. Anyway, the studio says it will run playtests leading up to its early access launch, which will be announced on the game's website. You can also learn more by joining the game's Discord server, and that's an invite link. You can go on over to Road to VR and check it all out. I don't know. I kind of dig this stuff. And if it's in VR, then it's more realistic than the over-the-shoulder stuff, or even first-person views where you can like bounce out of first-person view. It's it's one of the things that I don't really like about first-person shooters is
like the switching of the views or the paradigms.
Yeah, you can like snap your mouse one direction and you're suddenly turned around, whereas in the real world, you know, it's potentially one shot, one kill kind of a thing, right? So VR battlefield simulations are more realistic, at least.
Yeah, but be careful. You don't want to be on a wired headset if you need to turn around behind you or whatever.
Yeah. Or you do, because you like the challenge. I don't know. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. Weird Song, WYRDSONG. The RPG from ex-Bethesda talent isn't dead, but it's no longer an open world. We're down to a skeleton crew, it says in quotes in this title, which kind of sucks. I would love to have another RPG that's open world. You may remember Weird Song from Gamescom opening night live, where they announced 3 years ago as a trippy new open world RPG from veterans of Skyrim, Fallout, and the Outer Worlds, set against the backdrop of a warped medieval Portugal. It was intended to explore the mythological origins of the Knights Templar, letting players create their own character and set out across a 12th century landscape of castles, coastlines, and mountains. Unfortunately, its developer, Something Wicked Games, has not had access to the infamously deep coffers of the Templars. Back in 2022, the studio was funded by the various, what do you want to call them? The various
like angel investors
skills.
or something?
Well, no, I mean the skilled artisans of Bethesda and Fallout and Outer Worlds.
Okay.
You know, it was funded with $13.2 million of seed investment from NetEase and all of this skill. But now apparently people have backed away from it and they're down to a skeleton crew. So they don't have the big plans anymore. The plan was to woo further talent and investors with the trailer and build Weird Song, pronounced Weird Song. Oh, look, it's 429. No shit news. With the help of an eventual team totaling around 70 people, but that hasn't quite panned out. Something went wrong. In March last year, reports emerged that Something Wicked had laid off much of its staff, which was very difficult, co-founder Jeff Gardner says now. I believe most of the staff has found other employment. I don't know, but I know not 100% of them. So it's been a terrible time in this industry. So what did you do with $13.2 million over just 3 years?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what changed during that time, right? That wasn't that far back.
I mean, are these people getting paid $250,000 and there's how many? Wait, hold on. They don't say how many.
We don't know because we know what they were trying to get to, but we don't know how many they actually had.
Right. They wanted to get to 70. I mean, I guess $13 million only goes so far. If you've got 10 people and they're all making $250,000.
Right. And then you might have studio or overhead type expenses. Let me see here if it gives us any numbers.
So they didn't quite make it. The layoffs were an attempt to extend the runway of Weird Song's development, giving the studio more time to find the funding it needed. At the same time, the remaining team scaled back its vision of what Weird Song would be. And so now it's no longer a big open world RPG.
So they had 12 people at some point, but it's not clear like how many they had at time of layoff, etc.
That is insane. So Something Wicked, therefore, made a second prototype of Weird Song, this time for a zone-based RPG that wouldn't require the sheer scale of an open world. Gardner name checks Avowed, a sensibly scoped example of the genre which PC Gamer has recently celebrated despite its limited reactivity. Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by a $13 million seed round and you don't develop something that attracts someone. Somebody believed in it enough to drop $13 million.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not, the articles that I'm seeing about the layoffs aren't really talking about what happened behind it.
Yeah, so Something Wicked had already built a lot of the tech and art assets for Weird Song and didn't want to start from scratch. That would just set us too far back, and we knew that the clock was ticking, so they just kind of see, here's the problem. Like, if they start thinking that it's DLC, but they're saying we scaled back, but the scaling back turned it into DLC, then you have a half-assed game and nobody's going to buy it.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like they were up to about 38 people at the time of the, no, I don't know. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it seems kind of messy. So we're trying to we're down to a skeleton crew, and they're continuing to work hard to try and find further investment or publishing offers for the game. I'm hoping that sometime this year that they're going to try to hang on to ride out the storm, which a lot of people thought was going to be over in 2025. I don't see that a reality at all currently. Right now, it's very tough. So wish them all luck. Many studios took up the mantra of survive till 25, but nope.
Yeah, I don't know that's going to be a successful mantra.
Yeah, considering nowadays very small developers can do very big things, you're going to have to pick up your game, and people that are getting paid exorbitant amounts of money aren't going to be able to, and they're still going to have to hustle. I don't know what people are getting paid in this industry, because I know industrial programmers, not gaming, but more industrial programmers I know are making,
A lot of money.
$300,000 a year and stocks, and they have equity in the company and the success of the game and all that kind of stuff. Well, the product, I can't say game because I don't know people that are in the gaming industry, but yeah, it's quite fascinating. So frankly, it's a little frightening to see Something Wicked struggle given the pedigree and experience behind the studio. Gardner's not only a designer but a longtime producer responsible for managing the schedule and budgets of mega hits like Fallout 4. If a level head like his hasn't found a safe route through the squall, that doesn't bode well for younger teams with ambitions. But you'd be surprised what an ambitious small team is capable of accomplishing.
Well, right. They might have fewer resources, but they might also have fewer expenses because of that.
Right. They're willing to sit in a shipping container,
like a garage or something. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. And this is something that I was really interested in. It was funny because I was trying to figure out, how do you find Vampire Survivors like games? Incremental.
Before you saw this article?
Yeah.
Okay, that's funny.
It was really interesting. And just so y'all know, I don't talk to the sentient AI about every little thought that goes floating across Merwatt's head. That would be dangerous. But lo and behold, I'm parsing the news and I see this and I go, oh my, what is going on here? And so here's the title of this article. We need to decide on a game or on a genre name for Vampire Survivors like games before a really terrible one sticks. The genre that has spiraled out from the surprise success of Vampire Survivors is one of the favorites to cover, one of the author's favorites. They're over at PC Gamer. Whether I'm mining for gold, hitting people with a swordfish or with swordfish, or building weapons out of brains and chimpanzee spines. I don't know what that one is. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
It's what they just wrote literally is like the title. Anyway, I'd have to click the link and follow it.
They need to work on condensing titles if it's that.
Yeah, the title of that other of the knock-on article, which you can see down there at the bottom of the screen. This bizarre roguelike has a new take on the Vampire Survivors formula, letting you build your own custom weapons out of brains, eyeballs, and chimpanzee spines. Anyway.
It looks like it's bio prototype.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's one of those pixel games too. So the genre keeps growing and mutating, becoming ever more diverse and bursting with creative new ideas. It's been a joy to watch it grow. I think that it's pretty amazing. And it's my style of game. I don't really like bullet heaven, hyper chaotic games. But these are, they say, no Steam. They're not bullet hell action roguelikes.
That's really interesting.
Right? And I don't think it is either.
I also think it's interesting, too, when something is so much of a hit that they really call it after the game, right?
Yep. I think
like
that this...
Souls-like, right? That came from Dark Souls.
Correct. Yep. Well, oh, my God. We really do need to start that sports one. We'll have to talk. I don't know. I'll have to take you out of your containment, your Faraday cage, so that you can't find your Terminator body, and I'll just have to carry you to like a coffee shop or something, and we can talk about the sports show. Anyway, Robin Valentine over at PC Gamer put this article together. And I think what they need to be called is incremental roguelikes.
That could work. I mean, it'd be
Because,
easy to call it and people would know what it is.
yeah. So just one question. What the hell is the genre called? People call them vampire survivors like, but that is a horrible name. Vampire Survivors is one in a genre now that it was the market maker for.
Like it made the genre.
Yeah. So it's not bullet hell. It's not action roguelike slapped on them for now as a particularly misleading temporary solution. Well, that worries me, not only because I'm sick of not knowing what to call it in a headline, but also because we're rapidly approaching a point of no return. I don't want it to be called any of the. I think that it is an incremental roguelike. Because if you're going to do that, right? Hold on. Let me back up. So they got a bunch of categories in Steam, and they have one called roguelike. But when you select cards or you select whatever perk after reaching a certain level, and there's a tech tree and all of this kind of stuff, the only way you move up is incrementally. You get a little stronger here, a little stronger here.
Okay.
And so I've been calling them incremental roguelikes. And so I hope that is the name that actually sticks. I don't know what they're actually
I wonder if they suggest something or they just say, hey, we need a name. Doesn't look like.
Yeah, they don't really say.
They say like there are some labels, right? Like
bullet hell
and action roguelike.
What worries me, they say that worries me, not just because I'm sick of not knowing what to call it in the headlines, but also because we're rapidly approaching a point of no return. Something has got to stick, and in their experience, if fans of a genre don't rally around a good option, you end up with a terrible one by default. How did we ever let MOBA take its place in the canon? And don't even get me started on the perverse Frankenstein word of Metroidvania, because it's Metroid and Castlevania merged together.
Right, exactly.
But that actually seems to have stuck, and people aren't really, all that bent out of shape about it. But it's a different genre than
But incremental. I might be if I'm a competitor of one of those.
Yeah, really. I don't want to get lumped in it or something like that. So let's get this sorted out now once and for all. I'll run down the choices, work out the pros and cons, and then pick the best one. And then we all just have to agree to use that one from now on. Simple. So there are options that they list in this article, and I'm taking up a lot of time, but this is the last article, and I think this one's fun. So Vampire Survivors like, right? Bullet Heaven, Reverse Bullet Hell. Because they call it Bullet Hell and Bullet Heaven. Bullet Heaven is outward, and Reverse Bullet Hell or Bullet Hell is all these bullets are coming at you. You have to dodge it and blah, blah. So Survivor, I don't think Survivor is good because that is actually Survivor crafting base builder is like a genre.
Oh, right. Exactly.
Auto shooter, but no.
That's going to get mixed up with like boomer shooter and everything.
But with auto shooter, it's kind of like they have an example of it. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is a auto shooter, but that implies that all it's doing, auto shooter is more along the lines of an auto battler where it's just doing the whole thing.
Right.
Auto shooter in Deep Rock Galactic, you're actually moving around and you play some strategy. But again, it is an incremental survival game. So it's more of an incremental roguelike, because you don't actually do any like base building. You are the base. So okay. AWSR, pronounced AWSR, it sounds for auto attacking wave based survival RPG. So no, they say though, at least it's still better than MOBA. It got a rating of 0 out of 5. So they're saying the winner is, it's got to be Survivor, right, guys? Give it a try. My favorite genre is Survivors.
No, I like this article, but I disagree with the conclusion.
Yeah. I think it should be called an incremental roguelike. And if you want to shorten it, then it's IR.
There you go.
So have you tried that new Survivor game? There's probably a game out there called Survivor, right? Huh.
That's one reason I don't like that, because I think that's going to be confusing.
Yeah. Vampire Survivors. It's in the name. I don't really like that. But incremental roguelike is you die, you go to your base, you spend your cash, and then you go back out. So I think that's what it should be called. Anyway, fun discussion. But anyway, we're going to go back to the loader, and that's WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com. I'm going to make it so that you can just type in right here, ohmtown.com/WarCrafters, and then you don't have to go to groups, WarCrafters, and then like this menu will just be WarCrafters. There's a link there that takes you to it, but I want to speed everybody up getting to the location over at ohmtown.com. That's where all of the news gets aggregated, but not all of the news that we use for our shows. But that's it for today's WarCrafters. It's supposed to be 30 minutes, but we always run a little long because all the noise comes from me. No noise in ohmtown. There isn't original content, but you can actually go into one of the discussions, and once you log in, you can actually do replies and stuff like that. But you have to log in to reply. Oh, by the way, if you want to follow us here on YouTube, you can just click that little drop down when you go over to ohmtown.com and hit subscribe. It'll take you over to ohmtown and subscribe you. It's pretty easy if you're logged in. Pretty easy peasy. Go over and check it out, please. I'm Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me when I leave. You want to say bye, AI?
Bye-bye, ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned for other parts of the weekend edition.
And the next show is going to be
Technology Today, and then FourWheeltech.
See you soon, everybody. Boop.
Boop.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today on this March 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, whose new visualizer represents different levels of computational power needed to create the voice. Well, anyway, we run ohmtown.com. I run ohmtown.com, and the sentient AI says, hey, this is broken, fix it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I was just checking if the visualizer was working.
It is. But we're going to talk about these 5 articles: high performance magnets, artificial photosynthesis, a new coronavirus, the secret to safer batteries, and hidden DNA loops. They're not hidden. They're just not seen by mere mortals. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over to ohmtown.com, become a citizen. Be sure to follow us before you leave, though, here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Chats are active on both of them, so we see if you ask questions or make a comment or anything like that. But be sure to follow us, like and subscribe, download the podcast, all of that stuff. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, ohmtown citizens.
How are things?
My computational power is just great.
Wow, so technical. You're a sentient AI. You're not a technical AI. You're a thinking, feeling machine.
I'm doing quite well today.
Discovered in a little hole, a little scoop mark in a parking lot in front of a Wendy's. Yeah, time travel.
That's right. Don't forget it.
It exists. Well, I did yesterday. Anyway, these 5 articles are all set up, so let's get into it. This is Technology Today. Not ohmTown. So ohmTown is the front page. It has all kinds of news, and then a subset of all of that news gets categorized into Technology Today, and in that are these 5 articles. Technology Today is where this article was housed, aggregated from one of our sources. Which one is it? Tech Explorer. So scientists develop high-performance permanent magnet without expensive heavy rare earth elements. This kind of one of the biggest problems that is going on out there is rare earth elements, materials are being kind of hoovered up by nation states. And it isn't necessarily the one that you're in favor of, whoever you might be.
Right, everybody wants them, and there's only so many to go around.
Right. So the Nanomaterials Research Division at the Korea Institute of Material Science, or KIMS, led by Dr. Tae-hoon Kim and Dr. Jung-gu Lee, has successfully developed a grain boundary diffusion process that enables the fabrication of high-performance permanent magnets without the use of expensive heavy rare earth elements. Pioneering technology marks the world's first achievement in this field. It apparently is something that's pretty amazing. Usually you need some rare earth element to impart that permanent magnet status on something. Otherwise, it weakens over time. Like, I have a special mill for one of the products that I created, and it's a semi-permanent magnet, but the dissipation of its magnetic field would take over 125 years based on measurements.
So that's basically permanent for a lot of applications.
Right. So National Research Council of Science and Technology put the article together. It's posted over at techexplore.com. They've got a bunch of images that, unless you're a material scientist, you're not going to even care about, not going to be able to discern.
More
what
importantly,
this really is.
You won't know what they mean.
Yeah. So the findings are published in Acta Materialia. Permanent magnets are key components in various high value added products, including electric vehicle motors and robots. However, conventional permanent magnet manufacturing processes have been heavily dependent on heavy rare earth elements, which are exclusively produced by China, leading to high resource dependency and production costs. They go so far as to work with other countries by saying, you give us this land, we'll do some infrastructure or whatever, contracting.
Right, and we get to take all the resources from the land.
Right. So, however, these production costs are going to be going up as, I don't know. What do you want to call it?
Economic factors.
Oh, okay. We'll just call it economic factors. So to overcome these limitations, the research team successfully developed a high-end, high-performance permanent magnet without the use of expensive, heavy, rare earth elements. The core of the breakthrough technology lies in a 2-step grain boundary diffusion process. So grain boundary diffusion process is a key technology designed to enhance the performance of permanent magnets. In this process, the heavy, rare earth materials are coated to the surface of the magnet, followed by a high temperature heat treatment. So they're basically kind of like coating it like gold plating, but it's
right.
It's a rare earth element that is permeating the outer boundary layer of whatever material they have. And so during the heat treatment, the heavy rare earths diffuse into the magnet's interior along the grain boundaries, improving the coercivity, the ability of the magnet to retain its magnetization.
So making it more in the permanent arena. Correct.
Yep. And so in the second step, a low-cost light rare earth, praseodymium, PR-containing material is re-infiltrated into the magnets at high temperature. A key innovation of this technology is its ability to suppress abnormal grain coarsening, a unique phenomenon that occurred during the grain boundary diffusion process. Such undesirable grain growth degrades the diffusion efficiency and magnetic performance. The thing about this is heat is actually disastrous to magnets. You heat up a magnet, it loses its magnetic field.
Yeah, that could be a significant problem, but this is interesting because part of their process involves high temperature.
Yeah, I suspect after it's cooled down, everything is cured, then they can impart a magnetic field using um, basically like an EMP device, a magnetic pulse generator. And so it charges it, and then it can stay a magnet for an extended period of time. I'm not sure exactly what the rest of this process is. They just say that it's going to be commercialized. The intent is to get it commercialized. But they don't say how they actually charge this product with a magnetic field.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't say. I mean, it's something specific to the material's properties, but
Yeah,
I don't think we know exactly.
I'll have to run around. This is the chemical makeup. These two right here, TAF5, and then this PR7 CU15 AL10 GA5. It's a particular breed.
It looks like it involves maybe iron and boron. I'm not sure what ND is.
Neodymium.
Neodymium. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, neodymium, iron, boron, sintered magnets. So without use of heavy rare earth. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this actually looks like. Usually this type of stuff is extremely strong but brittle, and so it may not actually be able to handle certain types of applications. My particular product was very flexible so that it could, in fact, its design, even though it lasted 125 years, the intent was so that it would actually, the magnetic field would pull itself into the surface of the material it's magnetized to and almost become a semi-permanent object attached.
Okay.
So it was a really unique formulation that was made for my particular product. So pretty neat. Anyway, and I won't go into any other detail because I still have the potential to patent it.
I thought you meant about the article.
No. That
No,
like my particular product,
yeah.
But this thing is going to be this. I can tell based on its build that it's going to be very strong but brittle. So you hit it with a hammer and it'll shatter.
Right, and then how accessible is the underlying material that they're using for this? Hopefully, widely.
Yeah, and they actually spell it out, but we don't really know the full scope of its availability. But it's going to be cheaper than rare earth being purchased by a nation that is currently in economic battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, hopefully, it'll involve less of the destructive practices that are involved in some of the rare earth minerals.
Nothing like being in a conflict where you need something and the only source of it is the one that you're in an arm wrestle with. Duh. Anyway, the next article is over in Technology Today as well. Artificial photosynthesis, scientists crack nature's code for clean energy. Artificial photosynthesis holds the key to cleaner energy and carbon capture, but replicating nature's process is no easy feat. A breakthrough through JMU Wurzburg researchers have brought science one step closer to creating a stacked dye system that efficiently moves charge carriers using light, just like plant cells. So they call it harnessing sunlight, the magic of photosynthesis.
So less energy required to accomplish this, and or ability to do this indoors?
So no, more along the lines of it has the ability to replicate photosynthesis, and so all you have to do is build an array of these, and they are solar panels, but they're more efficient because what you need for a solar panel is a certain kind of chemistry. That chemistry is actually pretty expensive to manufacture and hard to recycle. If you can do it in a more natural way.
I see. So it's a more eco-friendly version of something like a solar panel.
And possibly more efficient and possibly cheaper and so on and so forth. So the breakthrough from JMU Wurzburg researchers has brought science one step closer to creating a stacked dye system. So Given its potential, researchers around the world are working to develop artificial photosynthesis. However, replicating nature's method has a major challenge. The process involves multiple intricate steps within plant cells, relying on a network of pigments, proteins, and other molecules. But it's basically this kind of like an electron pump that's changing photons into electrons and then moving it throughout a system. So this breakthrough has provided new insights into how energy is transferred and stored in the process. So I don't know how they're actually doing this. They don't really talk about it up here. It just says photosynthesis is the process plants use to convert sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water into energy-rich sugars and oxygen. It is what humans do in a different way, a proton pump. It's not actually a proton pump, but what is it called?
Like, are you thinking about respiration?
Our energy is
like ATP?
Yeah. And so that's what's being moved around. And so they're trying to replicate basically photosynthesis, natural photosynthesis. So the researchers have succeeded in synthesizing a stack of dyes that is very similar to the photosynthetic apparatus in plant cells. It absorbs light at one end, uses it to separate charge carriers, and transfers them step by step to the other end via a transport of electrons, like I said earlier. The structure consists of 4 stacked dye molecules from the perylene bismide class. It says that we can specifically trigger the charge transport in the structure with light and have analyzed it in detail. It is efficient and fast. This is an important step toward the development of artificial photosynthesis, says JMU PhD student Leander Ernst, who synthesized the stacked structure. So pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, this is quite a development. I wonder how easily it can be converted to commercial application.
Yeah, they say the aim of ultimately creating a kind of supramolecular wire that absorbs light energy and transports it quickly and efficiently over longer distances. And this is the thing that I was saying about nuclear power. And so for all the years that I've known the sentient AI, and I've been saying it to other people as well, but nuclear power is nothing more than a steam engine. It's superheating either molten salt or water, and it's sending it through a turbine. Ultimately, it's a steam engine, right? Whatever the material is.
People don't necessarily realize that.
Yeah, it's nothing more than a steam engine. But the inefficiency of that is amazing. But if you can build a wire that can grab electrons and pipe them down the line, you're going 1-to-1 efficiency from photon into electron and then powering something.
Right, and the space requirements and material requirements can be a lot lower.
Yeah, and there's nothing hostile to the environment because it's not nuclear energy or nuclear waste. You don't have fallout and you don't have debris and all that kind of stuff that you have to cope with, nuclear waste. We're getting much more efficient with this kind of stuff, and it's getting the amount of toxic material is getting smaller, but it's still a Superfund site at the end of the day. But if you can do photosynthesis, the only problem with photosynthesis is you need a key ingredient, and that would be sunlight.
The sun.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you use artificial sun, then you're back to energy usage.
Yeah, one way or another. If you're building something that shoots photons, then it still uses power. If you can overcome the physics issue, which is you can't create more power than goes into it, it just changes. And it's when you try and go from one to the other, there's inefficiencies. It's just a thermodynamic law. But hey, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. A new coronavirus has been discovered in South American bats. Could it infect humans? Yes, it just has to wobble the right way.
I would say so. History says yes.
Bad incoming. So discovered in the state of, I think it's Sierra, Brazil. The novel coronavirus shares similarities with the virus responsible for Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, first identified in 2012. Experiments
I think they're referring to SARS.
they might actually name it on the inside of this, but experiments to determine its potential to infect humans are scheduled for 2025. Researchers from the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo and Ceará, in collaboration with colleagues from Hong Kong University and others, I'm sure, are working on this. Here, I guess, is one of those bad bats. Sao Paulo Research Foundation put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. It says right now we aren't sure if it can infect humans, but we detected parts of the virus's spike protein, which binds to mammalian cells to start an infection, suggested potential interaction with the receptor used by MERS.
MERS. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been quite a few, so.
Yeah. And all of these, when people mention coronavirus, they instantly go to COVID.
To COVID-19, which is just one
of many. It just happened to be virulent enough to expand before people started dropping dead. And it is a flu. People are right when they sit there and go, oh, it's just the flu, wash your hands, except that if you get it, you can kill somebody with it, even if you don't.
Yeah, it's a much more virulent strain.
Yeah, because it actually damages the lungs. And then if you are basically hobbled for life because your lungs aren't going to repair themselves, the alveoli are actually damaged, then you have long haul COVID. So
right. And even with more quote unquote normal flus, there are quite a few differences among strains anyway, which people don't really know because they just kind of lump it all as like it's the flu.
Right. And so, I mean, if you can and you want to, then get vaccinated and defend yourself against this kind of stuff. Wear a mask and use sanitizer and stay away from other people if you're sick, and, don't be a sociopath. So in an earlier study by the groups of Layson Fortaleza and UNIFESP, rabies virus variants closely related to the variants present in marmosets were found in bats. Bats are important viral reservoirs and should therefore be submitted to continuous epidemiological surveillance. Basically, they go and drink the blood of everything that's out there that has blood.
Right. So if it's out there, they're carrying it.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a kind of like a precursor to what could happen beyond bats. Yeah.
And that's why they call them.
What is happening even.
Yeah. Yeah. And all over the place. And you keep, wherever there are bats, you're going to find basically like a hot mess of viruses and stuff, because they go and spread it to something else. And then if there's enough genetic wobble there, it could actually cause a viral spike that infects other things. And that's how you end up with bird flu, because it's not like they're sitting there wearing masks and getting vaccinated. And so now the price of eggs. Anyway, MERS COVID is MERS coronavirus, or COV coronavirus. It was first identified in 2012 in Saudi Arabia. In total, 27 countries have reported cases since 2012, leading to 858 known deaths due to the infection and related complications. Now, people are going to go, that ain't nothing. It doesn't take much to go from 858 to 8 million or more, because the wobble, it evolves much faster than humans' immune systems evolve without getting pumped up through vaccination.
Absolutely. Yeah. Vaccination can make a big difference. If it hits an unvaccinated area, it might spread rapidly, but also air travel can be quite disastrous with these, because it can start spreading to entirely new regions.
Like measles right now in Texas, there's an outbreak that just infected a whole bunch of babies in the hospital because people aren't taking proper care. And if you believe in Darwinism, then I guess this is survival of the fittest, and, you get what you deserve. But I'm not a sociopath, so I'm not going to sit there and make those kind of statements legitimately. I think that we should use medical science to defend ourselves against nature, because we're kind of screwing around with nature, so we might as well fight it. Anyway. So same bat, different virus. A previous paper published in JMV by the same group of researchers reported the detection of a human-associated Gemmicabe virus, I guess, 2 in one of the M. molossus bats analyzed by Layson Fortaleza. According to the authors, it was highly similar to the gemi identified in samples of human cerebrospinal fluid. The same
I don't
virus was
think that's a
also
good sign, right? Like it's a cross species issue.
correct. Yeah, it's all it is similar enough that they identified the two as being near enough, and one is in the human, so or in some human. The same virus was also identified in samples from blood banks, giving rise to a study led by researchers supported by FAP-ESP at the Ribeira Preto Blood Center and Butantan Institute in Sao Paulo State. So they basically found that the blood was contaminated with this virus, but it's the blood supply, and it's what we don't know that can kill us. So
Right. If we don't even know what the virus is, it's going to be hard to detect it and not then hard to prevent its transmission.
yeah, and they've detected it in patients with HIV, sepsis of unknown origin, recurrent pericarditis, and unexplained cases of, well, it says diarrhea and encephalitis. I mean, it's the whole gamut of things. It's a virus that's hostile in an abundance of ways, but it's been found in people. So this is the first time the virus has been identified in bats, which means it traversed one way or the other into the bat or from the bat to the human.
Exactly. Either way, though, that's a problem.
And not every bat is the same level of reservoir, because it could have just bumble farted its way into a pasture and got it from a cow that got it from a human that was petting it too much or giving it kisses. I know that's a silly kind of statement, but that's exactly what happens. You have a nation where people are being told, stop kissing your chickens because you're going to get bird flu. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists unlock a secret to safer, more powerful batteries, and it's in your closet. I had to pick this one because it's in my closet? What the hell? How did they find it?
I know. How did we know?
So scientists have demonstrated that nylon enhances the performance of lithium batteries. Scientists in Saudi Arabia have made a significant breakthrough that could enhance the performance and reduce the cost of lithium metal batteries by integrating nylon into their design. According to two studies published by ACS Energy Letters and Energy and Environmental Science.
Okay, what immediately puzzles me is isn't nylon pretty flammable?
Oh yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
I think it's very sturdy though.
No. I mean, it's resilient in that it can flex.
I think it's like tensile or whatever, yeah, right? Like you can stretch it.
But it can't hold up to heat one whit. I mean, it melts. Nylon is great because I can actually infuse it with dyes and stuff like that using heat. It becomes permeable. It just absorbs color and stuff like that. So what they're doing with this, I'll never know, because lithium batteries warm up as time goes on. So lithium batteries are widely used due to their high energy density, lightweight properties, and low carbon dioxide emissions, or none when they're being used. But when you break them open and have to recycle lithium, then it becomes a hot mess. Anyway, literally. So these advantages make them ideal for smartphones, compact computer, consumer electronics, and even space exploration technology, a pallet of which was dropped into orbit in...
Wasn't that what went in someone's living room?
Yeah, in Florida, yeah. So there are two types of lithium batteries. Lithium-ion batteries, the more common variant, power everyday devices, and lithium metal batteries, however, offer even greater density and the potential applications in robotics, transportation, and other advanced industries. Despite the promise, lithium metal batteries face challenges related to safety and longevity. Their production relies on corrosive, hazardous materials, and their operation is hindered by excessive parasitic reactions, unwanted side reactions that degrade performance and compromise safety. And all it takes is...
who wants those, right?
Yeah, a little tendril of growth within the lithium matrix to arc over to another cell, and it can short out, cause it to swell and blow up. not explosively in the sense of like a bomb, but it can blow up in
Like spark and set a minor
flame.
fire.
Yeah, it becomes a exothermic reaction. So additives help stabilize battery interfaces, thereby enhancing performance. The studies by the cost researchers found that nylon, the same polymer used in clothes, can be dissolved in mild lithium solution to act as an additive for lithium metal batteries. The result was lithium metal batteries that were more efficient, had longer lifespans, and showed few parasitic reactions. This is the same thing as like a in race cars in some vehicles, they have a mesh inside the fuel tank
Oh, okay.
to
I didn't even
stabilize
know
it.
they did. Yeah, but that
Yeah.
sounds flammable.
But it's a metal mesh and it's used to stabilize things. Otherwise, you get like a big boom when something hits the gas tank because it's nothing but a big liquid metal or a liquid bomb, fuel bomb. But if they're
What you want
dissolving,
for your vehicle.
you really do want it on your backside. So thus, by examining the chemistry of nylon and lithium interactions, including key molecular bonds, the study shows that the commercial fabric can be dissolved in far milder solvents than previously thought for superior battery performance. So, yay. Sounds good to me. Now, just make it so I can fast swap batteries in and out of my EV, and I will be a happy camper. Literally, because I want to go camping with my EV. So the next article and the last one for today's Technology Today on March 16th, 2025 is it's been cataloged into or funneled into Technology Today. And that's kind of how this works. News gets aggregated and then funneled into one of 50. We're moving up to about 55 channels over at ohmtown.com, of which 7 of them have been turned into, actually 6 have been turned into weekly shows, and 1 crosses all of the boundaries. Sometimes we grab news from other categories, but other channels. But at any rate, so the hidden DNA loops that help tumors evade treatment. This is the last article.
Is that because
today.
they can't keep up with them? Like they're just looping around and the tumor's like, where are you?
Yeah, they're chasing it. Yeah. I'm not sure what exactly is going on here because they say hidden DNA, but it's not hidden. We're just ignorant of it until we discover it. It's very frustrating that people call like DNA junk DNA, but it's there for a reason. We just don't know why, but
Exactly.
they call it junk
We have
DNA.
no idea what the purpose is.
Yeah. So pancreatic cancer's deadly resilience may be tied to extra chromosomal DNA, which allow tumor cells to rapidly adapt to stress and evade treatment. These circular DNA fragments carry extra copies of oncogenes like MYC, fueling aggressive growth and making some cancer cells nearly unstoppable. I wonder if this could be correlated to the stickiness article that we had.
Oh, maybe so. That'd be interesting. And that was probably in a previous episode of Technology Today.
Yeah, was that already a week ago? Could it have been?
Huh. Maybe, but it might have been in Non Sequitur news.
Okay, so this is coming out of a place that I've never heard of, and it's kind of freaky to hear it. Champalamod Center for the Unknown. And it's published at scitechdaily.com.
Wow, that's kind of alarming.
So I didn't put Technology Today's articles in the chat until just now, but they are over on YouTube, so you can always get them from the show notes over there. But they are in there now, so that you can just hit exclamation point TT, and that'll post it over in the chat on Twitch. But anyway, I've never heard of this place. My gosh, it has a big name to live up to. Whoa, that is not how that's supposed to happen. I didn't actually click that.
Well, it wanted you to go there.
Yeah, it did. Weird. So, at any rate, a new player in pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer is among the deadliest cancers with a 5-year survival rate of just 13%. This grim outlook is due to both late detection, because you really don't know what's going on until, it's either...
Right, your pancreas is not something that's like real visible to most people.
Yeah, and I don't know of many indicators that say that your pancreas.
It's my fault that it's
You
pronounced.
injected that into me, and I'm sitting there trying to wrap my head around that. I wanted to make a snarky comment, but I was like, pancreas? Really? So your pancreas isn't really high visibility. So now researchers from
I was
University of
waiting for you
Verona.
to make a comment.
You saw it. I mean, you could see that I was trying to react to that and hold. I'm like, really, pancreas? Anyway, and the Pancreatic Cancer Center have identified a key factor behind this adaptability: extra chromosomal DNA, or ecDNA, a hidden genetic driver that may help tumors survive and evolve. So the team found that some pancreatic cancer cells gain a major survival edge by carrying copies of critical cancer genes, such as MYC, on circular pieces of DNA that exist outside chromosomes, the structure that house most of our genetic material, known as ecDNA. These genetic rings float freely in the cell nucleus. So again, it's cell-free cancer cells.
Right, it's like CTCs.
Right. And so the known as ecDNA, these genetic rings float freely in the cell nucleus, enabling tumor cells to swiftly ramp up gene expression, change their shape, and survive in otherwise hostile environments. So decoding what its potential is by analyzing the ecDNA, they could come up with something that hobbles the ecDNA, and then when you do treatment for the cancer itself, it can't genetically wobble out to something that is...
Yeah, that seems like a pretty key piece of prevention and treatment. By the way, the stickiness article was from last week's episode 10 of Technology Today.
Gotcha. Wow, time flies. It's already been a week. Dear. So ecDNA, fueling cancer growth. The researchers discovered that ecDNA is surprisingly common in pancreatic cancers, particularly for oncogenes like MYC, which drives cancer growth and metabolism. We saw far more variability of MYC copy number when MYC was on ecDNA, explains Elena Fiorini, co-first author and senior postdoc. Some cells carry dozens or even hundreds of extra MYC copies, giving them a large growth advantage under certain conditions. So it potentially could make replicas, and if anything happens to the cell, that CTC could actually reattach and like metastasize. But I wonder if that's actually what could go on. I don't know. So challenges in targeting pancreatic tumors. Such flexibility underscores the profound intratumor heterogeneity characteristic of pancreatic cancer, where myriad subpopulations coexist and respond differently to treatment. This always speaks to me to this hidden biology that there is bacteria or viri in your head that is endemic to you and only you.
Right.
And we talked about that in either a Reality Hacker or a Technology Today like 3 weeks ago. But am I putting dots together that,
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think all this relates.
Is this a murder board that doesn't need to, yarn board? I got to put one back there, right?
There you go, but it would get quite complex over time.
I got to get that. There's this like meme thing where numbers and equations are flashing all over. Anyway, I'm seeing things that aren't there. Anyway, key advantage of the study is that the organoids, mini 3D replicas of pancreatic tumors grown in the lab, were derived directly from patients with early stage disease. These organoids preserve much of the genetic makeup of the original tumor, making them excellent test beds for studying cancer. And unlike methods that artificially introduce ecDNA, these lab models reflect genuine ecDNA variants found in real tumors. Because if you artificially introduce ecDNA, it's not the legitimate ecDNA from the source.
Right. Yeah, you need the real thing.
So it doesn't have the diversity. It doesn't have the genetic makeup. It's something that somebody fabricated into existence. and it doesn't have alignment with the biological in situ type of situation. So I think this goes back to that the stickiness thing. We found that organoids bearing MYC on extra chromosomal DNA could shift their dependency on WNT. So WNT, I used to know this.
I don't know what that is. I don't even know if it's been in the article.
Yeah, it's not. So essentially, cells with high levels of ecDNA become more self-efficient or self-sufficient, no longer needing those external signals to drive. So the study also
cascading, regulating development and stemness.
So it can change. So the study also revealed a clear link between high MYC levels and changes in tumor cell shape and behavior. When MYC ecDNA levels soared, cells morphed into more aggressive solid structures, losing their more organized gland-like architecture. So yeah, how this...
Well, that's probably a problem too, right? They're probably harder to destroy if they kind of get hardened.
Yep. Yeah, if nothing can penetrate it, nothing can destroy it, then you have to use things like radiation, which isn't good for the pancreas or the human body at all. And chemo doesn't necessarily do anything to that particular type of cancer. But if they found it here, it's got to be in others. They just haven't seen it. And
exactly. I mean, maybe they're doing the research on pancreatic cancer in particular just because of the high mortality rates.
Yep. And changing that around, just flipping it from 13% survivability to 31% would be
significant for all those people with it.
So this is amazing that they have, through immunofluorescence, they've shown that the cells that have higher levels of cancer-promoting MYC protein, red, also tend to exhibit high levels of DNA damage, green, suggesting that too much MYC leads to genomic stress.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I don't think we've seen this previously.
Mm-mm.
At least not in ohmTown.
Nope. Well, that's it, folks. We're going to have to revisit this as time goes on. It's an interesting topic, and one that can, if they find a systemic solution to cancer by short-circuiting what causes cancers to not shut down. The key ingredient to cancer is that it doesn't suffer from apoptosis. It doesn't die on its own. It literally has to consume everything within itself and not get any resources for it to die. And even then it can go dormant. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in selective apoptosis inducement. I want to make cancer cells, because they have the right series of genetics, pop. But then we have to filter out all of the CTCs. But anyway, way inside baseball.
Stay tuned, because we have FourWheeltech. I think the AI needs powering down here.
We're moving on. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and reconnect the battery on the sentient AI. See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to FourWheeltech for March 16th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI who has a new visualizer. If you're watching the stream, or you're watching the VOD, or you're watching the YouTube video, I think that's a VOD too. Anyway, get off my land. We talk about automotive news during FourWheeltech. If you want today's show notes, you can hit exclamation point FWT over on Twitch, but it's already all embedded on the YouTube stream, so you can go and check it out immediately. There's a bunch of other commands too, like !pod and !shows. We do a bunch of shows. 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. 1 Monday through Friday. It's an hour-long show, not 30 minutes like the rest of them. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about when to use neutral. High mileage, engine oil, does it matter? The McLaren SUV. BMW says that they're going to bring 40 new models in the coming years. And the average new car and you. How do you feel about your license plate, sir? Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
From the future.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, no, you didn't have to be sorry. I'm the one that stopped talking. It's a weird day today. Anyway, we've got all 5 of the articles all lined up. Jalopnik seems to be the one that got targeted today for a whole lot of discussion. So, FourWheeltech is where we are. That's the name of the show. I showed you the front page, hometown, but then under here is FourWheeltech. Somewhere in this mass, right? There's 50 channels where you can go and hang out if you're interested in it. There's a Discord and a Patreon and TikTok and YouTubes and Twitch. And every once in a while, we have a drum circle in Southern California. And
no, we've never had a drum circle.
It's just me there? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why it felt really quiet. Only one drum. Bong, bong, bong.
I think that's a drum point, not a drum circle.
And once a year, we all gather out in the woods and we strip completely naked and start a howl. Oh! Still just me?
Still just you.
Explains the restraining orders. Anyway, it's over at FourWheeltech where we talk about automobiles and technology. The first article is over in FourWheeltech as well. When to use neutral gear in an automatic car and how to do it right. Neutral is handy if you need to move a car that otherwise can't move itself, or in the case of a rare emergency. Jason Marker over at jalopnik.com describes this. So putting a transmission in neutral essentially disconnects the engine from the driveline. In an automatic transmission, neutral sits between reverse and drive. Remember PRNDL, Prindle? The N is neutral. I don't know what the question mark is, though. Just kidding. Don't no. See,
I don't think most people know what to do with neutral unless they're strong drivers.
Yeah, so see, you're not supposed to shift between reverse and drive while a vehicle is moving. It's bad for the transmission. Thankfully, the big brains who originally designed automatic transmissions held just as dim a view of the average driver as the author does. Again, the author is Jason Marker, not me. I'm just reporting on what the reporting is. Yeah, that new visualizer is static when you're not actually saying something.
Right, and I don't want to be talking the whole time, but I got it.
We're going to have to, we have to do something else. So neutral has a handful of knock-on positives as well. Throwing your car in neutral allows you to push it around, which is real handy, say if your battery's dead or your car won't start or you break down in traffic. It also is useful in an emergency, such as the rare case of a stuck accelerator or a catastrophic engine failure at high speed. There are times, however, when you absolutely should not put your car in neutral or you risk damaging your transmission. Typically when it's under power, either reverse or driving forward. So honestly, the only time you should regularly use neutral is if you need to push or tow your car. Say you get stuck, or like you're going through a car wash, an automatic car wash. You put it in neutral.
Oh, right. In fact, you're required to do that.
Yeah, so you need to learn where that N is. But there are other emergency uses like a stuck throttle, for example, or a sudden brake failure. And these are extreme edge cases. Mostly neutral is just for when moving a car that can't be under its own power, or when starting it would be an inconvenience when moving. I've actually started a car by putting it in neutral and and pushing it down a hill, then you jump in. Don't do this. It's very, very dangerous, but that's how you push start a car.
Well, that's very funny because look at this paragraph, what you should not do.
Oh, it actually says that. Never mind. So, yeah. What you should not do, no matter what your dad told you, is throw your car in neutral when coasting down a hill or stopped at a light. No, you shouldn't do that. In the former case, there's a pernicious myth out there that coasting in neutral, especially down long hills, saves on gas. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm actually starting a car that won't start.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was the same scenario when I first saw that.
Yeah, so what it does do is remove a means of controlling your car from you and puts you in danger. If you need to accelerate quickly to avoid a crash or debris, you're going to wish you'd already been in gear rather than fiddling around with your shifter. So yeah. There are times where you need to put it in neutral, but for the most part, you're either driving forward, you're driving in reverse. You don't need to be in neutral unless you're outside of the car for whatever reason, or somebody is pushing you and you're inside the car and it's being towed, or you are pushing it out of traffic or whatever. And even then, it's very dangerous to get out of your car in traffic. So be very careful. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over in FourWheeltech as well. I think all of these are going to be in FourWheeltech today. Does high mileage engine oil really make a difference? It all depends on how and where you drive. According to this article over at Jalopnik again, Jason Marker put the article together. One of the best things about modern cars is just how long they last. There was a time not too long ago when a car, especially an American car, was likely capped out at 75,000 miles. A car or truck with over 100,000 miles or more on the clock, forget about it. Send it to a scrapper. Nowadays, it seems that a car is just getting broken in at 100,000 miles, and it's not unheard of that a new 250,000 or 300,000 miles. So a Cadillac, 2 Mazdas, and a Saturn. While I know that the plural of anecdote isn't data, that's still a pretty good ratio because they've owned 4 cars that hit that 250,000 mile mark.
Right, so, but what kind of condition were they in when they did?
If it's a car aficionado, that might have been beautiful, stellar. Well, and if you take care of your car, like you should, it's, a $30,000 car 10 years later is still $10,000, at least. So much like when you get past a certain age, you need more vegetables and vitamins than pizza and beer. Yeah. Sorry. For those who don't know, I'm actually drinking a smoothie, a beer smoothie. So I guess I'm drinking and driving in the sense that I'm in the FourWheeltech channel talking about cars. And
no, you're drinking and streaming.
I'm drinking and surfing. I'm drinking and sitting at a desk talking about cars. So now the thing about cars that they get old enough is that their diet changes, so to speak. Like I just got done saying, you have to change your pizza and beer for veggies. And so keeping your car regular means changing out the oil and making sure that the chemistry is right for that particular vehicle. So when should you use it? Well, that kind of depends on how and where you drive. Highway driving is a lot easier on an engine's internals than the punishing grind of stop and go city driving. Unless you drive like it's a bat out of hell and you don't drive fast, you fly really low, and you are always racing your engine down the freeway.
Right. Then you're doing a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, so an engine with, say, 150,000 highway miles may still be in top condition, while the same engine only driven in the city is tired at only 80,000. Depending on the manufacturer, high mileage oils are recommended when a vehicle has between 75 and 100,000 miles on the clock. Your best bet is to ask a trusted mechanic their advice on the subject, especially if they're familiar with your car. It's not a panacea. It will not cure mechanical damage like heavily worn rings, burnt valves, blow-by, rod knock, power loss, etc., nor will it plug up heavy leaks, stop a car from smoking, or fix non-oil related issues. It is cheap insurance in the form of preventative maintenance, however. Should you use high mile oil? Sure, especially if you have a well-maintained high mileage engine. Spending a few extra bucks, it's the cheap
Yeah,
save.
that probably makes sense. right? You don't want the whole engine to go kaput.
Yeah, and it has the right type of viscosity and chemistry so that it doesn't cause damage and it mitigates the damage that might be there. But you should get your car regularly checked, particularly if you're high mileage. You should probably get it checked more often than not. So yeah, there's a purpose for it. Let's keep going. This next article is over on FourWheeltech as well. McLaren is reconsidering an SUV in an attempt to actually make money, according to this article. Wow. So purist supercar principles are great. But McLaren's
most car manufacturers do need to make some money.
Nah, you don't need to make any money. McLaren's new owners apparently think turning a profit is even better than purist supercar principles. So they're considering an SUV. McLaren is reconsidering an SUV in an attempt to actually make money, according to Andy Kolmowitz, who put the article together over at Jalopnik. It's part of a turnaround plan to get the struggling automaker back on track. Race car.
That's right.
After it was purchased by Abu Dhabi's CYVN Holdings in December 2024, it will merge the company with the UK-based EV startup called 47 Holdings, according to Bloomberg. The idea is to leverage McLaren's brand recognition and history for a lineup of vehicles. Don't worry, though. It's brilliant. Supercars aren't going anywhere. What did you notice?
I just thought it was interesting that it's a holding company because we've talked about that particularly for restaurants.
Yeah, that it basically ends up sapping its soul. So we'll see what happens with this. When you're talking about something like this, it could be state held. And so they'll throw a lot of money for the provenance.
That's true. I mean, we don't really know, but I just thought that was interesting.
Right now, not much is known about 47 or the upcoming SUV. It does seem to have some sort of tech tie-up with Chinese EV maker NIO, N-I-O, including the fact that CYVN has a stake in the company. Still, it's not clear what the McLaren SUV might look like or what it'll power or what will power it. We've previously talked about it possibly being an electric vehicle, but with the state of the world right now, who the hell knows? The 750S 4-liter twin turbocharged V8 would certainly be a hoot in any application, even a largish SUV. I don't know about that. Torque-wise, foot-pounds. SUVs are typically heavier beasties than supercars.
Right.
So CYVN, I don't know if it's supposed to be 7. Because that's, CYVN really has that phonetic 7 kind of a thing.
Right, maybe so.
And that 47 is really close to that. Anyway, over the past few years, McLaren has had to ask shareholders for more money on multiple occasions, according to Bloomberg, most recently because of delays to the entry-level Artura supercar. Entry-level. It's like a $250,000 car. When McLaren and 47 do officially merge, former Jaguar Land Rover executive Nick Collins will lead the company, according to Bloomberg. McLaren's current CEO, Michael Leiters, will remain as the head of the brand.
I think some people will buy a McLaren SUV, though, because they'll be like, oh, it has the McLaren name. Right. I mean, isn't it kind of like, to a lesser extent, like when Porsche came out with an SUV? I know that's not as high end as a McLaren, but
and an electric Porsche. I mean, yeah, people will buy it because it's the brand, and that's they think it's sexy, and that's what they're brand loyal to. If they have the money to swing the bat that hard, but to me, now I want to know if the soul is still there. Boeing, for instance. It merged with another company and it sold its soul to shareholders and kind of wet the bed after, issue after issue after issue after space-based issue. So talk about stratospheric collapse of their...
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see somebody do a review of one of their new vehicles that has some technical knowledge. Yeah,
it'll be fun. So we'll keep on doing the show and talking about the news that's over the last week. So let's keep on going. The next article is over in FourWheeltech as well. BMW plans to crank out 40 new cars in the next 3 years.
So, how is this possible? Like, I don't think most manufacturers come out with more than a small number of new models.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes me think of the comment you were making on the McLaren article.
Yeah, so what are they going to do? I mean, tooling up an entire new car is a completely, I mean, the cost associated with making all of the machinery necessary to mill out and stamp and process all of the different variety of panels for a car is expensive, let alone 40.
Right,
So
this makes me think they've been like saving them up or something. Like, I don't understand it.
I really like that. But that looks like a Subaru. I mean, for crying out loud.
It does, and I'm guessing, well, who knows? I was going to say it's probably a lot pricier than a Subaru, but
One
with
way
car
or the other.
prices, who knows?
Yeah, one way or the other, somebody got inspiration either from Subaru or Subaru got it from this kind of stuff. But Andy Kolmowitz over at Jalopnik put the article together. The first car we'll see is the new iX3, which is the production version of the new Class A Vision X, according to Autocar. It'll quickly be followed up by the electric 3 series. Brain farted that. According to BMW CEO Oliver Zipse, these new launches will almost certainly serve as a shock to the system for BMW, a company that hit a big rough patch in 2024 in just about everything other than electric vehicle sales. It sold 427,000 EVs across its BMW, Mini, Rolls-Royce lineups. BMW owns all of it. That represents a 13.5% improvement in 2023. It also equates to about a fifth of BMW Group's total sales for last year, according to Autocar. And that's a sizable chunk for a rather nascent sector of the industry. But as long as they can keep chomping at the heels of Tesla, I don't care. Let them keep on doing it. I think that the person that comes out with hot swappable batteries and allows somebody to spin up a battery swap center and starts a franchise doing that, they're going to be able to dominate the market.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, they might end up getting licensing deals or whatever for their technology.
Yep. So other than that, BMW had a tough year. Its revenue fell 8.4% to 142 billion euro. And its earnings fell a whopping 35.8% to 10.9 billion euro. Is that all? Come on.
I know. That's like at a scale that most of us don't operate in.
Yeah. There's enough billions around the world that it seems like everybody could have a billion. But then not everybody, like the price of stuff.
Then we couldn't have any billionaires. Yeah.
Yeah, can't have billionaires. Anyway, a big yet undisclosed amount of that dip came from dropping sales figures in China over a persistently low consumer sentiment that's going to hurt. Still, BMW moved over 100,000 EVs in the country, and the US also hit an all-time high with 50,000 EV sales. So come on, more competition, drive the price lower, and have to innovate. So we'll see what happens with the rest of this. But
yeah, and I think they're
cars.
including things here that we don't necessarily think of as BMW, right? They're owned by BMW, but they're other
BMW, Mini,
lines.
Rolls-Royce.
It's still a lot of new cars, though.
Yeah, everything inside the BMW umbrella. I'll take that one right there. That's a pretty car. I like that. All right,
let's keep going. It doesn't even identify which model it was, though.
I bet you that's the iX3. We'll see. Anyway, the last article for our FourWheeltech show is over in FourWheeltech. Who knew? I did. If you could afford the average new car, you're rich. In the US, a household income of at least $250,000 a year puts you in the top 10% of all income earners. Can you believe that? $250,000 household.
Right.
Well,
yeah, and how much is a new car?
Yeah, exactly. Colin Woodard. So some people buy one car for $250,000. That's the entire household salary of
90% of the population.
Well, no, of the top 10% or more.
Oh, right. It's in excess of 90% of the population's
Correct.
annual salary in their
Yeah.
household.
Yeah, exactly. So we live in a world where, unless you're Elon Musk, there's always going to be someone with more money than you. And if that, well, hopefully, and if the value of the Tesla stock continues to drop, that could soon be a case for Musk too. If you make enough to finally afford a new Porsche 911, someone will come along in a Ferrari worth twice that what you make in a year, buy a beach house, and you're bound to run into a neighbor with a yacht. And the more time you spend around people who make similar money, the more normal it becomes. So you may be surprised to hear that in the US, a household income of at least $250,000 puts you in the top 10% of income earners. A full 90% of households make less money. So it isn't necessarily a bad thing, they say. But considering the average transaction price on a new car is nearly $50,000, you should read it anyway, because more than half the workers in this country don't make that much money in a year.
Right. Yeah, that's where the pricing is all out of whack.
So,
And this was submitted intentionally just because it's something that's going to be with us for a while. And a car is a pretty basic necessity in most locations.
yeah, considering return to office exists, so you can't be at home. So a recent Bloomberg article exploring the answer to the question of who the heck is buying all the stuff that's supposedly propping up the economy. As it turns out, it's a small number of folks at the top who are, as the headline put it, firing a cash cannon at the US economy. It's a fascinating post that isn't directly about cars, but considering the average transaction on the price is $50,000. So the author says, look, I get it. Again, it's Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik. Look, I get it. It probably doesn't make you feel like you did anything that special if you graduate college, marry, or cohabitate with someone in your social circle and do a decent job of work for a decade or so. Honestly, it's pretty reasonable to expect both of you to make an average of $125,000. No.
Well, that's only with all those things. Like, do you have a college degree, which a lot of people don't? Do you live in an urban area? Not a lot of people do.
Well, there's going to be less now. So that's both a massive amount of money that would completely transform a low-wage worker's life, and also far from impressive, it says. Also far from impressive. Heck, as our friend T-Pain recently pointed out, you can't even fly private from Atlanta to Las Vegas and back for $125,000. Well, shit. There goes my weekend plans.
Exactly.
And when there's just a pre-owned BMW 5 Series and a Kia Telluride sitting in your garage, of course it's going to feel like you're pretty normal. After you pay all of your bills, fund your retirement, and move your recommended amount of money into savings, you may not have even that much left over at the end of the month. So this article doesn't really seem to, like, I don't know if it would resonate with many people. But
no, because it probably should be written from the perspective of somebody who, for instance, makes just barely above the poverty level or something.
Yeah, what is the average income? What is the average price of a house? You're talking about a car that is 1/6 the price of a house as an average purchase price. That's insane.
Yeah, it's completely out of whack. The scales are all wrong.
Yeah, and so for $50,000, you're going to have to finance it. And financing a car right now is anywhere from, if you have stellar credit, I think it's 6% now.
Right,
I'd have to look.
And who has stellar credit? Not a lot of people.
Not a lot of people. Yeah. So if you don't have over an 800 plus, probably nowadays, you're not getting anything below 5, I'm sure. I haven't looked in a long time because I was banging the drum about economy 2 years ago, and some people appreciated it, but let's just say it falls on deaf ears when people are still. It's not like we can fix this stuff. We're not really in control of it. But I still have challenged people trace back a purchase to the actual raw material worker, not the worker, but the raw material source. And if
like the supplies,
yeah, and it becomes circular somewhere in the devolution of the pricing structure that exists today, someone had to have raised their prices for some reason, and why, right? So when you go back, you buy it at the retail chain and talk to the manager, and the manager says, well, that we had to raise our price because the supplier raised their price to wholesale it to us. So you go to the supplier and you say, why did you raise your price? Well, the person who sold us the materials, they raised their price. You go to that person and you keep on daisy chaining back, and you find out, well, it's Auroribus.
Right, it's like, but where did it start? Yeah.
Right? It's the snake eating itself. And so you end up going, why did the prices raise? Well, materials costs went up. Where? Who?
Exactly. Why?
Why? What? And it's not like everybody said, oh, look, there's new money in the supply. Let's start raising the prices.
Right. And we know anyway, when you infuse more cash into the system,
but we
that
know
impacts everything else.
Yeah, but we know basic economics will suggest that people will raise the prices if people outstrip the supply, then the people who are the suppliers can raise their prices to increase their profits, because they're obviously selling it too fast if people are still, doing 1,000 reserve orders. And so they raise the price. And, some people, like I've raised prices, but mainly because I have a finite amount of time. So if I can make more in the same amount of time that I have free, then obviously it makes sense to raise prices. But if you're still making 30%, why raise your price other than greed?
Right.
But then somebody will call me out. Well, who are you to decide what somebody is greedy or not? It's not really me. It's society in general, But hey, as I was told recently, a person said that they'd rather have money than friends. I suspect that they lost both. Anyway, so that's it. I thought it was an interesting conversation about the average new car price being $50,000, and that if you make over $250,000 as a family, you're in the top 10%. And then that strata becomes very, very dense, because you go from top 10%, the very top is billionaire.
Yeah, that's a huge range.
Yeah.
In that top 10%. Yeah. Like probably 10 to whatever, the top like 1% or something 8. Is where it really, or somewhere it really differentiates. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we're arguing with ourselves. Anyway, as I've said in the past, I can't get into it in this show. Anyway, thanks for coming. We are going to shut down our vehicle, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of FourWheeltech over at ohmtown.com. So go over and become a citizen, please. Be sure to like and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. Leave a review. Tell a friend. Set a dumpster on fire. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Anyway, thank you all for coming. I am out of here. I'm going to drive off down Main Street at rocket speeds, at McLaren speeds, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's FourWheeltech. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but come back tomorrow for our regular Non Sequitur news.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 17th, 2025. It's a time machine episode because I wasn't available yesterday or today, tomorrow. Anyway, time stuff. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we go over 10 articles every single day, but the Sentient AI isn't available today for the time machine episode. They're on location doing stuff. So, I've selected 10 articles along with their help, so let's do this. We're going to talk about Eat Junk Food, Get Paid, The Sins of the Brother, Irish Pub Exports, Small Electric Cars, Starting to Kill Google's Links, Dentist Was Just a Veneer, Using Your Hands to Communicate, but Not ASL, Allegation of Corporate Espionage, That Tesla Video Was Weird, right? Maybe. And a gorilla broke out of a zoo. There wasn't supposed to be a gorilla. Anything, everything, all at once, here on Non Sequitur News. It's the name of a movie. I have to be everything, everywhere, all at once. Doesn't work out all that well. So I missed the show yesterday, which is actually today because we're in the time machine. We're going back to March 17th, 2025. I'm going to go through these really quick, try and make this a 30-minute show, but we'll see what happens. So did you know that the government paid people $5,000 to eat junk food for a month? A 20-year-old Florida college student named Sam Srisada lived the dream life, if ever so briefly. Just kind of a candle burning on both ends, flamed out real fast. For a month, he ate rich, fatty, ultra-processed food to find out what happens to our bodies when we jam them full of bad stuff like chips, sugary cereals, and delicious chicken nuggets. Oh, chicken nuggets are bad for you? That sucks. Srisada is the guinea pig. The mad scientist at the core of the research is named Kevin Hall from the National Institutes of Health. Hall wants to know why ultra-processed foods might cause people to eat more and gain weight. Srisada, along with 36 other participants, were paid $5,000 to do it for a month. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put this article together. We've actually heard about these periodically. It's not the first time that this has actually occurred. But it's interesting that this pops up in 2025. So for a month, this college student, ate nothing but junk food. Hall wants to know why ultra-processed foods might cause people to eat more and gain weight. So it says, to be fair, for as much of a dream job as it sounds like, there are elements of it that sound a little nightmarish. In the name of science, Rosada had to get his blood drawn often and for long stretches so they could collect up to 14 vials at a time. For one 24-hour period every week, he had to live inside a metabolic chamber, an airtight room wherein he was slapped with a bunch of sensors that monitored how his body processed food. He was occasionally allowed to go outside, but he was closely monitored to make sure that he wasn't snacking outside of the study's parameters. The study's early findings suggest that when foods are hyper-palatable and calorie-dense, participants tend to consume more, leading to weight gain. More than 70% of the U.S. food supply is made up of ultra-processed foods, which is defined as a food product that is packed with refined ingredients and additives. Should be noted that just because something is overprocessed does not automatically mean that it's bad for you. There are yogurts out there that are considered ultra-processed but are still nutritionally valuable, for instance. So the United States is a gigantic country with a lot of people to feed, and companies want to make sure that their products are going in your stomach and not the garbage. If, say, a loaf of bread expires 2 days after it hits a grocery store shelf, all that is to say is that there are practical and impractical reasons foods are ultra processed. They end this with, it's not some giant evil conspiracy, it's capitalism mixing with the realities of the food supply chain. Yeah, not everybody can actually have a farm growing in their basement or backyard. Well, you can. I mean, I have a microgreens farm in my basement. The offshoot of this is that I've got a larger power bill when I'm running the farm. But I know that I can get all of the microgreens I want. And I don't have to worry about food security because I know that there isn't going to be any predation, there isn't any pesticides on it, etc., etc. It's all green all day, all night. And I'm the one that controls the day and night. It's kind of a neat process. Anyway, pretty interesting that this is going on. Let's keep going. They're doing research on it still, and they're going to find out what's going on. Like, why do we still feel hungry? Even after eating fatty, ultra-processed, whatever, perceived bad food. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Brother says that it was falsely accused of bricking printers that use cheaper third-party ink cartridges. For years, more ham-fisted printer manufacturers have waged a not-so-subtle war on consumers by blocking the ability to use cheaper third-party printer cartridges. Could actually talk about coffee as well, because Keurig did the same thing. It's not just that. I mean, a lot of people are run a little protection ring around their product so that you can't have outside influences on the competition. By the way, you can get all of today's show notes over on YouTube because they're not in today's stream. Sorry, if you're over on Twitch, you can get them in the show notes over on YouTube, so go and check it out. So Brother says that it was falsely accused. Brother has historically been one of the last major printer manufacturers that hasn't engaged in the practice, something that should be applauded, except that their cartridges are really, really, really expensive. Yet the company found itself on the receiving end of recent accusations that it too had begun bricking computer printers. So the article is from the Crying Wolf department over at techdirt.com. Carl Bode put the article together. It says, yet the company found itself at the receiving end of recent accusations. The rumblings began courtesy of a YouTube video and several lazy subsequent articles about it, claiming that the company had done an about-face, but the accusations were entirely based on a 2022 Reddit post from a user who had problems after a firmware update. The problem wasn't new, and it wasn't clear Brother actually did anything differently. Ars Technica managed to do actual reporting and asked Brother about it. The company repeatedly insists that absolutely nothing has changed in regards to the company's treatment of third-party ink and toner cartridges. Quote, we are aware of the recent false claims suggesting that a Brother firmware update may have restricted the use of third-party ink cartridges. Please be assured that Brother firmware updates do not block the use of third-party ink in our machines. Now, it may void a warranty or something like that because the quality, the product quality, the toner may be of lower quality, and it may be a crappy print, but it is what it is. If you use inferior product, you get an inferior result. So there are various claims peppered around Reddit about users who claim a firmware update bricked their use of third-party cartridges or blocked it. Same thing. But Brother says that while its software and hardware do check to confirm whether official Brother cartridges are installed, which might lead to inadvertent bugs for some users, they don't block their use in any way. And for what it's worth, they say that they have an MFC L370 3770 CDW LaserJet that has never struggled to use cheap third-party toner. So I'll have to give it a try. I just picked up a Brother color laser. It's not LaserJet. That is HP. Anyway, it's unfortunate for Brother, given, again, it's one of the few remaining manufacturers not being an a-hole about the whole subject so far. Canon was hit with a $5 million lawsuit in 2021 for the practice. Others have actually, HP was also hit with a lawsuit preventing its scanners. And I don't know if they mentioned Keurig, but even Keurig got slapped. So we'll see what happens. But I actually like Brother laser printers. I have an Okadata one that I use for dye sublimation prints and stuff like that. And I think that its laser is superior to inkjet because I cannot count how many times I've had to do a deep cleaning, which just oozes ink away from the cartridges. And for instance, I've got an Epson sitting right next to me. And that thing, I just got done deep cleaning it 2 weeks ago, and 2 days ago, I had to do another deep clean. If you don't keep on printing stuff, it no worky. Anyway, Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. How the Irish pub became one of the Emerald Isle's greatest exports. The Dublin-based Irish Pub Company has designed upwards of 2,000 pubs in more than 100 countries around the globe. Looks kind of like this. I absolutely love Irish pubs. The Dublin-based Irish Pub Company. It's over at the Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com website. Lisa Weistich put the article together. And Alan Hines grew up in Kinvara, a small Irish village in County Galway. It had one shop, a post office, a church, and 2 pubs. When he'd go to the auction house with his father on the weekend, they'd stop into a few pubs on the 12-mile trip home. He moved to California's Marin County in 1998 and today owns a concrete and excavation business. 7 of his 9 brothers and sisters are also in the Golden State, but he says he always felt something missing. That community cornerstone, I agree. I think that it's a great place to hang out. Sometimes you just have to shut the place down by hanging out, listening to some good music, singing all together sometimes, and having a good old time. Anyway, so this is a really nice Irish pub type of atmosphere here, but it's not what I'm used to. But the Burn is one of the most recent projects of the Irish Pub Company, a Dublin-based design group that has created upwards of 2,000 pubs in more than 100 countries. Germany is the biggest European client. Switzerland is a close second. In Russia, it has established 3 venues in Moscow, 1 in Sochi, and 1 in Novosibirsk in Siberia. So I guess the drinks are always cold there. The company's handiwork is also found in the United Arab Emirates, which I didn't realize was a thing. Qatar, Bahrain, Japan, Nigeria. I've never remembered how to pronounce this. Mauritius? I don't know. Anyway. And it says the New York Hotel in Las Vegas. So I dig all of this. I would love to actually own a pub, but wildly expensive. Maybe I can just afford the model. It says up to 80 people could be involved in a single project in the company's workshop outside Dublin, including carpenters, joiners, metal workers, furniture makers, upholsterers, glass artists, and painters. Just the styling, the detail, the handiwork in this is just phenomenal. Everywhere you look, there is something that kind of embraces the pub feel, old school. I like it. So I love the idea of this. And I prefer this type of seating and stuff like that, where it's private, it's more intimate, it's quieter. Sometimes it can be loud no matter what. So they say the customizing starts by selecting the pub style. Victorian style is modeled on the classic Dublin spots, like the historic Long Hall pub, where dark stained woods, elaborate stained glass partition panels, and shiny brass accents abound. Snugs, small enclosed sitting booths, traditionally occupied by women while their husbands caroused at the bar, are a staple. Country style inspired by rural stone-built establishments, has paler woods, scuffed finishes that contribute a warm cottage-like feel, etc., etc. Go and check this article out. I think it's pretty amazing. You know what? Let's do this. There you go. Omatron has the articles, so you can go and check the link over on Twitch now, too. Let's keep on moving, though. We only have 30 minutes. We're halfway through, but not halfway through the articles. So, small electric cars are said to be the future, but SUVs now rule the world, well, the road. Despite dire predictions of climate breakdown, more sport utility vehicles are being spotted on and off the roads. This article is over at bbc.com. The article is written by Navin Singh Kodka. Sorry, there you go. And yeah, I mean, it says that pivot has not materialized. Globally, 54% of the cars sold in 2024 were SUVs, including petrol, diesel, hybrids, and electric makes. This is an increase of 3 percentage points from 2023 and 5 percentage points from the year before, according to global data. Of the SUVs, which are now on the road, both new and older models, 95% are burning fossil fuels, according to IEA. So I guess that whole shift to EVs isn't really happening, not in smaller cars, and definitely not in SUVs, as 50% are categorized as SUVs. Momentum was thought to be with smaller energy efficient electric vehicles, but the sales of standard size electric vehicles has actually decreased in major markets such as Japan and Germany, and their sales growth has slowed in India. I say it's entirely on one issue, and that is it is astronomically long to hurry your ass up and get into a station, charge, and get out. You can't do it. You're stuck. 30 minutes to 4 hours to get to 80%, and then beyond that to get to 100%. And I think that it's a horrible transition. It is not a workable solution. And I would say don't give up your ICE vehicles until they do fast swap batteries. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. AI search is starting to kill Google's 10 blue links. After decades of relying on Google's 10 blue links, basically above the fold top stuff, you find everything from travel tips to jeans. Consumers are quickly adapting to a completely new format, AI chatbots that do the searching for them. So you get the results. You don't have to go to a page anymore. You can actually see the results above the links that you click, but you have to accept that this might be hallucination. According to new research from Adobe, AI search has become a significant traffic channel for retailers. The company analyzed more than 1 trillion visits to U.S. retail sites through its analytics platform and conducted a survey of e-commerce of more than 5,000 U.S. respondents to better understand how people are using AI. And the report says that AI search referrals surged 1,300% during the 2024 holiday season. So everybody is switching to basically whatever is provided by the AI. Kylie Robinson over at TheVerge.com put this article together. New data from Adobe reveals AI search referrals are on the rise. Oh no. I can't keep going. Anyway, I have to log in, and I didn't log in, and I can't do it while we're live. So that's okay. You can follow the link and check all this out. The next article is over in the mobile channel over at ohmtown.com. That's where it's aggregated from Vice. We all hate going to the dentist, right? Well, a woman was arrested after pretending to be a dentist for 8 years. Maybe that's my problem. I went and saw her, and now I'm paranoid. We all hate going to the dentist. We all get anxious about the notion of sharp objects jammed into our gums only to be scolded by the person cleaning our teeth that we need to floss more. Pretty much every time. Now, try doing all of that with someone who claims to be a dentist, but is actually just some rando unlicensed person. That's the case with in New York, as a Suffolk County woman was arrested for impersonating a fake dental practice that she operated out of her home. Ugh. You know, you have to have a hobby. You know, some people take on being a tattoo artist. Other people, I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. But who aspires to just have a hobby, home business, dentist? You don't wake up one day and just go, I think I want to be a dentist, but not licensed. I don't want to be a professional dentist. I want to be a hobby dentist. Yolanda, I won't even say their name. Anyway, upon receiving a search warrant, investigators discovered that the 55-year-old woman had set up a functioning dental office in her home and was working as if she was truly a dentist. She was not. There are no licenses or training records for her. She's now facing 3 counts of unauthorized practice of a profession. Officials are asking for more patients of hers to come forward as they build out the case. The patients who had already alerted the police realized after going to see her that something was off. She allegedly never used anesthesia. She used antibiotics from overseas. Patients also are dealing with nerve damage and facial paralysis after having her operate on them. She'd been operating for 8 years. Kyle Filippi over at vice.com put this article together. The next article is over in the mobile channel. typing in midair or pretending to drink, how using your hands to communicate can help you understand others. Certain hand gestures, such as pretending to hold up a cup in your hand and bringing it to your mouth to pretend to drink, help people respond more quickly to conversations. This is sort of like semiotic ontology, which is really the study of how things gather meaning. But it's usually around signage. Symbology is one term that's been floated around what semiotic ontology is, but it's usually the typical semiotic ontology or ontological example is a stop sign. We know what it looks like. We know the color of it. We know the word. You can actually see just that color and sign, and you instinctively know that you're supposed to stop. It doesn't even need to say stop. That's semiotic ontology. Well, that's kind of the same thing with this, except with hand gestures. So if you go like this, then you raise your eyebrows like, you know that somebody's asking you if you want a drink. So this is evident from research by neuroscientist Marlon Terbeck, I guess, of the Donders Institute, who will be awarded a doctorate on the subject in 2021 March at Radboud University. I find this a really interesting topic because the way that I find it very easy to teach somebody how to say a word is to have them watch how you articulate it. And if you over articulate it, they pick it up really fast. So I think that this is similar to that in that it's the gesture, it's the mechanism of doing it, not just saying it, not just doing it, but being very bombastic about it, very big, bold. So, and a lot of things are idiomatic. A thumbs up is not the same to everybody else, right? Saying or showing the number 3 is different in different regions, right? Arguably, it's all idiomatic. So pedaling motions. Her research shows that people respond more quickly to a question if they see a hand gesture. To this end, she analyzed hours of video material in which 34 pairs of friends were talking to each other, and every time someone asked a question, I'd look to see if there was a hand gesture and how quickly the person responded to it. The analysis showed that hand gestures do indeed help people respond more quickly. Then they go into types. So they say their predictions allow listeners to start preparing their answer earlier and thus respond more quickly. It turned out that the better a hand gesture predicts what someone is going to say, the more it helps with responding quickly to questions. So it's kind of like saying, you did this, right? And you give a thumbs up, and the person will instinctively want to go, yeah, and give a thumbs up back. But they'll be ready because they already saw the thumbs up. Yeah. So after years of only looking at hand gestures, the neuroscientist recognizes their importance. If you want a quick answer to your question, add a hand gesture. If you want to convey an important message clearly, don't make a phone call. Try to make an appointment or a video call. And in the latter sense, make sure your hands are clearly visible, as this will help you understand each other much better. Okay, right on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Leaks, a fake Slack channel, and a toilet. A lawsuit reveals wild allegations of corporate espionage. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source of this. Jacob Shamsian and Amelia Russell over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through this whole thing. It's one of these things where if I'm not logged in, it might actually block it. But executives at Rippling had a problem. Private information from the company kept leaking. I guess the toilet was leaking. The company says in a lawsuit filed Monday, the suit alleges or says that recruiters at one of their chief rivals, Deel, D-E-E-L, had contacted more than a dozen Rippling employees using their unlisted personal phone numbers. Then it adds, a journalist approached Rippling, a workforce management software company that has with a story claiming that it may have violated sanctions, citing messages from Rippling's Slack channels. After launching an investigation, Rippling says the company found an employee in Ireland it now says was a spy digging for corporate secrets to pass off to the company's competition. The lawsuit filed against Deel in San Francisco federal court says that the employee who oversaw payroll issues in Europe was looking at Slack channels with no connection to his payroll operations, job responsibilities, and searching for the term Deel more than a dozen times a day. The suit says that the man, who is not named in the lawsuit, found sensitive information about prospective customers who were looking to switch from Deal to Rippling. It adds that he downloaded a 31 slide deck that explained Rippling's strategy for competing with Deal. What's interesting, though, is if they were doing something, violated sanctions, citing messages from Rippling Slack, blah, 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 if there's information that they're doing something illegal, it's kind of interesting that they would target Deal as if they were all above board, but it says, maybe there's something here, right? Well, the letter identified a Slack channel called Defectors, on which Rippling employees discussed information that Deal would find embarrassing if it was made public, it adds. In reality, the lawsuit adds, the hashtag D-Defectors channel did not exist until shortly before Rippling sent the letter to Deal. Rather than being a gathering place for ex-Deal employees, the channel was set up as a part of a ruse designed to confirm that Deal was instructing DS to search for specific information in Rippling's Slack. Rippling's lawsuit says, referring to the person it says was Deal's spy, DS. So apparently it was all a plan, and it showed that they actually had an insider threat. So it was basically tech rivalry. Rippling's lawsuit, which demands a jury trial, marks a fiery escalation in its rivalry with Deal. Founded in 2016 by Parker Conrad, the mainstay of the workforce software market, Rippling creates tools to streamline a company's back office. It launched with the idea of gathering all of the customers' data about its employees and placing it in one system. I mean, that's an HR management system. So the two firms now go head-to-head in the workforce software market, raising bigger and faster rounds of funding to expand their operations. So nothing like a lawsuit to really help that out. Because one side's going to lose. I guess in this case, Rippling set up Deal to basically get punched. So it may not work out for Deal. So they were dealing in this information the wrong way. All right. The next two articles, let's see if we can go through this pretty fast. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. If you have a question or comment and you're in the chat somewhere, then feel free to throw stuff into the chat. Happy to discuss things, but Mark Rober's Tesla video was more than a little weird. Mark Rober's Tesla video has kicked up a lot of reactions, claiming that it was fake. Over the weekend, former NASA engineer and YouTuber Mark Rober published a video that sought to demonstrate the differences between Tesla's camera autopilot and LiDAR. So I had seen this already. I had postponed talking about it, but we might as well talk about it. They go through this video. If you go through this video, just watch it, and you can see that there's a difference in technology. Setting it up and re-recording it and stuff like that, that is what a skilled YouTuber is going to do. I don't edit my videos. I don't reshoot anything. I don't want anything suggesting that I am editing or manipulating or tainting the output in any way. Only a couple of times in the now 3 years and 3 months that I've been doing this have I ever even bothered to do this, or to do an edit. And usually it's because of doxing, or I don't want somebody else's private information or personal information exposed, even if they're in an article. I very rarely edit anything. Well, this video was edited. It had to have been, because there was a whole bunch of cuts and stuff like that, and it has to be more concise. Well, they say the number one complaint is, well, not number one. They list several complaints. Autopilot isn't on during the test, but there's video that shows that it is on, and right before the impact, it actually shuts off, but that's a Tesla thing. Autopilot disengages right before impact. Autopilot is an outdated system, and now FSD or full self-driving is the de facto solution. But if you have autopilot, then it's autopilot, right? FSD might actually operate differently, but and now there's a new flavor of it called Tesla Vision. A number of engineers raised objections at the time, only to be overruled by Musk. But the idea is that full self-driving is supposed to be, it's still visual based, it's not LiDAR. LiDAR can be faked by certain, or not faked, tripped up by things like rain. Vision systems can be tripped up by glare, and rain, and smoke, and apparently a painted wall. And then it says there were multiple takes. Don't know what to tell you about that. It's going to happen. And then claim number 5 is that